Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the science fiction audiobook version of The Fourth Wave taken from the subreddit HFY. The link to the original will be down below, and as always, I hope that you enjoy, and if you do, please consider supporting the channel. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 61, written by Sebi Loki. Ever wake up feeling absolutely miserable and somehow know that this is probably going to be the best part of your day? That's how I felt when I powered up my visor on my helmet. I hurt all over, sleeping in a frozen suit of intelligent armor, inflicting small abuses of muscles all over my body. Apparently, even in sleep, the human body is meant to be a moving thing. Being held immobile just causes the joints and muscles to rise up in protest. I eased myself upwards, relying more on the servo motors to carry my weight than I would like to admit, and tossed my legs over the side of the ledge. Below, the haploids were buzzing like, well, not like bees really. Haploids buzz like haploids. As far as I could tell, there weren't really formal duty assignments save for pit bosses, who acted as coordinators. All haploids did all jobs and tasks were assigned by who was nearby and conscious. In a few moments, I sat there and I saw haploids called off one job to assist with another job that needed more manpower. Meanwhile, the abandoned job was almost immediately taken up by whatever haploid happened to be close by and wasn't too busy. I stretched and yawned. In a moment of reckless abandonment, I decided to follow my example of the young security officer. Scrambling to my feet, I judged the distance to a set of handholds and footholds and leapt off the rocky shelf towards them. My armored fingers tore the shadow grooves in the surface of the wall as I shot right past the handholds and collided with the bare rock face first. I slid down the rock wall and collapsed into the tunnel floor below. However, other than biting my tongue due to the jar as I hit the bottom, I staggered to my feet worse for wear. I activated my comm unit and I walked and tried to calling the others. "Any word on the transport?" I asked over the general comm. "No," Lee spoke up. "It's not here yet. Can we switch over to a private channel?" I acknowledged this by switching to a private channel. He continued speaking immediately. "I spoke to Volson like you asked," he went on. "She says that the crew rarely went down to the lower decks. You, Jans, and Yakumo were about it." I wanted to rule myself out as a suspect, and as the two engineers were beating a hasty retreat, I suppose whether or not they were guilty was a moot point. I chewed on my lip all the same. "I don't like it," I confessed. "If someone is trying to stop us, why would they suddenly decide to go home?" "Low chance of survival for the next part," he suggested. A grim thought, but, fortunately, one I can reject. I don't think the abjugators care that much about their tools. So let me get this straight. You think that it isn't the engineers, the two crew members with the tools and the experience to sabotage the door without detection, did not do it because they wanted to go home and the abjugators would propose suicide squads? "Basically," I admitted. He sighed. "I came to a similar conclusion," he admitted. I thought about it for a moment. "What about me?" I asked. "Considered it," he agreed. "We know the abjugators got into your head twice." "But," I prompted. "But," he admitted, "both times they needed help to get past your natural aura-ness, and you still managed to keep them from taking you completely." I thought about it. Maybe it was a bluff, I suggested. Maybe they held back before. "No. If they could play that hand, they would have had by now. We've had too many close scrapes where you've been in the thick of it. So our options are Volson is lying or she is a traitor. Or," he offered, "the sabotage took place while we were still at the camp and the ship was being assembled. There is no way of knowing exactly when those hinges were cut." I had been walking a while talking, and, unsurprising, I found most of my crew milling about near the corridor that we had darkened the day before. Lee had separated himself from the group slightly and spied me walking in his direction and killed the comm signal. A moment later, we were continuing our conversation face to face. "I'm really not comfortable with this trip, Jason," he confessed. "Why are we still going?" I thought carefully about my answer before continuing. "The constant warring," I said at last. "The abjugators, when they get right down to it, right? They put one side against the other and sit back as they keep the galaxy nice and stagnant." He nodded. And humans, he added, we're just a weapon. I don't think so, I said at last. I mean, we were, but I think the problem comes down to we worked too well. It seems a little too weird that the Chimera and this awesome soldier species and suddenly just stands down to let them get wiped out. I think the Conflux and the Chimera are supposed to be roughly evenly matched. Humans inadvertently tipped the balance. He frowned. That doesn't answer my question, he admitted. It does, I said. You're just not seeing it yet. The quarantine around our solar system was put in place to let the disease run its course. As far as the galaxy knew, we went extinct. Since the abjugators can't see us, they had to work on the same assumption until the quarantine ended and the scout could be sent inside. When they found humans and still alive and thriving, he said, with a nod and then paused. So why wouldn't they want to wipe us out again? I shrugged. I don't know, I admitted. That's what bothers me. I think that they don't want to wipe us out because they want us to join the Conflux. To do that, they need for us to join the Conflux on their terms and under their control this time. But why would they want to tip the balance for the Conflux, he asked. I never said that it would tip the balance, I told him. Do you think that there might be a reason that a scout ship commissioned by the Anti-Chimera Church just happened to choose now to check out the quarantine area? I think the Chimera were up to something out there and, whatever it is, the balance is now off. The abjugators want human soldiers, Conflux human soldiers. So the threat to kill us is really a bluff. No, I said, and shaking my head. It's real. The fact that we aren't directly under their thumb means that they can't predict how we would tip things. They want us to push back only hard enough to maintain the balance, not hard enough to give the Conflux an edge. So we were supposed to go to Overseer, convince the council humans could be friends, and, his voice trailed off. And we stole the moon instead, I agreed. We're not sticking to the script. I think that's why we seem to be getting pulled in different directions by the various factions. Some want us to live because they need us to tip the balance for whatever the Chimera have planned. The rest want to exterminate us because we won't play by their rules. He chewed on his lip for a moment and seemed to ponder this. Didn't they threaten to eliminate Earth and the sphere if they didn't unblock whatever was jamming your ability to see us? I nodded. I don't think that they are willing to accept that humans are just not biologically compatible with their spy gear. They don't seem to deal with change very well, I said. That makes sense, he said. They were created, right? Artificial life. They never had to grow or change or develop. They arrived fully developed and self-aware. They never had to change and are resistant to the idea of it. I could only stare at him. What? He asked. I'm just not used to you having such insights, I confessed. I'm sorry, but you're more of the quiet type until something needs shooting. He rolled his eyes at me. Jason, he said patiently, just because I don't run my mouth off all the time doesn't mean I don't understand. I snorted. Maybe I should learn to do that, I mumbled, and I was sent as staggering as he punched my shoulder lightly. Not your style, he commented. Then he smiled and gave me a knowing look. So, he said, drawing the word out like a well-oiled sword freeing from the scabbard, what happened to make you suspicious of a young security officer? I hesitated. Probably nothing, I said. He laughed at me again. That was starting to get old. Come on, he said at last. I think I found something you'll want to see. He led me in the direction of the tunnel that I had ignored the previous day. There were dozens of tunnels that branched out either directly or indirectly off of the main chamber, and it was impossible to explore them all. We walked for a few minutes and came to a solid wall of metal, unusual for the sphere, yes, but not unheard of in the haploid levels. Still, flashbacks of what I had witnessed in the last of all the metal rooms sent a chill down my spine. It's a wall, I declared, while trying to keep my voice neutral. It's a door, he corrected me. I looked again. Nope, he was wrong. There was no handle, nor sign, nor of a method of entry. It was just a blank steel slab that stretched on from side of the tunnel to the other. I glanced back at him and raised an eyebrow. It's a door, he insisted. I saw it open earlier. The entire thing slid open and the haploids unloaded cargo from it. The wall slid shut a moment later. An hour and so after that, it slid open again and a different cargo was inside. I frowned. I didn't think teleported technology existed, I countered. I don't think it does, he said. I think there is a transport that they've been talking about. Now, I understood. The wall was like a hangar door. I walked over and set my hand against it and searched for a way to open it. The metal felt cold to the touch. Why is it so cold? I said aloud. Can't figure that out either, Lee confessed. Your transport will arrive shortly, someone said from behind us. I spun around and found an unfamiliar haploid standing there. We apparently no longer merited the attention of management, and they were sending regular workers to send us on our way. Thanks, I said, and then jerked my thumb behind me. Why is it so cold? When the container is evacuated of gas, the drop in pressure often results in a temperature change, the haploid explained. Thank you for the science lesson, but what I'm asking is, I said, it's a pneumatic tube, Lee interrupted. The entire train system is a huge pneumatic tube system. I paused. You mean like those tubes that they used to drive through at the banks? I asked. Or Futurama? The atmosphere is evacuated to near vacuum levels to allow the transport to move with less resistance, the haploid explained. This makes traveling at higher speeds feasible. I just gaped at him. It was madness. No wonder the symbiote couldn't translate the idea. English didn't have a word that came anywhere close to what they were talking about. I looked back at the wall. There's a vacuum on the other side of that, I asked. No, the haploid corrected me. The transport has arrived. With that, the wall slid to the side so rapidly that I actually jumped backwards. I glanced over my shoulder and saw the haploid staring at me expectantly. Just beyond him, I saw the second haploid escorting the humanoid members of my crew, as well as Wilson, into the tunnel. I was definitely getting the feeling that we were no longer welcome. I turned back to face where the steel wall had been and saw a barren room. The room had no furniture or windows, and the walls on the far side bent slightly near the base, but the ceilings of the floor were flat. I suspected that I was looking at a compartment carved out of a large cylinder. Did they have other loading bays to fill up with other compartments, or did they rotate to allow access to the other compartments? If they could control the gravity inside, the latter might actually make sense since the result is moving efficient use of space. I wanted to ask, but the silent glares from the haploids gave me pause. Another time, I stepped inside the compartment and looked around. Definitely empty. There were not even any doors to give us access to other parts of the cylinder. I looked back at the rest of my crew and shrugged. Jack entered next, followed by Lee and the professor walking side by side. Heather hesitated for a moment, but stepped inside as well. Scheid and Reimer glanced at me first and then each other. They stepped inside with more obvious reluctance. Everyone with personal armor now stood inside, leaving only the unarmored personnel standing at the tunnel. Summer stepped away from Scrake. I saw the hobbit make a fleeting hand movement. It was as if she was trying to grab Summer's hand, but then had a second thought about it. After Summer was safely inside the compartment, Scrake lowered her head and stared at her feet. I thought she might change her mind, but she entered the moment later. Only Wilson seemed reluctant to trust herself to an unknown craft. This vehicle appears to be a cargo carrier, she pointed out. I looked around once more at the lack of furnishing. Yes, I agreed. She continued to hang back. There is no way of knowing if it's safe for personnel, she went on. I looked at the haploids to see if either of them wanted to commit on this. They remained silent. Either they didn't understand her or they were refusing to speak unless directly questioned. Do you use these vessels to transport people? I asked. Humans are frequently transported within such craft as these, one answered. They arrive undamaged. That would be more reassuring if I didn't know what had probably happened to those humans once they'd reached their destination. Do haploids use these? I persisted. The haploid was silent for a moment. We rarely are in need of traversing such extreme distances, the haploid finally answered. I should send a message to Reynolds and have him give these haploids instructions on how to be reassuring and the importance of white lies. In or out, I said at last. We can't stay here forever deciding. She entered the compartment, reluctantly, very reluctantly. I never saw the haploids do anything. No controls were touched or devices waved. All the same, as soon as Wilson was across the threshold, the door slammed into place behind her, trapping us all within. I yawned and stretched. I guess now that we have to wait for the conductor to collect the tickets, I said mid-yawn. Lee snorted and slouched against the wall and slid to the floor. I was contemplating joining him when I saw Heather out of the corner of my eye. She had her visor down and was breathing fast. What in the world was going on? The obvious answer hit me a moment later. I slammed down my visor into place and called up the mapping program. That rendered map was just a blur. The transport was already moving fast. I brought up the positioning data and it was going crazy. The speed was too much for the mapping program to really handle. The things were changing too fast. I dropped the data sampling rate to focus on the speed and direction. We were moving through the far end of the sphere at right. I did some quick dirty conversions in numbers. We were already moving just shy of 1/500th the speed of light. Whatever was keeping us from getting flattened from the acceleration reminded me of Volson shuttle pre-Akina modifications. I felt no movement whatsoever. As I watched the numbers shift again, we were still accelerating. What sort of transport was this? How were they managing this? The numbers continued to climb and killed the map. I think, I said slowly, then we finally hit the express lane. The trip to the far end of the sphere took 17 hours. That would probably have been a lot faster if we could have gone there directly, but as I discovered, with my faltering mapping software, we switched tracks very often. Speed dropped as low as Mach 2 and then went as high as 0.5% of the speed of light. Through it all, we never felt anything inside. Truthfully, the trip was fairly boring. Boring for most of us. Scrake and Summer had a problem in without armor. They ran into some biological needs that we had no way of addressing considering the circumstances. Scrake was the first one to notice this oversight, as she felt the call of nature less than an hour after we departed. She held it for over an hour in the vain hope the trip was brief. When that hope was dashed, she looked for a deserted corner in the room to use. That didn't go over very well with the rest of us trapped in the room with her, as we didn't know how long we'd be stuck with it. Jack naturally came up with a solution. A gross one, but effective. Scrake just had gotten to the point where she was hopping up and down on one leg when Jack walked up to her and the hobbit's shoulder. "Strip," Jack told her. Scrake's bug-eyed reaction was understandable if you asked me. Jack repeated the order though, then began stripping herself. Scrake figured it out a few moments after I did and yanked her dress off faster than Jenna Jameson's movie and fast forward. Jack slammed the torso of her open armor into the hobbit's nude body and waited as Scrake's eyes rolled upwards as the woman sighed in relief. Like I said, gross. Even knowing that the armor was self-sterilizing, putting that thing on afterwards took more courage than I'd admit to. I also didn't want to admit that Jack was looking less and less androgynous these days. I slammed the visor down on my helmet and blanked the screen to give me some privacy. Eventually, it worked around to being Summer's turn as well. Jack's armor was too small to fit Summer's body. Actually, it had been too large for Scrake's, but the woman was desperate. The problem was that, in general, fitting something into a container that was too large is quite a bit easier than shoving something too large into a small container. Heather surprised me by volunteering for this one. I did slam my visor down before either of them could get undressed, but okay, I was tempted. Doing the right thing can be painful, which is why I'm subjecting you to all this drama surrounding the lack of toilets. If I have to suffer, so do you. After the woman had been, taken care of, everyone else did the only thing they really could. We slept. Those with armor used the pharmaceuticals options. Those without armor, and me, because I was still a bit gun-shy about that stuff, let boredom do the work for us. There was no sense of coming to a stop. One moment we were lounging around, with some napping and others playing rock, paper, scissors. The Spherians were forced to learn the game from lack of options of entertainment department. And the next, the wall swished open once more. It was such a sudden change from the tedium that it took a moment for it to register that the door really was open and that we hadn't succumbed to some sort of mass hallucination. Once we accepted it was real, though, we all scrambled out of the door and escaped the container ship at the same time. We exited the craft in the middle of one of the mazes that crisscrossed most of the sphere. To either side of us were walls, giant white walls which stretched hundreds of feet straight up into the air. The corridor between them looked narrow and by comparison to the great height of the walls, but really you could fly a 747 down the passage without brushing either side. The corridor stretched ahead of us a few hundred feet and then turned to the left at a right angle. I heard a whoosh from behind us and turned around. A similar-looking white wall was just behind us, and the door had slammed shut so tightly that it barely left a seam. Only because I knew what to look for could I even tell it was there. The haploids were good at engineering. I had to give them that. I shrugged and turned around. I guess we go for, the syllable ward never got the chance to pass my lips as I was interrupted by a sound that I could only describe as a half growl, half snarl. By instinct I froze in place and let my eyes drift to a mound of boulders to our right that I noted when we stepped out and then subsequently ignored. One of the boulders lifted itself up and turned to advance in our direction. Now that the creature had separated itself from the rocks, I understood why I had originally mistaken it for a boulder. It was the size of a bear, but still the skull and torso were all wrong. The muzzle was stretched out like a canine's, but the short, stumpy legs were too thick and heavy for a wolf. "A bear dog," someone said behind me. It took me a moment to realize it was Heather and not the professor. Was everyone getting science lessons behind my back? "A what?" I asked from the corner of my mouth without taking my eyes off the advancing creature. "Extinct animal," she said in a low voice. "I saw the skeleton of one in the museum, supposed to be a relative of both the wolves and bears." "It looks," Lee said, "like one of Goz's pets from Ghostbusters." Now that he mentioned it, there was a resemblance there. "Okay," I said at last. "Fascinating bit of history. I now recommend we make this particular specimen join its extinct brethren. Everyone with armor, slowly raise your arms. I do mean slowly. On the count of 3, we hit it with every burner all at once. Okay? Right. 1, 2... "Do that," a new voice interrupted, "and I shall cut you down where you stand." Once again, I was forced to roll my eyes in a new direction and took on yet another hazard that I should have detected immediately. Was I slipping, or was I really that eager to get off the train? The danger was in the form of a man. Well, sort of. The newcomer looked human, but the proportions just seemed wrong. He was tall and lithe, and long limbs that terminated in extra long fingers. He looked almost like he had been made out of taffy and had been stretched. But the face was elven, and I don't just mean like childlike. He had pointed tips at his ears. Long blonde hair tumbled in perfect waves to his shoulders. He wore a white tunic that both seemed to be billowy while suggesting an athletic frame beneath. I don't know how he did that. Over that he wore a leather vest. His pants were purple with a split tail at his ankles, and a panel of darker fabric covered the knees and gave the pants a padded look. Now that I knew what to look for, I saw padding on his elbows as well. His hands were covered in subtle leather gloves. It was a lightweight version of the leather armor that had all been altered to appear to be more fashionable. Most impressive of all was the 5-foot sword that he held lightly in one hand and braced against the shoulder. The sword was steel and should have been too heavy for someone to hold that casually. A tickle of alarm crawling along my spine. "Guys," I hissed, "this is a—" The air popped beside me and a superheated air expanded outwards. I heard a thud as the bear dog fell over. Part of its skull was now missing. "Whoops," Lee said in a completely unconvincing tone of voice. "Slipped out." The elf-faced man frowned. Blue eyes flashed with anger. Then he was gone. I heard a crash of metal and Lee flew past me. The elf man faced stood before me now with his sword pointed at Lee. "The beast," the elf man snarled. "Cost me a month's wages. I shall have vengeance for this insult." Lee snarled and leapt at the man. It should have been possible. Lee was wearing armor. His movements were a blur as it enhanced his speed and reflexes. Lee launched his fist with enough power behind it to shatter a cinder block. It hit air. The elfman had dodged it. The sword struck the back of Lee's knees and sent him tumbling. To his credit, Lee recovered, and practically before he hit the ground, he twisted into a roll as he fell and was back on his feet in a flash. He sprang forward again and tried to strike the elfman again. His fist blurred past the man's face, missing it by millimeters. The elfman didn't even bat an eye during this assault. He actually looked amused. The massive sword crashed down again, forcing Lee to dodge. The blade scraped across Lee's armor. Lee sprang forwards and lifted up an arm to power up his burner. I didn't even see the elfman move. He was suddenly in front of Lee and twisting Lee's arm to the side. I could hear the motors squeal as they struggled against the slender figure's might. Lee grit his teeth. "Yabba, dabba," he grunted. He first struck him in the throat, and Lee collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. If not for the armor's force fields, and the blow would have shattered his larynx. As it was, Lee's face turned purple for a moment before he managed to pull in a fleeting breath. Lee stopped moving. The fight had already been knocked out of him. "Crap," I finished lamely. The elfman glanced at me and smirked. His hair hadn't even been mussed. "Indeed, Jason Reese," he said in flawless English. "Your skill for understatement is, as usual, impeccable." He eased the sword off his shoulder to where it had been resting and stabbed it in my direction. It came to a halt less than an inch from my throat. I felt the static electricity tinkling of the force fields crackling along the point of the blade. The elfman held the sword lazily in an arm's length without so much as a hint of effort. The point didn't so much as twitch. We had finally met a fairy, and we were also in major trouble. I raised my arms in what I hoped he understood as a sign of surrender. A moment later, the others followed my example. Lee held up only one arm, though, as the other still cradled his wounded throat. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 62, written by Sebi Loki. The fairy stepped back a pace and lowered his sword. Across his chest he wore a loop of rope like a loose bandolier. In one smooth motion he hooked his sword behind him and threw the loop along his back. He then hooked the sword in place on some mechanism that I didn't see. There was no scabbard to protect the blade. Considering its enormous length, it was probably impractical to try and force it into one. Human arms, even Fey arms, weren't long enough to pull it free. The Fey smirked at us once more, clearly reveling in an easy defeat, and dipped his head slightly. "You have the honor of addressing Ak Lokrak, dear," he said formally. "You, however, may address me as Macnon." He stared at me fixedly. I raised an eyebrow. I let the silence draw out awkwardly. Am I allowed to ask a question?" I asked at last. His eyes narrowed. "Your question is subservient," he replied, "but your manner is challenging. You are attempting to frustrate me. You wish to provoke me while appearing to give no cause. You will not be successful." You didn't answer my question," I pointed out. His eyes flashed with annoyance. I had guessed right. He was lying about my ability to irritate him. "Yes," he said testily, "you may ask a question." "Is Macnon a title?" "It is," he agreed. "In your tongue, it means Legion Slayer." "Very well, Ter," I said with a formal bow. "I will call you Macnon." His eyes blazed with fury. Arrogant types are like that. Put the stress on the wrong syllable, and the title I'm so proud of, or address them by a diminutive of their name, and suddenly you're enemy of the state. "You are the most rude creature that has ever been my displeasure to encounter," he hit back. "I apologize," I lied. "I did not mean to give offense. Permit me to make it up to you by knitting you a sweater. 3 or 4 sheep's worth of wool should be enough for me to make you wide enough for your neck hole." The sword was out and swinging at my neck. I stood still. "And down, Aklo-Rockter," his new voice barked. The Fae froze. His eyes were wide again, this time with a mixture of embarrassment and fear. "Thought so," No way would a pompous prick like that be left to wander about unsupervised. Achloractor was trying to hold my gaze, but he could not continue to do so without acknowledging his supervisor. I kept my eyes steady and forced him to look away first. His cheeks burned with humiliation. I would probably pay for that one, but it was important to establish that I didn't deal with the hired help in these sorts of situations. Now that Achloractor was something more repressing on his mind other than putting me in my place, I allowed my eyes to drift towards the source of the new voice. The wall in front of us had opened in a fashion similar to the one immediately behind us. From it strode another fairy. This one, I sensed, was older than Achloractor. His face was unlined and his hair was brown without so much as a hint of grey. But there was something in his bearing that spoke of experience. It contrasted so much with the bearing of the brash-blood fairy that I wondered briefly at the life expectancy of the average fairy. Did decades separate their ages? Or was it centuries? This one wore a similar costume to Achloractor. Purple leather pants with a split cup, a white loose-fitting tunic and a leather vest covering it, an enormous sword on his back, but on his vest there was a golden thread forming the stitching, copper bands encircling his wrists just below the gloves, and a silvery torque was just barely visible at his neck. Metal was rare in this world, I reminded myself. Was a visible display of metal a sign of status? The older Fae walked past Achloractor, who held his head low, staring at the ground, and directly towards me. I sensed it coming a moment before it happened. I boosted the force fields along my head with every spare joule of power my armor could spare. I then shifted my weight slightly to one foot and braced hard. It almost wasn't enough. The blow struck like a cannonball fired at point-blank range. It was a casual backhand blow that should have sent me tumbling with a curved-in skull. I should have at least been spitting out teeth. However, even though I hadn't seen the hand move, I had guessed that it was right-handed and crooked my neck slightly away from his right side. Not a lot, but it meant that the blow had struck the force field at an angle rather than dead on. The fields cracked and collapsed against my skin, causing it to burn and blister at the fraction of a second before the blow landed, rocking me. My vision went black for a moment, and my knees wanted to turn to jelly. Addled, I used what few neurons were still firing correctly to tell my armor to support my weight because my legs were otherwise occupied. I had once read that one of the biggest reasons that people lose a fight is fear and pain. Not the fear of getting beaten up, the fear of being hit at all. People practice martial arts and have dreams of Hollywood street fights where no one can touch them as they deal out two-fisted justice. Then they get involved in one drunken brawl, and some redneck with no formal training lays them out with a single punch. Why? Because unless someone is choreographing the fight for you, there is no way to entirely avoid being hit. When that first shock of pain hits you and unexpected, the mind goes numb. It doesn't know what to do, as it just flips at the stupid switch and dials it up to maximum. The punch may not even deal that much damage, really, but the shock of feeling real pain just stuns people. So according to the scholars on the internet, part of what you need to win a fight is a proper mindset. Know that you are going to get hit. Know that it's going to hurt. It's easier to deal with pain when you know to expect it. Well, whomever wrote that choice bit of wisdom, I expected the pain and still nearly collapsed into a puddle. The nerves on my face exploded as bolts of lightning raced along them. Even when I had been trained with the meat grinders about the ship, I hadn't felt pain like this. I rode it out. I allowed my vision to swim back to normal and clamped down on my esophagus to keep from vomiting. I blinked my eyes clear and found that I was still upright. I rocked my head back to face the attacker and stared at him steadily, but said nothing. That was an arrogance, by the way. I still couldn't remember how to form words at that point. He tried to hide it, but I saw something flash across his face. Surprise, a touch of fear. I was supposed to go down with the blow, and I hadn't. He couldn't know how narrow of a victory it truly was, though. I'd caught him off guard, and now he was too forced to recover. Naturally, he did it quicker than I did. You should know your place, he warned me. Show proper respect to your betters. even a headstrong youth such as this. He then wheeled about and glared at orkster. As for you, he spat, you should be ashamed for allowing yourself to be baited by such a pitiful tactics. At least he didn't actually slap someone, I half mumbled, my jaw swelled. Then we'd know he was truly a low class. The newcomer's fists clenched, then they relaxed. To my surprise, a worrisome surprise I might add, he chuckled. Ah, he said at last, I was warned about you, Jason Reese, but I must confess even I seem to have underestimated your skill at irritation. He spun to face me. You are a master at it, he went on. You must practice in front of the mirror for hours to achieve such a skill. First you say I'm rude, and now you say I'm lewd, I asked with a shake of my head. You're the one with fantasies of me standing in front of a mirror, masturbating. Again, the involuntary fist clench. I struggled in vain to remember the tune to Black Sabbath's Fairies Wear Boots, but ended up drawing a blank. Too bad. Instead I ran my tongue along my teeth in a tentative inspection for loose members. What do you hope to gain from forcing me to gag you? He asked. What do you fear that I might say if you do not? I asked, and then nodded at his underling. Something you don't want Ter's delicate ears to hear. The newcomer snorted. So, if I do gag you, you get to claim a moral victory because I am threatened by your words, he said. But if I don't silence you, I must suffer your insults. How very auto-destruct sequence initiated. My armor bled. I hastily adjusted the volume as I reached out and grabbed the fairy by the lapels. I used fists and boosted my strength as much as possible. He slammed his hands into my elbows and nearly broke my arms. I stepped forward and did my best to twine my legs around him. Unhand me, you! He screamed. Damn it! I shouted over him. I set the countdown timer too high. I still have to listen to you for the next 10 seconds. You'll get us both. Both being the operative word. He struggled to break my grip again. I held fast in the hope that it would take him more than 10 seconds for him to break my arms, pry my dead fingers loose from him, and then clear the explosion in a dead run. Fine, he shouted, we surrender. I paused the detonation sequence. Once more, I asked. I surrender, he snapped. Now, unhand me. I snorted. What's your name? I asked. Vlak Horan Malan, he shouted. Are you really qualified to negotiate the surrender of your people? I asked. He glared at me. What madness are you speaking? He spat out. I'll take that as a no, I said. Still, I'll pass along your suggestion. Goodbye, Milan. I didn't give him a chance to realize the implications of what I meant. Interesting fact about grabbing someone by the lapels. It causes your wrists to naturally point right at someone's jawline. For most other people, this wouldn't matter. But if you happen to be wearing powered armor with burners installed at the wrists, it's very important. I discharged both burners at full power into his skull, and then I extended both blades and sank them into his throat just to be sure. I threw my arms out to the sides and Vlak Haran Merlon slumped down into a spray of blood. I glanced to meet orkster's shocked gaze. So who can negotiate? I asked sweetly. His face screwed up into an expression of anger, and he reached back towards his sword. His hand froze partway as a pair of armored gloves grabbed him by the shoulders and seemed to be the reason for his hesitation. Hi, Lee, who was gripping his right shoulder. Jason can be very distracting, can't he? We can't take him anywhere, Jack, who was gripping the left shoulder, agreed. So, Lee asked, still grinning, what did you set the countdown timer for? 5 seconds, Jack admitted. I was hoping for a chance to kick him in the balls before I go. You? 3 seconds, Lee said, eyes narrowing for slits. I owe this fairy. I saw the grip tighten of orkster's Winston response. Jason, come look at this. I turned around and saw the prof kneeling over the decapitated corpse. Well, partially decapitated. I was still a bit unsteady, but walked 2 steps to cover the distance without falling. I was celebrating all kinds of victories today. Look, she said, pointing at the neckline. I really didn't want to closely scrutinize the corpse, but she had asked. I glanced down and prepared myself to ask why I was doing it. I didn't bother. What the hell is that? I asked. As it turned out, less than a skull exploded than I had originally thought. Actually, he was remarkably well preserved. He wasn't even partially decapitated, as it turned out. He was just missing part of his forehead, but otherwise looked like he could sit up and start walking at any moment. Even his neck wasn't that badly cut, as I first thought. I could have sworn that I tore his throat out, but the real cut was actually surprisingly shallow. My blades had been blocked, it seemed, by a sort of mesh that lay exposed. "I think," she said slowly, "that's how they can do what they can do." I looked up and met her gaze. "They have armor too," she explained. "It's just that theirs armor is internal." That hardly seemed fair. It still explained a few things, like how they were able to move and hit like that. There were no normal flesh and blood should be able to take that sort of strain, and I don't care if Lou Ferrigno with body paint, they should never be that strong. The physics were all wrong. However, I'd already seen from the haploids that false amplifiers were a very real thing. Summer stepped closer and dragged the heavy blade off the corpse's back. I looked up at her and she struggled to lift it upwards. "Summer?" I asked. She smiled at me. "You're wrong, you know," she said simply. "About what?" I asked. "It wasn't the thing in the tower that was controlling me back there," she said simply before pressing down on the neck of the blade. I reached to stop her and her hand fell on my shoulder. An odd-looking X-shape on the hand. I turned to face Volson. "By the by," Volson said in English, "thank you for that lesson in not falling for distractions." I heard a pair of screams followed by twin thumps as they fell to the ground. I looked up, and there was a blur as it streaked before me. I heard a gurgling scream as something rolled out of the ground in front of me. I looked down. Reimer's lifeless head stared back at me. A second later, Scrakes fell in place beside it. Something struck me from behind, and I swallowed a mouthful of dirt as I fell. A purple pant leg with a split cuff and a tanned leather boots appeared in front of me. "I'll put it to good use," orkster finished with his own voice this time. I could hear the sound of someone crying. For some reason, I hoped that it wasn't me. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 63, written by Semi-Loki. The booted feet scuffed the dirt in front of me as orkster shifted his balance. I looked at his sign as he was looking in a different direction for a moment, so I chanced a quick peek upwards. He was glancing at something off to my left. I rolled my head in that direction and followed his gaze. I spied two lumps sprawled out on the ground, one large and one small. Lee and Jack, if I had to guess. I was too far away to see if they were breathing, but they were definitely not moving. I was hoping that they were just stunned. The fairy had demonstrated that he could quickly and effectively slaughter us, even when he was outnumbered and standing at the point-blank range of our weapons. Was 2 corpses enough to satisfy his need for a demonstration, or had he executed more of my crew just to drive home his point? As if reading my mind, which may not have been impossible given the circumstances, orkster answered my unspoken question. "The rest are alive," he said from above me. I could hear the smirk in his voice even though I couldn't see him, and then added, "Consider it a gift from me for dispatching that weak old fool. He has been a thorn in my side for too long." I didn't answer. If everyone else was still alive, then I wasn't about to press my luck for the moment. Maybe if I stalled for time and saw an opening I could. Reimer's disembodied head lay before me as I silently mocking me. I turned my face back towards the dirt and settled in. We were defeated. There was no getting around it this time. No dirty tricks, no surprise attack, no clever wordplay would get me out of this. Even our wonderful armor would not save us this time. For the first time, I felt a twinge of sympathy for the unarmed humanoids that we had encountered so far. Was this how they felt? The fairy overshadowed our own enhanced abilities as much or more than our armor enhanced us over a normal human. Did the primary fear grip them? I hope not, because this felt absolutely terrible. orkster's boots marched away from me for a moment. "Stand!" I heard him shout to someone. There was a scream, a female's, Heather or the professor, I wasn't sure. He repeated himself a few times, and then I felt myself being hauled up by the collar by a force and standing upright. My will to resist gone. The 2 severed heads still stared at me, and I found that I couldn't look away. orkster strode in front of me, causing me to lose eye contact with Reimer and Scrake's sightless eyes. In that fleeting moment I felt as if something snapped inside. It was as if I was dreaming and now waking up. It's shock, a voice in my head said, "You haven't seen your friends die before." Were they my friends? I really hadn't had much interaction with them at all. Still, as far as the sphere was concerned, I suppose they could be considered friends. More than strangers, certainly. Wait, who was talking to me? Who is this? I thought while stealing a glance at Aklo-Raktur's direction to see if he would react. His focus was elsewhere. Apparently, I was just talking to myself. It was probably just the first sign that I was losing my mind. The trauma of recent events that had been too much, and I'd snapped. "Remember your promise to her," the internal voice advised me. That really didn't help convince me of my sanity. Now my head was giving me a cryptic advice. I was really getting tired of feeling like the inside of my own head was no longer my own private retreat. Other voices, other versions of me, and homicidal thoughts that may actually have originated from the humanoid species, or possibly a rogue program written in the code of reality. I closed my eyes and tried to drive the thoughts out. Remember. I finally succeeded in driving the thought aside so that I could focus on the situation at hand. I'd lost 2 people. I couldn't afford to lose more. Opening my eyes once more, I surveyed the situation. Lee, Jack, Heather, and the professor did all seem to be alive and unhurt. Volson and Summer were also alive and moving like clumsy puppets. Shide appeared to be the worst shape. Instead of standing, he knelt on the ground and held his hands to his ribcage. He seemed to be breathing heavier than normal. Had he fought back? Summer and Volson stumbled from person to person and fumbled at the armor attachments. Armored gloves, arms, legs, boots, and helmets were all being stripped away. They left the torso attachment behind. I doubted it had anything to do with modesty or more to do with an unwillingness to give access to the restroom. This was actually a good sign, I decided. Not wanting to spill the contents of our intestines all over the carpeting implied that they wished to keep us alive for at least a few hours. Or alternatively, they had wished to torture us and use our armor to keep us alive through it, as well as providing a clean-up duty when the body started to lose control. Grim thought. Better side with option A. They wanted us alive, less work, and it was easier to recover from. They could always decide to torture us to death at a later time. But it was much harder to interrogate someone after their torture to death card had been played. The result of that tended to be quite final. Alive and able to answer questions, good. Our situation wasn't quite hopeless after all. Very close to it. Hand slapped on my armor, and then Summer was in front of me, fumbling at the latches. Her eyes were distant and unfocused. Her hands were clumsy, though, as if they were spasming. I felt something click into place inside my head. Aklo-Raktur's speech through multiple throats implied multiple things. First and foremost, he was some breed of psychic, a powerful one, more powerful than any example I'd heard of before. He was able to hijack control of another body. That brought him to point 2. He was currently piloting 3 bodies at once, his own, Summer's, and the aliens. I really didn't know how much about the psychic powers work. Volson said that humans were supposed to be psychic natively, but the Chimeras screwed it up and were now anti-telepaths instead. We were impossible to read and maybe even dampen down the strength of telepaths around us, which meant that even with Summer being a telepath herself and thus giving her a backdoor to access her mind, Aklo-Raktur had to push through the cloud of the rest of us were supplying. That was bad enough, but he had to do it all over again with a brain from a species that wasn't even distinctly related to his own. Genetically and cybernetically enhanced or not, that brain in his head had started out human. Human brains have enough trouble keeping one body coordinated without adding 2 more for good measure. He had to be struggling to process all the information as well as splitting his attention again and again. So we were not exactly facing a fairy at his best. You do know, I spoke up suddenly, that Volson's body isn't automated like humans. It needs constant attention from her mind to maintain its health and upkeep. Silence, fool, Summer spat at me. This is not the first time I've assumed control of her body. So he had been controlling her for some point before. Maybe he had even cut the hinges on the echina through her. So the jamming device really didn't block contact, I mused aloud. Summer's hand faltered. It pulled away from me momentarily before being slammed back into place, working on the latches. Ágoston's attention must have been elsewhere for a moment. I suspected that any control that he had seized from Wilson before had been brief and had been unaware of unique physiology's needs for constant attention. If that was the case, he was probably even now having to correct problems caused by the earlier neglect. As if to prove my point, when she did not speak up again, it was in his own voice. His words were strained even then. "It certainly made it more difficult," he grunted, "but not impossible. Foul creature, how does one function with such digestion?" He cut himself off and grew silent. Summer stumbled closer and slapped more armor bits, as if her head bobbed closer. I saw stiffness in her set jaw. She was struggling to regain control. Interesting. She finished unhooking most of my armor, the parts of bolt-in weaponry, anyhow, and moved on to tackle the next person in line. Lee, as it happened. "You kavodge," Scheid spit through the clenched teeth. "When I get my hands on your kavodging neck, I'll—" He yelped in pain. I glanced a quick glance over my shoulder in his direction. Scheid was lying on the ground with one hand touching his scalp. Bright red blood seeped between his fingers. Wilson stood over him awkwardly, clutching the oversized sword and the fallen fairy commander had dropped. "Kavodge," he shouted, "that hurt." "Silence," Ágoston said, tone almost lazy. "If you continue to make trouble, I will have to silence you permanently." I wanted to turn back around and check on Scheid. However, I forced myself to watch Summer instead. There. Her face jerked from what looked of intense effort to complete an emotional blank as I watched it. So, it really was taking up a lot of his concentration to hold both of them under his sway. I tried to think of some way that I could turn this to my advantage. The problem was that he had just kicked us all to the curb and decapitated 2 members of my team, even while controlling 2 other bodies. He was still deadly, even with his focus divided. "Come on," he ordered at last and gestured towards an opening in the wall ahead of us. "You have come so far, it would be a pity to stop now." I stood my ground for a moment longer. It was a token measure of defiance. If he had so much as raised a threatening eyebrow in my direction, I'm sure I would have crumbled, but I had to do something. People were watching us. "Where are you taking us?" I asked. He sighed dramatically. "I already told you," he said. "Do you wish to see the thing in the tower or not?" "What?" With only a moment's pause, I fell in step behind him. I heard rather than saw the others shuffling to follow. "If you were going to help us, what was this song and dance?" I asked him. He laughed at the question. Actually, the word laugh was a bit misleading. It implied some sort of jovial attitude. The sound had about as much resemblance to a normal laugh as a puppy does to a rabid Arctic wolf that it's just massacred an orphanage. Technically the same family, but one of them is colder, more insane, and drenched in a lot more blood. "Where did you get that idea that I was assisting you?" he asked mid-laugh. "Oh, the White Guard will enjoy that one." "White Guard?" I asked. "Other fairies," he snorted. "The Frahurahe," he corrected me. "White Guard informal chimeric. Why didn't I think of that before? At the time I had heard of the land of fairy, I had thought it was just my symbiote giving me an analogous translation. Why didn't I even consider that some Earth legends might have been rooted in the chimeric-influenced events? Earth humans had been as much as part of the complex Chimera War as the Sphere had been. We'd just wandered further from it. "Are there a lot of you?" I asked, just to keep him talking. 512, he said without thinking. Then he froze and glanced over his shoulder at his fallen comrade and smiled wickedly. 511. He corrected himself automatically and then added, "No new Fra-Ray have been added to the ranks in 5,000 years." I felt my eyes bulge in disbelief. This guy was thousands of years old. Thousands of years of practice with ever-present combat-ready exoskeleton armor. No wonder he so easily dispatched us. He wasn't even the oldest member of the group, apparently. Fra-Ray was the plural of god that had degenerated into English over centuries. Fae Maybe a small in number, but all 500 plus were dangerous. We'd be lucky if any of us made it out of this as a multicellular organism. We reached the doorway in the wall, and he waved us all inside. Scheid, sporting a pronounced limp, brought up the rear. Once we were inside, the door slammed shut and barely a click had to announce its passing. We were now in a Spartan compartment with featureless white walls and flooring. Once again, I felt no sense of movement. However, when the door sprang open once more, the exterior scene had changed. 2 more fairies stood guard waiting for us, each one more uniformed similar to orksters. In fact, if they didn't have brown hair, it would have taken them to be orkster's twin brothers, triplet brothers. The one on the left had his hair cut in a page boy style that came down to just below his ears. It should have looked ridiculous, but it didn't. The other wore his even longer than orksters, but bound into an enormous braid and terminated halfway down his back. As I looked closer, I noticed one other difference. The one with the short hair had brown eyes. The one with the braid had 1 green eye and 1 yellow eye. The heterochromic fairy glared at me as we barely repressed hatred. "Where's the Flaccaron Milan?" he demanded of orksters without preamble. "Executed," the blonde fairy said cheerfully. The mismatched eyes widened and flitted to the hilt of Ter's sword. "Oh goodness, no," Ter said while smiling. "Not by me, by the warrior over there." He gave the word warrior a slight sneer for emphasis as he nodded in my direction. I didn't respond. The guard glanced in my direction and frowned. "How could that have killed the lance commander?" he demanded of the blonde. Ter clucked his tongue sadly. "He really was foolish," he said. "Too reluctant to draw his sword. He tried to talk to the silly creature down and completely forgot that they were armed. Very savage." The last words were said in the faintest note of approval. The guard of the braid looked at me again. "The Lance Commander's nanites should have been able to repair any damage this one could inflict," he countered. "As I said," he repeated, "very savage." The guard snorted. It had taken me a moment to realize it, but he was speaking in English as well. Why were these fairies speaking my native language? To show that they can, there came the voice of whispering in my ear. A show of power, letting you know that they have already mastered your language and that you cannot keep anything secret from them. "Who are you?" I thought back. Orkster frowned as he turned his head. I thought he was going to glance in my direction, but no. He was simply looking off to the side in the direction of the obsidian black wall. "That thing's whispering again," he warned the others. I blocked it, though. It must be excited to meet our guests. The braided one nodded. "Do you need assistance with controlling these two?" the page boy one asked. His voice was a higher pitch than I expected. That's when I finally noticed a slight bulge in the upper part of the chest. That one was a female. "No, Bala Banakbal," Ter said formally. "It is not necessary for such as these." It was a lie. But the question was whether he was trying to impress me or the girl. Maybe he hoped that he could replace the sudden opening in the ranks as he was trying to feel out potential mates. Although, I was just likely that he didn't want to appear so weak that he had to take help from her. How much of his bravado was based upon ability, and how much of it was pure bluff? I wasn't in a position to test it, so I tried to stop thinking about it. But the idea kept nagging at me, like a mosquito buzzing in my ear. I found myself wanting to push the limits of bravado. But why? He'd mopped the floor with me. For the first time in my adult life, I tried to let common sense overrule my innate contrary nature. It was probably a losing battle. I don't think the wall was any more convinced than I was, but he must have outranked her because she remained silent. The one with the braid, however, didn't mind voicing his objections. "I know you're an apex," the braided one said in a low and formal chimeric, "but this is more important than your vanity. If your control lapses, then I'll have to notify the purebloods of your boasting." "They understand the mother tongue," Ter replied in chimeric. "If you studied the reports, you would know that. However, rest assured, my control is impeccable, unlike your own." The one with the mismatched eyes bristled but did not challenge Ter again. Instead, he took a step backwards and waved a hand towards the brick wall. "We will escort you to the tower," he said stiffly. He had also reverted back to English. "Do that, Nakaran, Val," Ter agreed with a smile. I saw Val's jaw twitch as the fairy remained silent. Our 3 escorts led us towards the black wall to our left. As we approached the wall, I could now see the ground appearing to be sunken beneath the enormous weight of the wall. Curious, I glanced upwards to see how tall it was, and glanced up some more, and then some more. It wasn't a wall, but the base of a tower the size of a city. The black wall tapered sharply as it rose. While it had a footprint of a mountain, it appeared to narrow to something that seemed far too thin to support itself. The fairy led us silently to the base of the tower and, as we approached, the bricks that formed the base began rearranging themselves. Bricks of something black that had features of both metal and stone flowed outwards and to the sides. There they stacked themselves neatly to form an arched doorway into the interior. As I watched, the corridor took shape and more of the blocks within followed outwards and to the sides of the building. Without commenting on this, the fairy stepped inside and the bricks flowed back into place to seal us within. We were now in a small chamber inside the tower, a bubble of emptiness surrounded by bricks. The bricks glowed with an eerie green light, provided the sole source of illumination inside that tiny chamber. The fairy walked towards the far wall and the bricks flowed away from them along the walls and the ceiling towards the rear of the room. We had to scramble to stay ahead of the river of bricks that dammed itself behind us. The chamber really was a bubble within the brickwork. We walked in silence for a few more minutes until the bricks flowed away from the transparent cube-shaped object. The cube was roughly 30 feet wide and tall. A door opened on the front as we approached. The fairy led us way inside silently, and, again, we meekly followed him. No point in staging a sit-in when the walls around you could rearrange themselves to crush you. We stepped into the chamber, and the door shut behind us. The bricks then flowed up to the sides and completely encased us. There was a shudder as the entire cube was lifted as the bricks flowed underneath it, and suddenly we were moving in a direction that we had originally been headed, towards the center of the tower. We moved horizontally for roughly 10 minutes, and then began to surge straight upwards. A moment later, I was blinded by a brilliant light flooding the interior. Blinking away the tears, I realized it was the regular sunlight that had blinded me. We were outside and rising up the shaft. Twin ropes of bricks flowing around us in the middle of the cube took the bricks from above and stacked them immediately below to propel us upwards. Ter stepped beside me and inhaled deeply as he sampled the fresh air. I felt no wind, however, so any air exchange with the outside must have taken place through a hidden vents that equalized the pressure for us. "Lovely, isn't it?" he said conversationally. "Just look at it. Isn't it magnificent?" He waved a hand vaguely in the direction of the white-walled city below. The city was so white that it was blinding. It was as if every stone had been individually bleached over and over again. Towers with domed roofs crowded low-slung white-walled buildings. It bore a faint resemblance to a medieval castle, except this castle had just made of stone. Living trees wound the branches around one another and around the stone walls. The trees had been carefully sculpted to strengthen and be part of the buildings rather than pry the stones apart. Massive trunks that spoke of centuries of growth were now solid cornerstones of enormous white walls that had merged with the trunk as the branches from each end grew together. I had to admit, but he was right, it was magnificent, a living building. Only people with lifespans numbering in the centuries could even try such a thing. My eyes wandered away from the building's glare of the white stone building with its pale tree anchors and settled on the more comforting deeper hue of the nearby lake. A square lake. Odd. "You sculpted that lake as well?" I blurted out. He snorted. "Hardly," Sarah said. "That was the bay door that the teachers used to bring the creatures inside before imprisoning it. Afterwards, they sealed the door off to make sure that it couldn't escape, even if it got out of the tower." Again, that tickle. "Distract him," I thought to myself. Well, I had nothing better to do, and besides, getting Narcissus to talk about his favorite subject might put me in a good graces for a moment or two. And it is now a lake? I asked, with a feigned interest. He shrugged. Over the centuries, the recess is filled with water, he said with a stifled yawn. Dreadfully boring if you ask me. I've suggested we reshape it into a more interesting shape. A fractal, perhaps, but there simply isn't much interest. It is painfully being the only artist among such a rabble. You have no idea. I saw Val's jaw twitch again. I was about to lapse into an uncomfortable silence again when I saw the look on the strain mixed with terror in Summer's eyes once more. His attention had wandered. Okay, maybe I could do something here after all. The other two gods called you an apex, I said suddenly. What does that mean? Terror asked as he glanced away. Oh, isn't it obvious? I'm a member of the gifted elite. We all have some psychic ability, of course, but only the apex can put off such feats as I. Well, I said and sounded impressed. They sent an apex to meet us. Did they think that we offered so much of a threat? Hardly, he scoffed once more. I volunteered. After all, this was my idea. What was? I asked. He rolled his eyes. Permitting you to live, he said irritably. They actually tried to kill you several times, you know. That clumsy attempt in Newtown, I'm embarrassed to say that was us. Of course, they didn't even have the decency to ask an apex to attempt it. They left it to some poor half-talent slob. I forgot his name. Again, Val's jaw twitched. Anyway, Ter went on, pretending to ignore Val's reaction. The beast up there tried to regain control over the girl, and several times. It was a real struggle for them until I stepped in. See, none of them thought to listen to what the beastie was saying about the code that was in your head, the killer code for the teachers. Well, once I heard about that, it was a simple matter to block the beast and tell the girl about the need to come here. Unfortunately, someone had already instructed the ugly one over there to cut at the hinges. I swear, if I hadn't sent those haploids your way, I'm not sure what would have happened. The plan was almost ruined. I nodded. So you helped me win that fight? I asked him simply. In a sense, he said. I made the haploid you were fighting stupider and clumsier. Don't feel bad. The rock and the eye gouging, all you. Honestly, when you took out his eye, I nearly got vexed. It almost ruined everything. I couldn't see at all anymore. Still, you savage little ferals are so industrious. I guess that's part of what the beast saw in you. The beast? I prompted. He sighed. I could tell that it was a topic that he was already bored with. You call it a super sentient, he said. No, to be frank, it is not super or sentient if you ask me. Well, not since the teachers lobotomized it. They did what? I sputtered. He yawned. Cut out a part of its brain, he said. Really screws up with the ability to perform telepathy. Also makes it stupider than it once was. Still, I guess they have more to fall back on than you do, human. The teachers locked away here into study just in case they ever came back, I suppose. They then lied to the changing ones, the Chimera, and told them their gods were all gone. When the Chimera discovered what was hidden in the tower, they felt a bit betrayed. He winked at me. Imagine the humiliation, he added. Thousands of years of modifying themselves with terrestrial-based creatures, hoping to recreate super sentience in themselves, only to discover their gods were space-based life forms. Isn't that hilarious? I nodded in agreement. A real knee-slapper, I said. I looked upwards and saw the dark spot blotted out the sun from the side of the sphere, an egg-shaped bulb at the end of a spike formed by the tower. That must be the creature's prison. It was difficult to judge the scale up here, but we had zoomed towards the egg shape and grew slowly. It must be several miles across. All of this for one creature. A space-based creature. How big might it get? Well, that's when they created us, he went on. The ultimate imperfection of your own one flawed design. He waved a hand at himself. In every way we are superior to your own kind, he went on. Even before the modifications, which are present from birth, thank you very much, they grow to reproduce inside of us so that... Time stop, immediate effect, the voice said. Time stop, immediate effect, I thought back. Unfortunate for me, the remains of my armor took a question to be in order. The internal pharmaceuticals kicked in, and I felt a prick at the back of my neck. When we... Ter's voice dragged out as if his voice was tape being dragged. The lights changed into some subtle way, and I found myself unable to move my arms and legs. I was frozen in time that flowed with the consistency of molasses. Ter's movement slowed to a fraction as the previous speed. Finally, someone said. I was afraid we'd miss our chance to talk. The voice came from beyond Ter's frozen shoulder. Slowly and painfully I pushed my eyes in the direction. There he was. Or, I should say, there I was. At least the version of me that the golden skin and tattoos. Good to finally meet you, Jason, he said with a nod. I'm the super sentient, and I'm sorry to do this to you, but we have a lot to talk about, and not a lot of time. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 64. Written by Semi Loki. I tried to force my jaw to work to say something. I couldn't. I tried to think the phrase, "What the hell do you do to me?" But even my thoughts seemed sluggish. I couldn't seem to do anything more than blink, and even that seemed to take effort. What sort of useless ash drug was this? Don't bother trying to talk, my doppelganger said with a sigh. You can't. Well, you can, but by the time you get the words out of this conversation will be over. Except, is it really a conversation if I'm the only person that can talk? Maybe I should call this a lecture. Get to the point, I tried to think at him. Right, he said, almost as if he heard me. The first thing you need to know is that things really aren't moving faster now. The time-stop drug doesn't make you go faster or anything like that. Everything is moving at normal speed for you. What it is doing is affecting your memory. Memories are being written much more densely than before. Your brain interprets that as if time has slowed down. The Chimera developed the drug because they thought giving a field commander a few moments to think during a fight or battle might be a good idea. The basic problem they ran into was that, no matter what, you hit a hard threshold of how long a human could experience the time stop. We only have got a little over half a minute of subjective time, and the effect will wear off. So I'm going to have to talk quite fast. As he talked, the body of my doppelganger began to distort. His head began to lengthen, and his arms and legs thinned out and stretched out. It was like someone was applying a morph effect between my body and the squid that got trapped halfway. Still, I half understood what was going on. It was as if I were receiving part of my information through normal verbal channels, and part was arriving through a subconscious level. I knew I saw myself at first, for example, because that's what my brain expected to see. A voice was talking to me inside my head. Who else could it be but me? So, when I projected an appropriate hallucination of the speaker, my natural default was to pick my own face. However, now that it had identified himself as my brain was getting used to the idea of someone else being in there, certain details were beginning to leak through as well. I really wish I could say more than "I'm sorry" right now, he went on, head tapering to a point as his eyes and nose turned black and merged into the darkening skin. I set part of this in motion when I tried to contact you. I hadn't realized the depths of the anger and hostility the Chimera felt once they discovered the truth about the abjecators. He sighed as his clothes merged into his torso and became more of the same jet-black body. He still looked semi-human in shape, but was growing less so by the moment. His feet lifted off the floor, and he talked and rotated upwards. His back now pointed towards the ceiling. His belly began to swell. As you probably figured out by now, he went on, that Apex standing next to you did a remarkably good job at imitating me. I mixed it with truth and falsehoods keep leading you here. We battled over controlling summer. He won more often than I did. I underestimated the fairy. His body was now looking more like a dirigible than tendrils spraying off the far end of it. His body hadn't grown in size from my original size, but I got the impression that I was looking at a creature that was enormous, miles long, perhaps. The part about the program in your head, he went on, it's true. That's why the fairy are bringing you to see me. The biggest obstacle to the Chimera overthrowing the abjecators is that the abjecators are incorporeal. with no bodies to attack. The Chimera can't figure out how to kill them. Then they find out from me that you have a custom-made weapon in your head. Now they just need to find out how to extract it, which is what they want me to tell them. By now, we had fully transformed into a super sentient. His body was black, so black that he probably was invisible in the depths of space. There was no eyes or nose or no visible mouth. His body was shaped like a football with thin tentacles splayed out in one end. The tail I now knew and curved towards the front. There they danced in unseen solar winds and brushed the ionized matter. Dust, stray atoms, gas, and other materials were given a charge and pushed gently in a direction of the skin. The thing didn't have a mouth. The entire outer skin was designed to absorb material. I knew in a flash that the reason it was black was because it absorbed radiation as well, and used it to help maintain plant-like symbiotic growth that was inside. It wasn't just an animal, it was an entire ecosystem. A colony of plants and microbes that helped nourish the larger creature as it drifted through space to supply new raw materials for life forms inside. It was beautiful. I don't know if that was the leakage coming through on our telepathic link, or if it was my own thought, but I felt it either way. The entire organism was beautiful, and tragic, and lonely. If I concentrated, I knew that I would see the crisscrossed scars across the top of his flesh near the front. Scars that indicated where the pulsed beams of high-intensity radiation were focused, burning through the sensory organs there, leaving the creature blinded and deaf to the universe, no longer able to forage for itself. The super sentient was helpless to whatever stray bits of matter were provided for it by the sphere's sun and whatever supplements the captors chose to feed it. The super sentient was starving. Its brain, decentralized and vast, had been selectively damaged, ruining its telepathic controls on the main channel of telepathy and removing the most powerful weapon against the abjecators. Deafened, blinded, and now rendered mute, they were still not satisfied with their rage. The abjecators crippled them in other ways too. Its egg pouch, the super sentients I found were all hermaphrodites, had been burned off to prevent any reproducing. The tips of the tendrils, where the male sex organs were kept, had been severed. He, she, it was no longer capable of reproducing, even if another of its kind was found. Still, that had not been enough. The super sentient had its wings at one time, gossamer solar sails that allowed it to ride the winds between the stars. These had been cut away. High-intensity lasers had burned their way through its flesh and destroyed its pulse heart, an organic analog of metaspace drive. It was now trapped to one star system and could never leave it. Finally, they began severing neurons and decentralized brain. They cut both the primary and redundant connections, leaving the poor creature a shadow of its former intellect. Only this mangled and helpless specimen of the race that had created them had been permitted to survive. I now understood something else that I didn't realize before. I now knew the real reason why it had asked us to seek it out, and it had nothing to do with the murder code for the abjecators in my head. "I wish to die, Jason," the super sentient said, confirming my fears. "I am the last of my kind, and I have been lonely and in pain for too long. My entire universe is dead, and I should have perished with it. I no longer wish to be part of yours. I know that is an unfair request. I wish I did not have to make it of you. Your species has so much potential, so wise, so strong, and yet so foolish and arrogant. My brothers and sisters would have loved you." The tendrils twitched. "Time is running short," it said at last. "I'm sorry, child. There is too much to say in too little time. Please grant me this one request. Allow me to die." "But how?" I screamed inside my skull. "How do I do that?" I felt something inside me, a feeling of warmth and amusement. "You keep your promise," the super sentient answered. "You promised her and me, the vow you made to her and me." I didn't understand. I felt an impatient sigh inside my head. "Time to go," he said. "Time is speeding up once more. Take care, child. As a parting gift, I will tell you that the code in your head can only be spread by direct link to the..." And then it was gone. We were out of time. The scene around me began to speed up once again. The distortion of Achloroctor's inane prattle began to warp back to normal speeds. This was why the super-sentient had asked me to distract the fairy. It was to allow this one moment of forbidden communication, to ask for help in ending the pain of the creature. The fairy, the final distorted product of the chimera's genetic tinkering on the human race, had other plans for it, to force it to extract the deadly code inside my head. The crystal chamber took on a red haze and had nothing to do with the lighting. Creating the changing one. The great creators themselves used the last bit of knowledge of biology to create a perfect being, Ter was saying. You must admit that they did an excellent job considering the crude source material. He was still flashing that same self-satisfied smirk. He opened his mouth and continued talking. I decided that I had heard enough. Fairies kept their testicles in exactly the same place as humans. Good thing to know, too, because otherwise I might have shattered my patella against his pelvic bone. Granted, it still hurt. There wasn't much in the way of padding there. So much for his theory that everything was done for the Fae to step forward, but it certainly hurt him a lot more than it did me. It also surprised him. Shut your freaking mouth, I snarled as he doubled over and his eyes crossed. From the corner of my eye I saw Summer jerk in response and regaining control over her body. Remember your promise. I remembered it all right. Summer, I shouted, just want you to know that I love you and I'm sorry. Goodbye. Then I looked forward at the surprised gaze of Achloroctor and charged. Fairies were taller and stronger than humans. Yes, but physics are still physics, no matter which world you are standing on. If something roughly of equal mass of your own collides with you, you move backwards. That's the way it works. I shoulder-checked him hard enough to lift him off the ground and across my shoulder in a parody of a fireman's carry. I rushed towards the wall while simultaneously reaching upwards over his shoulder. I gripped the pommel of his sword and yanked it down. Across his back, the 5-foot blade extended outwards. The ship's armor was tough. We'd seen all the abuse it could shrug off. Yet this jerk had managed to cut the head of Reimer with this very blade. I was guessing that there would be more work here than brute force. Regular steel shouldn't have been able to do that, even if the fairy was super strong. The point of the sword hit the wall with a crack. I had guessed right in one sense. It was definitely not a normal sword blade, but I guessed wrong in the amount of force it would take to crack the chamber. Achloroctor's face was a gamut of surprise to scared to back to fury since I kneed him in the groin. Now he was starting to make a recovery from the failed attempt at castrating him. His arms shot forward in a blur and wrapped themselves around my throat. He would probably have popped my head clean off if it weren't for the sound of 2 more impacts. I looked up and I saw the expression went right back into shock. His grip around my neck slacked enough for me to look over my shoulder. Summer and Volson had rushed the female guard, while Lee and Jack had grabbed the other male. All 3 swords were poking into the crystal cube. A spiderweb of cracks branched out from all 3 holes. I felt a faint stirring wind. We'd almost... Converge, you converge head! Someone bellowed from behind me for a moment before something heavy struck me in the back. What little wind was still in my lungs after being throttled by an angry fairy was forced out as I collided with Achloroctor's chest, which in turn drove the sword further in through the wall. Snap, crack! I swore to you, I grunted around, the fingers clenched tightly across my throat, that if you ever took over my mind again, I'd throw the both of you out of the... The walls exploded. I didn't know where the armor kept the emergency beacon, but, just in case, I told it to start screaming as I was ejected out of the chamber through the hail of, something. Not glass, but it cut everywhere it touched all the same. Everything was silent. That's the first thing I noticed, not the cold, nor the way I couldn't fill my lungs again with air, no matter what I tried. It was a silence. Before me, I saw darkness. Was I blacking out? No. A moment later, Achloroctor's ugly face swam into view. His eyes were bloodshot and his skin looked unusually pale. He was also angry with me. I felt him tighten his grip. We must be above the atmosphere, or the very least near to it. Well, no sense in letting him have all the fun. I reached back and punched him in the nose. He couldn't exactly block with what taking his hands off my throat, and since he was holding on to me anyways, that did a lot to keep him from flying away. Cool. I just invented the first zero-G martial art. Let them try and choke the life out of you and then start punching them in the head. I punched once more with my right fist and let the bone snap in my finger. Ignoring the pain, I struck again with my left and hit his ready bloodied nose once more. This punch was a lot more feeble than the first. I was running out of oxygen. Now there were 2 aclorocteurs in front of me with 4 arms gripping around my throat. Each one had the same nose and red crystals of blood leaking out of it. I tried to find the energy to ball my fist again. It wasn't there. Something pricked the back of my neck and 2 fairies turned into one again. The armor, what was left of it, thought that I was dying, which was true, so it hit me with an emergency stimulant pack to keep me going. The pack was designed to give the wounded soldiers just enough extra energy to get out of the line of fire and find cover. It boosted the nervous system, stimulated the heart, and oxygenated the blood. I'd gotten a temporary reprieve. I punched him again. His grip was starting to loosen. I punched him a 4th time, and everything started to go grey. Prick. And he's back into the ring. I balled my fists again, and this time I curled one of my knuckles slightly forward of the others to give my fist a natural spike at the end. I aimed for his eyes. The fingers let go of my throat, but that didn't do me much good. Actor floated away from me as he reflexively covered his eyes to shield them. My clumsy swings had gotten my body a bit spun, and finally the view started to change. For the first time since I'd been ejected from it, I saw the tower again. Or at least what was left of it. Black blocks struggled to fill the gap left behind by the exploding cube, but it was too much mass removed too quickly. The top of the tower was now listing to the one side as the moving blocks struggled to compensate. As I stared at the tower snapped, blocks leapt across the gap and formed a temporary bridge that held the tower intact for a moment longer. The top tilted even further to one side, and the blocks reformed to try and push it back. But the forces at play were too great. The difference in the rotational speed at the bottom of the tower versus the top, too long held in check, were now demanding payment in full for the construction's integrity of the tower. The shifting weight of the tower crashed down, causing a block of ejected into space. As if that had something given permission to the others, more blocks followed suit. The tower was crumbling. No matter how it rearranged itself, it would fall. I found myself almost happy about this. I took this all in a flash as my head rotated to view the tower and then beyond it. During that time I felt 2 more pricks at the base of my neck. Except, unlike before, these injections did little to slow the fuzziness that was filling my head. A dose of oxygen here or there was doing too little, too late. Space was too harsh of an environment for survival. My head filled with cotton and my lungs burned. I thought I felt a sloshing inside. I had a fleeting thought of blood vessels bursting and filling my lungs with blood before freezing. I wasn't sure if that was a real thing or a flight of fancy from a dying brain. I was now staring at the ground again. A field of green that stretched as far as my eyes could see swelled up before me. Beautiful in its own way, I suppose. It seemed to be getting larger. That must be the gravity pulling me in. I wondered briefly if I would survive long enough to breathe once more before dying from the impact. Down below, a tiny square of blue turned vivid shade of orange and then rushed towards me. A cloud of white and orange billowed outwards. I wanted to reach out my hand and touch it because it was so pretty. Like a giant flower of snow and fire. But I was still too far away. Everything started to go dark, and I thought, just for a moment, that I saw the square of blue that had turned black. Pity, the blue was much prettier. I'd seen too much black lately. Then, black was all that I could see. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 65, written by Semi-Loki. I was sitting at the counter at Fat Mike's Deli. The name of the place was really the Golden Times Deli, but no one ever called it that. Everyone called it Fat Mike's. Fat Mike himself was the grill assembling at Raybun. He was a large man, easily 400 pounds, but moved with a nimble grace that shouldn't have been possible for a man of his bulk. His spatula slapped the gruel and shoveled piping hot corned beef onto the bread. Swiss and sauerkraut were even layered on before the entire sandwich was slapped into the steamer. Fat Mike's sandwiches were served steamed, not toasted. While the sandwich steamed, he reached under the counter and pulled out a paper bag and snapped it open with one of his practiced movements. Fat Mike didn't believe in plates or trays. Regardless if the order was a dine-in or carry-out, it was treated the same. As I watched, he scooped out the freshly steamed sandwich and wrapped it in a wax paper with a quick, expert motions. The sandwich went into the bag, and then he picked up the scoop and began shoveling French fries on top of that. No container for the fries. Fat Mike considered the bag itself a container enough. Dark grease stains appeared along the bag, leaving it almost as greasy as Fat Mike's shirt. He folded it over the top of the grease-stained bag and then dropped it wordlessly and unceremoniously in front of me. He then moved on to his next customer. I must be waiting on Mom, I decided. Fat Mike was just a short walk away from my school, which was part of the reason it was so popular with the high school crowd. It wasn't that Mike was particularly good, but in comparison with the lunchroom, anything that wasn't immediately lethal was practically haute cuisine. I took the bag in one hand and looked for an empty booth. I spied my backpack and a drink cup reserved my spot for booth already. I guessed that I had already marked my territory. I sat down at the table and stuck my hand inside the bag, scalding hot fries seared by fresh, as I dug down to unearth the waxy package below. Something was wrong. Not the fries or the sandwich, those were familiar, as was Fat Mike's. I'd spent many afternoons waiting for my mother to get off work to run some errand or, more often than not lately, engage in some activity that her latest cult or fringe group demanded of her, which was fine by me. I'd rather spend the day in Fat Mike soaking up the grease than listen to her talk about how my aura was out of balance and the merits of chakra massaging and saltwater colonics. I was almost reduced to tears when I heard about Fat Mike's burning down the year after I graduated. It was like losing an old friend. I unwrapped the sandwich and was almost salivating in anticipation. Turkey and Swiss and whole wheat, my second favorite. I normally ordered the Reuben, but sometimes I just wasn't in the mood for the sauerkraut. I took a sip of the drink and washed away any dust on my tongue. Raspberry tea. I hadn't had a good raspberry tea since I left Earth. I looked back at my sandwich and frowned. That was odd. I didn't know that Fat Mike had started using onion Kaiser rolls. Shrugging it off, I shifted the sandwich and tried to take a bite. The acrid smell of smoke stopped me. When Fat Mike's went up, the entire neighborhood stank of smoke for days, probably decades worth of grease soaked into the walls. I tried again, and I couldn't fit it in my mouth. I looked at the sandwich again. No wonder. It had the severed head in the middle of it. I opened the bun and lifted Reimer's head from the inside and dropped it on the table. He glared at me. "Be careful," he warned me. "I'm not a basketball, you know." "Sorry," I said as I reassembled my sandwich. "I think you have a sauerkraut in your hair." "Well, brush it off for me," he said with an impatient tone. "I can't do it myself." I did as he asked. My sandwich was a Reuben again, and white bread this time. I lifted it to eat it again and stopped. I'd lost my appetite. "I'm sorry you're dead," I told him. He snorted. "That really doesn't help now, does it?" "I suppose not. Can I have a fry?" I dug one out of the bag and fed it to him. Fat Mike used peanut oil in his fryer when the French fries were fresh, and they were amazing, but every minute they cooled off they drifted closer to mushy, toxic sludge. These were still warm, so they probably tasted fairly good. Reimer said as he smacked his lips. "I always wanted to try one of those." "The sphere didn't have French fries?" I asked as I fished one out for myself. I ordered them with Cajun spice, it seemed. "Please," he said, "we're an early industrial society. It takes a certain level of sophistication before you really indulge in decadence." "Plus, you don't have France here," I added. "French in the case refers to the way the potato is cut," he reminded me, "not the country." "I didn't know that." "Yes, you did," he pointed out. "That's how this works. Now, wake up." "I am awake," I protested as I lifted my sandwich back to the turkey and Swiss. Oh well, I forced myself to take a bite this time. Oh gross, fried bologna, ugh. I looked at the sandwich again. It was definitely a Reuben once more. I looked at Reimer's head. Scrake's head had joined it. He still thinks he's awake, Reimer told her. Oh, be nice, she said. He's been through a lot. Summer's been telling me all about it. As she said the name, the pasty white hand reached across the table and plucked a fry from the bag. I looked up. Summer was sitting across from me at the booth. Her skin had an odd bleached look with the rosy red crystals surrounding her pale lips and nostrils. Her eyes looked sunken, while flecks of ice in her hair scattered the light while giving her an almost ethereal look. She opened her mouth to reveal a ruptured gums lined with crystals of blood frozen in her teeth. I did, Summer agreed. I can understand why he doesn't remember. Is that tuna salad? I pushed the sandwich over to her, which was, indeed, now a tuna sandwich. She chewed it greedily. I tried to watch my figure before, she confessed. Guess I can eat whatever I want now. Scrake's head smirked. Summer elbowed it, causing it to topple over. Get your head out of the gutter, Summer chided. If it's there, it's only because you rolled it there, Scrake's muffled voice retorted. She was face down on the table. I straightened her out again. So, am I dead? I asked them. Quite dead, Scrake said. Extremely dead, Reimer added. Not dead, Summer offered. Nice to know that we had consensus. I opened my mouth to ask another question when Scrake spoke up again. He's waking up, she said. Bring the neurotransmitters up to level 14, Summer grunted in a gruff voice. But sir, Scrake protested, that will just do it. The world exploded with a blinding flash of light. Pain rocked through my body, causing my full body to spasm. I snapped my eyes open and found myself in the bleak white room, buck naked and strapped to a surgical table. Isn't this where I came from? Captain Quack's angry face swam into view. Yep, definitely where I came in. The alien captain's mouth flapped in agitation. The murderer is awake, he said. I tried to think of a witty comeback, but breathing was difficult enough at the moment. He took a step backwards. No reply, he asked. Your Eminence, a familiar voice said. You just requested I administer high-level neurotransmitters, despite the fact he was already showing signs of awareness. His cognitive facilities have likely not recovered yet. What he said? It was a mixed blessing, really, finding out that Sulthus was also alive and enough to put the damper on anyone's day. Practically those of us who with low tolerance for stupidity. On the other hand, he seemed to be the voice of reason at the moment, so I was willing to make allowances. So the might of human neurology isn't all-powerful after all. Quack scoffed. Sulthus was silent for a moment. Beg pardon, Your Eminence, the acolyte finally said, but level 14 is meant to rouse a much larger species. The fact that his neurological system survived intact is a testament to his hardiness. Silence, acolyte, the captain priest snapped. Your opinion is neither desired nor merited. You do not understand the wisdom of your elders yet. He means he wants you to be wrong too, I croaked out in translation. Quack wheeled around and glared at me while Sulthus's tentacles slapped the floor enthusiastically. Extraordinary, the acolyte squeaked. His recovery is even faster than Ratlatya. A creature of his size should be showing signs of some permanent damage, but he seems to be fully recovered. If I hadn't been strapped down, I would gladly have shown the tentacled moron just how bad you can hurt and still meet the definition of full recovery. But I was tied down, and it was still difficult to think, so I settled for asking questions. Where am I? I asked. Silence! Quack screamed. Prisoners, do not interrogate the captor. Prisoner? I asked. Where am I being charged with? Breaking quarantine. Which was lifted, I interrupted. Stealing public property. He went on as if I hadn't heard me. Abandoned property, I corrected him. The Chimera left it behind and your side tried to seize it and failed. I was just better at it. Treason! I can't commit treason to a nation I don't belong to, I pointed out. You really haven't given this much thought, have you? And murder. Are we on that one again? I sighed. You can't call me a murderer if you bring the guy back to life. That's like claiming that you're disfigured due to a bad haircut. Murder! Quack repeated. Murder of my former science officer Volson. I froze and looked him in the eye with signs of deceit. His species, I kept forgetting to ask Volskin what it was, didn't know how about body language to realize the importance of masking their own while lying. I saw nothing but the naked truth staring back at me. When you say she's dead, I said slowly, do you mean? I trailed off. Dead, he agreed. She will not be brought back to life. I closed my eyes in silent sympathy. Poor Volson, her body must have not been able to tolerate the vacuum. Wait, this is Quack I was talking to. My eyes snapped open and I glared at him. Was she dead when you found her? I asked. His lips, mouth flapped. You son of a witch, I screamed. You could have saved her, couldn't you? You chose not to save yourself. The embarrassment of having her testify against you if this goes to trial. You worthless, hopeless, spineless, soulless, powerless. Enough of this, he shouted over me. You are a murderer and will stand trial before the high and low councils. You're the murderer, I shouted back. You could have saved her, but let her die because you are a coward. I spared her the indignity of a lifetime of imprisonment. Do you hear yourself? I asked. You are the real murderer here. Sir, Salthus spoke up, there is some legal precedent in what he— Silence! Quack barked. If not for me, you would be dead yourself, human. I'm supposed to be grateful, I asked. Oh, when I get loose I'll— You'll do nothing, he interrupted. There'll be no escape this time. You are here with me now, in my ship. That relic you absconded with is no more. Observe. As before, when I was first captured, a portion of the wall flickered to life and became a screen. The starscape filled the screen with a familiar white orb dominating the middle. There was a bright flash causing the screen to go white. A moment later, the starscape returned, but the moon was now gone. Fool! Quack said with an obvious relish. You underestimated me for too long. Did you think my title was mere ceremony? From my very cell, I orchestrated my brilliant escape. I used your food synthesizer to create ingredients for explosives. Then slowly, ever so patiently, I assembled the bombs until I was able to make a good of my escape. I recaptured my ship and left one parting bomb in your weapons cache. He was dancing with delight. I strained against the straps and tried to reach him, but I could tell that he was reveling in my frustration. Take him to the detention area, Quack ordered Salthus. We have no need for him here. I will return to the engine repair, see to reprogramming the pods for our guests. Salthus bowed his head and undid the straps on my wrists. No, you fool! Quack shouted. Don't release! The next few words were choked as I timed the punch incorrectly. I meant to catch him with his mouth closed, but I caught him mid-syllable, punching the back of his throat. It was an odd experience, but, judging by the way he fell to the floor retching, an effective one. He gagged and waved those oozing zigzag arms around trying to make his wishes known. Salthus, as I expected, was useless. Your Eminence, he stammered. I undid my ankle straps. Don't bother, I told the eel-faced alien. He's probably going to need the surgery pod before you decommission it. Just do what he said and take me to the detention area. It's not like I can walk back to Earth. I'm done fighting you. To prove my point, I slumped my shoulders forward and hung my head as I shuffled my way towards the only door in the room. Salthus had to hurry to catch up and then pass me so that he could properly lead the way. Quack garbling and gasped from the floor. In the hallway, the alien stopped long enough to requisition for me a ship's coverall slippers from the dispenser we passed. He's a bonehead, but he has this, blood-pumping organ or whatever they used to equivalent of his species in more or less the right place. He just got sucked up by a cult of idiots. It can happen to anyone. Most religions count on it during membership drives. My mother is a prime example of it. I follow him down the featureless white corridor to an archway with no door, or rather an invisible door. I feel the hairs of my arm prickle as I step closer, the telltale sign of an active force field if my experience with my powered armor was to be trusted. The prickling just stopped as the alien pointed a tentacle at the room beyond. In there, he ordered. I entered without protest. Jason! Something soft and warm flung itself upon me. I staggered slightly from the impact. But I wasn't about to make a sound of protest. Heather had her arms wrapped around me and, for the moment, all was right in the world. If I have a personal philosophy, is that time spent with your arms around a pretty girl automatically trumps times not spent doing that, especially after the ordeal where you are surprised to find yourself still alive. I was so worried, she murmured into my shoulder. They said the damage to you was far worse than with us. It was as if you burned through your reserves of oxygen levels faster. Fighting a psychotic fae will do that to you. I mused but said nothing. I really didn't want to do it. Really didn't want to do it, but I pushed her away from me, and I needed to look her in the eyes for my next question. Who else made it? I asked. Heather sniffed. She wasn't crying, not really, but she looked like she might start. She waved a hand at the room beyond her, and I looked up to see a familiar shape sitting on the floor in a barren room. The professor looked the worse for wear. Her ebony skin was patched over with bright white straps of flesh along with her hands and face. It gave her a marble look. Everyone else had fairer skins, and their strips blended in better. Synthetic skin of some sort, I guessed. Lee, the professor, and Jack, and one other. Shide? I asked in disbelief. Takes more than the outer black of converging take me out, he grunted. Despite his bravado, his voice of the words sounded pained. Strips of white, not flesh, wound around his neck and down the other side of his coverall. His wounds seemed to be more extensive than the rest. Wasn't he wounded to begin with? Exposing an open cut to pure vacuum probably hadn't done him any favors. Heather's hair had been partially shaved away on her left side to apply white flesh to the side of her skull. Lee's arm and face were speckled with pinpricks of white. Now that I remembered it, he'd been right up against the crystal wall when it shattered. If there had been a mirror inside, I was certain that I'd be in no better shape than they were. Summer? I asked aloud. Lee was the only one brave enough to answer me. Even then, it was just a mild shake of his head. A heavy weight settled in my stomach. I'm so sorry. I spoke the words aloud, but I wasn't sure who they were intended for. Lee stirred first. As far as we can tell, he said, when you triggered the distress call, the Dyer Blade had few probes on standby next to the gate. Dyer himself couldn't get any closer because of the sphere's defenses. When the beacon went off, he had them blast the gate open. I made a low whistle. They had something that could cut through the sphere's skin. He shrugged. Something called a Chekhov gun, he said. I didn't understand it. Sulthus tried to explain it, but frankly, it was lost in me. Me too, apparently, I admitted to them, partially to change the subject, and asked, but how did we end up getting rescued? The probes had some sort of emergency pods that they could deploy, he said, and life support bubble. They burst inside and used our distress beacons as triangulate our position. When you first set off the beacon, it set off all of our beacons as well. Summer didn't have one, Heather added. The weight of my stomach increased to that of a neutron star. I'm sorry, I repeated again. I don't think she wanted to be saved, Heather added. I went to help her and Volson at the ferry. She was smiling, Jason. It looked, strange on her. I sighed and looked at the clear spot in the floor to slump down. The probes were towing us back to the Dyer Blade when Quack and Sulthus made their escape. Heather went on, finishing the story of our rescue for me. They intercepted the probes and cut the rescue pods from them. I screwed up big time, I admitted, and got 4 of our friends killed. Well, 3 if you count Volson. I'm blaming Quack for that one. There's more, Lee said. Jason, I don't know if they told you about Dyer Blade, but, it's gone. They told me all right, I said. The room went quiet. Everyone was staring at me as if they expected something from me. I didn't know what to tell them. Professor Madakai cleared her throat. I think, she said slowly, translating the silence for me. What are you going to do about it? Do about it? I asked her. Nothing. I'm fine where I am. Jason, she said patiently, we are prisoners aboard an enemy ship. Going to Overseer, I reminded her, which is right where I want to go. She blinked. As a prisoner? Heather asked for her, or maybe gasped at the question. I don't know. I wasn't looking in her direction. Jason, Lee asked, you're not giving up, are you? I sighed. All these questions and none of you have really asked the really good one yet, I pointed out. What question is that? Lee asked. If Dyer is a warship capable of sustaining enemy fire for years, Jack suddenly blurted out, how did a couple bozos with a homemade bomb take him out? Spoken like a true protege, I agreed with a grin. Everyone stared at me. I held up a finger, motioning them for silence. Are we clear now? I asked the empty room. Yes, Captain. Dyer's voice came from the empty air next to my head. My ability to scan is limited at the moment, but I detect no surveillance devices. I sighed again, but this time in relief. Thank goodness. Dyer! Heather shouted. You're alive! He was silent for a moment before answering. Yes, Navigation Officer Heather, he admitted. I am functional. Lee was staring at me wide-eyed. What's going on? He asked. I thought we were on Quack's ship. We are, I said, which, if you may recall, was sitting in Dyer's hangar for quite some time. Dyer and I had a discussion about other possibilities of nanites and other just identification. I have coated the walls of the cells with a layer of nanites, he explained, to act as tympanic membrane to facilitate communication at a distance. Can they intercept this message? I asked. I believe they may be able to detect it eventually, Dyer admitted, but the decrypting of it should prove challenging. I suggested we keep our messages to one another brief. Wait, he interrupted. I saw you get blown up. I was wondering about that myself, I admitted. Nice special effects, Dyer. How did you pull it off? When the prisoner began requesting food that, while technically edible, would provide substantial nutrition, the ingredients were compared to the database of ordnance, the ship said. While I did honor the request, the ingredients were far less than the amount specified. You gave him substandard ingredients for his bombs, I asked. Yes, the ship admitted. When your distress call was received, the guard robots had their patrol routes altered to create an opening. The prisoners detonated their bombs, believing it sufficient to knock out the force field to their cells. The fields were actually deactivated. The automated defenses were reprogrammed to miss as the prisoners were allowed a daring escape. The final explosive was placed in munitions. Although not sufficient to cause damage, the explosive was secured and neutralized. A much larger explosive was then jettisoned in the direction of the escaping craft and remotely detonated. Using the cover of the explosion, the ship was accelerated towards Overseer. Standard jamming measures were taken to prevent detection by long-range scanners, but a visual inspection or attention to gravitational sensors may have revealed the truth. You disappeared because they didn't think to look in the right direction, Lee sputtered. Essentially, First Officer Lee, Dyer confirmed, this tactic had a low probability of success against a competent opponent. Lee rounded on me again. You planned this? He asked. I just suggested it as an option to Dyer, I protested. When we were suiting up Scheid and the others, I discussed possibilities of rescue scenarios. Floating in space in the middle of sphere surrounded by hostile fairies was a suggestion. Heather asked, in disbelief. Being incapacitated, I correct her. I told Dyer that if the real goal was to get Overseer, we should consider the notion of having Quack escort us there rather than in guns blazing, while sneaking a moon ship into the area just in case guns are necessary. I received an elbow to the ribs and grunted in pain. And you didn't tell us, Heather demanded. Ah, well, first there was a scare about the saboteur, and then everything else went on. I sort of, forgot. I shrugged. You forgot you came up with a rescue plan that involved using Quack's ship as a Trojan horse, she shouted. Oops. Captain, Dyer said, forgive me for interrupting, but I'll need time to get to Overseer before you. I'll need you to come up with some way of delaying the ship's arrival. I frowned. Good point. In all the excitement of planning, I had completely forgot that Dyer had a 50-day ramp-up period before he could engage in metaspace drive. The smaller ship, while slower in the longer term, would vastly outpace the moon-sized battleship if it could jump to metaspace first. I said as I glanced around the featureless cell. I added as I noted the lack of weaponry, tools, or a Holocaust cloak. Okay, I said, give me a moment to think about this. Oh, for Roger's sake. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 66. Written by Sebi Loki. Restoring hope to those that have lost it. That feels wonderful. For 3 glorious minutes I was king of the universe, 4 tributes rolling in from parallel universe, seeing the light return to the rise as the fires of hope were rekindled and stoked. We weren't captured, this is all part of the plan. Now that they realized that I didn't so much have a plan, as I was still winging it, I saw the hopes cool to dark embers and disgust filled their eyes. That kinda sucks. Okay, I said, this isn't a disaster. We just need to create an engine problem. From in here? And he asked, Dyer, your nanites, you can send them to the engine room. They'll most likely be eradicated by the standard issue sanitizers, Dyer pointed out. Even if I successfully reprogrammed them to infiltrate the engine and bypass the sanitizers, I did not harden these nanites against plasma flux. If they are in proximity of the engines then... Fine, I said as I rubbed my face with my hands. Can you disable the force field to our room? Yes, Captain, I agreed. Fine, I said. When we open the cell, we find a lead pipe and we beat the ever-living, and tip our hand at something that's helping us, he asked. I slumped my shoulders. I had nothing. How about navigation? Professor asked. Can you, I don't know, alter it so that we get lost? Dyer didn't have an answer for that. It is possible, Dyer admitted. If the nanites were in proximity to the navigation console, I could introduce some errors to the hypercube calculations. I poked up a bit. How lost would that make us? I asked. Not so bad that we ended up stranded, right? Negative, Dyer assured me. The hypercube matrix will fail if it's too far out of tolerance. However, it'll necessitate utilizing shorter metaspace jumps until the adequate service facility is located to calibrate the matrix. This sounds promising. Do you know where the service center might be? I asked. Silence. Your pardon, Dyer answered. I was updating navigation via the comm channels. I was not issued with Conflux service maps. I looked at the others. He was downloading information for his GPS, he translated. I get that, I said testily. I'm just surprised that they don't encrypt the data. It seems that a scout ship sent ahead would find vital targets just by updating its maps. They aren't in a state of war at the moment, Lee reminded me. That tactic was used during the last conflict, Dyer added. Plus, Lee went on, they're all idiots. It was his turn to rub his face in frustration. I think I heard him mutter something about Hannibal being able to conquer an entire conflux sector as soon as they found a vacuum suit for an elephant, but I may be mistaken. The nearest service center is Haltoid Station, Dyer finally replied. It is accessible through the nearest Nexus gate, and with a transfer in 3 gates to a new Nexus gate with an additional 3 metaspace jumps. With a 2% error in the matrix calculations, this can be increased to 5 jumps to the Nexus gate. From this point, the 4 jumps at the termination gate. With the service time for calibration, this should add approximately 79 days to your total travel time. A smile crept to my lips. It was beautiful, it was perfect, and it would save us all. Naturally, some low-flying pigeons with inflammatory bowel disease had to ruin my parade. However, Dyer added, I cannot access the navigation console with these nanites. The bridge is sanitized as well. I would need someone to carry the nanites to navigation console and open it up directly before such a feat can be accomplished. Well, so much for that plan. On to plan B. Wait, was this plan B or C? Heck with it. On to plan F. Well, I'll just skip a few letters to make sure that we don't have a plan confusion. Weak link. Jack, who had been unusually silent, spoke up. What's the weakest link on the ship? That's easy, Scheid answered. The white cavorting tentacle thing with a complete cavorge head. He does have his head shoved so far up his rear that he can use his sphincter as leg warmers, the professor agreed. I have no idea what that means, I interrupted, but I approve of the profanity upgrade in our science officer. All in favor of keeping it, say aye. There was a chorus of ayes, with only the professor and Dyer abstaining from voting. The white stripes on the face made it easier to tell that the professor was now blushing. But you're both right, Jack finally said. He is losing IQ points when he goes to the bathroom. Sarcasm upgrade to security officer, Lee mumbled in my direction. Not an upgrade, I mumbled to Jack. Just rarely used feature. And he is definitely the weakest link. She continued as if she hadn't heard every single word we said, even though we were standing all 3 feet away. So all we need to do is get the nanites on him and have him open the navigation console. How do you propose we do that? Asked our professor. Ask him nicely. I was thinking more along the lines of a bold-faced lying, she admitted. But sure, asking works too. Just for the record, I said as I stood next to the force field waiting, no one is allowed to call any of my plans dumb from now on. This is the dumbest thing that we've tried so far. That's saying a lot. Dumb plans for dumb minds, Jack countered. Is that a commentary on me or Sulthus? I asked. She didn't reply. I sighed and faced the force field again. Ready, gang? I asked. Lee nodded. Shai just yawned and undid the front of his coverall. We wanted to set Sulthus' attention, but not Quock's. We argued about the best way to do this and decided that setting off a minor alarm would probably be the best way. Sulthus was probably closer to us than Quock and would be the one to show up to deactivate the alarm. If not, we'd just keep tripping it over and over again until Quock got bored of dealing with us and sent the dim-witted acolyte priest to reset the alarm. Good plan on the surface, it's just that the problem of finding the alarm we could trip. We really didn't have any tools with us, and Shide asked Dyer if there was any moisture alarms. Dyer confirmed that there should be one associated with the force field because of the electrical features. I really didn't care for the next part of the plan. The three of us, the only males in the group and, as such, the only ones with relevant biology that was equipped for easy aiming, stood facing outwards towards the corridor and pretended not to hear the sniggering coming from behind us. Just like pissing on an electric fence, Lee muttered as he undid his own coveralls. Never tried it, I admitted. Might end your lucky streak if it goes badly then, he added. Either of you Kavochas get any of my shoes and your grandkids will be born with a limp. Shide snapped. With that, Shide did up his part to try and trigger the alarm. Sort of ruined the moment for me as I was hoping to yell, "Release the Kraken!" first, but I guess no one has the sense of dramatic timing. We joined in. The problem was that we had no idea how much would be needed to trigger the alarm. It sort of depended on where the sensors were and the accuracy of our aim. The good news was that we ended up triggering it pretty quickly, and none of us got electrocuted for the bother. The bad news, contrary to what the woman might think, men don't come with an off switch there. Once it starts, there isn't a good way of turning it off. So once the alarm sounded and we heard the tentacles snapping down the hallway in response, Lee and I started shaking and trying to hurry it along. Not Shide, he just kept a steady stream going with a blasé look on his face. I just covered up as Sulthus appeared. Shide, still going. He winked at the alien, finished up, turned around to face the womenfolk, and only then did he button up. Kids, don't be a Shide. What are you doing? Sulthus blurted out as he flopped near. When you're a big boy and have outgrown your training pants, I'll explain it to you, Lee said. I need to watch Lee. I think he's after my job. What he means, I said quickly, is that there are no toiletry facilities in here. We had to do something. But this is unsanitary, the alien protested. Why must you make a mess? Was this a real question? Are you going to take us to the bathroom, or do we have to find out how unsanitary it gets? I asked. He slapped a point on the wall and the alarm went off. The tentacles did a complicated dance and the force field vanished. Man, he really was dumb. What happened to the plan to bum rush him? Never mind, this is better. Placing a hand on the wall, I reached over to the other and gripped a point that I guessed was approximately where his shoulder would be. It squished. Thanks, I said, trying not to envision a swarm of microscopic robots scuttling over my skin. You're a lifesaver. You really came through for us. No thanks is necessary, he said properly as he stared at my hand. I will escort you one at a time to the disposal facilities. Does it handle all biological emissions or just waste products? Shide asked. Have you got the time? I was just thinking. Shide, I said warningly. He shut up. You helped us out, I said as I turned my attention back to the tentacled alien. I mean, we were in a real bind. I really feel that we owe you one. That is not necessary, the acolyte persisted. If you will unhand me, and I can begin escorting you to the first prisoner. I suggest you establish priority of need before we begin. I kept my hand on him. But I really appreciate this, I said. You did me a solid, so I can do you a solid. So I'm going to do you a solid as well. Solid? What? Exactly, I said. I was just thinking that you've got a long trip ahead of you, right? What? He asked and then blinked. Okay, I suppose. This is part of why we wish to put you into hibernation, otherwise the voyage might be problematic for you. Yes, I agreed. Good thinking, but we're currently out in the middle of nowhere, right? Bad place for a flat tire. A flat what? See, you're right with me, I agreed. I was thinking you needed to do a checkup of the ship from top to bottom. It's been mothballed for a long time. The diagnostics were acceptable, he said. I asked you again to unhand me. But do diagnostics capture everything, I said. What if the diagnostic computer is also damaged? Then what? Who does a diagnosis of the diagnosing machine? Pardon? In fact, I said, I think it would be a good idea to prove to Quack your devotion to this task by personally inspecting everything. Everything? Personally? But that's absurd. You're right, I said. What was I thinking? But at least check the critical systems. When was the last time you cracked open the navigation console to make sure that everything was hooked up correctly? Navigation consoles are virtually maintenance-free, he protested. I do not see the reason for this. You're right, I said, and finally let go of his tentacles. No need to worry about booby traps. Booby traps, he asked. Yeah, I said, with a knowing wink. After all, your ship was captive for a while. Could be all sorts of nasty surprises waiting, things that don't show up in diagnostics. His tentacles did a fluttering tap dance against the floor. I see, he stammered, but human needs to use the facilities first. We're all good in here, Chief, Lee said. Why don't you go and inspect navigation? Then please step back into the chamber, so I might lock you all in again, Salthus said quickly. I have matters to attend to. I stepped back inside and allowed myself to be locked in again. The eel, like alien, spun around and then zipped down the corridor with tentacles flying. Was that enough contact, Dyer? I asked. Affirmative, Dyer replied. His voice was quieter and more tiny. It had less nanites to devote to vibrating the wall to create sound. Good, I said, and then asked, Does the word cannon fodder mean anything to you? Negative, Captain, Dyer answered. Please elaborate. I got the feeling that he was lying and just playing along. I sighed. It's an Earth thing, I explained anyway. In times of battle, they would put a stupider and more useless soldiers up front to absorb ammunition, while you put the more valuable troops into the most effective position. He was quiet for a moment. Ammunition for which side? Dyer asked. I threw up my arms into the air. Now you're beating me at the punchline too, I demanded. I sat down on the floor and waited. Captain, a small voice said beside me. I blinked in surprise. Surprisingly, I must have dozed off. I looked around the room and found most of the others nodding off as well. Dyer? I asked. Yes, the ship replied. The former prisoner Salthus has opened up the navigation console and physically touched its insides. He actually damaged an important condenser sensor, and I was forced to repair it before implementing our sabotage. Now that's some irony for you, I said with a yawn as I sat up. You've done what you can. Yes, Captain, he agreed, but we have another problem now. Which is? I asked. The power cells on the nanites are quite small, and their effective comm range is quite limited, he explained. My control over them is weakening, and the lead time I have increases. I nodded my understanding, even though he couldn't see it. Can you still reprogram the remaining nanites? If I do so, he warned, then we will lose all effective communications until you locate another comm. One problem at a time, I said. Here is what I want you to do. I laid out my instructions. 4 hours later, Quack finally poked his head around the corridor to glare at us. I could tell by the way he was standing that he was here to gloat. I glanced at my friends. They got the hint. It was showtime. From his mouth, Quack withdrew a small pistol and pointed it at us. I understand that this won't kill you, he said. It will hurt intensely. Offer any resistance and I will hurt you. Is that understood by you? Yes, I answered. He didn't move. He forced each of us to acknowledge him in turn. Smug jerk. Very well, he said as he tapped the wall beside us. The force field disappeared. You will now walk towards the surgery and be placed into hibernation, he ordered. If you resist in any way, I will shoot you many times. It'll hurt greatly. I didn't reply. I simply walked towards the door while dragging one palm across the wall. The others fell in step behind me, forming a line. They dragged their palms as well. If Quack noticed this, it didn't understand the significance of the act. He backed up a few steps and kept the pistol trained on us. Dumb. Very dumb. Humans were faster than he was. Even if he shot one of us, the other 4 would be on him, tearing him from limb to limb. Why was he so cocky? Unless... Tell Salthus to step away from the self-destruct button, I told Quack. We aren't going to fight you. The floundering dance of surprise at hearing my words was worth playing that particular card. Besides, I liked keeping him guessing about human abilities. We marched single file down the corridor and turned into a new room at his command. Inside, as I expected I would see, were 6 egg-shaped pods. You will remove your... We were already stripping. I caught him snapping his mouth open and closed a few times to process this odd behavior. He expected defiance. He welcomed it, in fact. That would give him an excuse to show the futility of resistance. He wasn't sure what to make of this open cooperation. We each lined up and next to a pod and ran our hands along the side of the interior before climbing inside. All we could do was hope that the nanites would go to work and cause just enough damage to warrant a repair from the service center as well. Nothing that would kill us, but enough that Quark would have to let us out of hibernation first. "Kavoj, girl!" I heard Shide yell. "You've been holding out. I'm going to need that facility break now for sure." "Nothing that would kill most of us," I quickly amended. I climbed into my pod and laid down. The lid reappeared over the top and casting me into complete darkness. A moment later, I felt myself sink as the pod molded itself around my body. I felt myself start to fade. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 67, written by Sibby Loki. For once, I didn't hallucinate while under the effects of hibernation. No one tried to physically bond with me or otherwise influence my overtaxed mind. Without those dreams, I now discovered waking up from hibernation can be quite shocking. It wasn't like sleep where our unconscious mind drifts down into a slumber and back again. It was like feeling my mind grow a bit hazy and for a second before being hit with a body full of muscle cramps and hunger pangs. I didn't just gradually become aware of these pains, they hit me all at once. It was like I was taking a pleasant walk along a natural trail only to get hit by a double-decker bus. Unexpected and completely devoid of appropriate context. The surgery pod was malfunctioning. That had been our intent all along. I just hadn't realized it would hurt so much. The pod seemed to realize its error and tried to dope me up with painkillers and muscle relaxants. I became a limp blob of jelly laying at the bottom of a pitch-black pod, completely unable to move. I didn't care, because the cartoons were about to start. Something happened and I could move again. The pain was back, but not nearly as severe. The wool that had filled my skull left and I could focus again. I also felt the need to vomit. Before I could spew the non-existent contents of my stomach, something changed again. Now I felt tired, weak, and hungry, but mostly human. The lid disappeared and I sat up. The other pods were opening near me, and I looked around. Surprisingly, my coveralls were stacked beside the pod, probably Sulthus. I doubted Quark would have such manners. I reached over and pulled him inside the pod and began dressing in there. Kavoj! At least give me the benefit of a bottle if the world is going to tax me with a hangover anyway, I heard Shide shout. Oh, my word, the professor shouted. They're gone! She leapt out of the pod and spread her arms out. Those white stripes are gone, she said proudly as she flashed a wide grin. A moment later, her grin faltered. I should have gotten dressed first, she commented before driving back into her pod. I sighed as I climbed out of the pod. We were getting far too casual with each other around here. Lee climbed out of his pod a moment later with the top still undone of his coverall. He looked more muscular than I remembered. Been working out, I said with a snicker. I was going to ask you the same thing, he said. I glanced down. He was right. I gained muscle. Or was it just fat melting away? I flexed my arm and touched it. Nope. Muscle. Those pods, I mumbled. They must have overstimulated muscle growth. You mean I could get a workout without going to the gym on one of these? Heather asked as she popped her head out of the pod, fully dressed. Damn it. We should patent this when we get home, she said. We'll make a fortune. Beach bodies for couch potatoes. Jack chose that moment to climb out of her pod. She now had breasts. I glanced at Lee. Not a word, he warned me. I doubt she's happy about it. He was right. There was so much fire in her that just being caught in the backlash of that glare almost singed my eyebrows. She was daring any of us to say anything. I cleared my throat. Anyone hungry? I asked. I could slurp the crap out of a kavod and call it a fine dining right now, Shide said. I looked at Lee. He means yes, Lee translated. Didn't know you were fluent in idiot, I commented. I've been speaking to you, haven't I? He was definitely after my job. Unfortunately, the witty retort synapses in my brain needed a few minutes to warm up and stretch before they got moving again after a long nap. So, I just grunted acknowledgement and decided it'd be more useful if I did scouting expedition to find the dining cart. I took 2 steps out of the room before I collided with Quack running down the corridor. I staggered a few steps. He fell backwards and bounced off a crate of some sort and was floating about 6 inches off the floor. "You're awake," he said, sounding more surprised than angry. I checked the witty retorts and synapses, and they were still on the first cup of coffee and told me not to bother them again until the Good Morning America. I grunted. He scrambled to his feet and tore open a crate. I saw rifles inside. I tensed my wobbly legs in anticipation of hurling my clumsy self upon him. He dug out a rifle and handed it to me. Now it was my turn to be confused. I checked the power setting. It was fully charged. "What?" I asked. He pushed the crate at me. "Distribute these to the others," he ordered me. "I'm in need of your assistance." "My assistance?" I asked. "You've tried to kill me multiple times. Why would I help you?" "Because," he explained, "I'm not attempting to kill you now, which is more than I can say for those that are waiting for us at the windy dock." The rifle fit the human hands, but wasn't designed for them. It was awkward to hold, so aiming it at Quack's head was a bit clumsy. He didn't move. "Who did you make angry now?" I asked. "Angry mob of unbelievers. We are in Haltoid Station in need of vital repairs," he said quickly, "and the station itself has just been seized by the Ron Empire." Ron Empire. Why did that name sound familiar? Then it came back to me, sitting in the living room of my apartment with Valson repeating the same story about the status of Chimera and Conflux, except this time she dropped some new information. Information about a larger and more powerful threat than the Chimera. I lowered the rifle. "Everyone, get out here and get a gun," I barked into the room. Everyone ran out, looked at the crate, and immediately armed themselves and pointed their guns at Quack. "Your species is incredibly violent," Quack conceded. "Unfortunately, I have a use for this right now." "We're not shooting him?" Jack asked. "Not at the moment," I replied. "Ask me again in a few minutes. The Ron are here." "What?" she sputtered. To her credit, she lowered her rifle, and the others followed suit a moment later, all except Scheid, who chose to keep his leveled at Quack's head. "The Ron are in negotiations with the fair traders," Quack said icily. "The Ron are fiercely protective of their territory. None are allowed to enter even for the purposes of trade. The station was selected as a neutral site when captured." "Selected?" the professor asked. "You almost say that like a kind of choice." "They did," Quack said. "They could have opted for annihilation. We looked at the guns. After months of living in power armor and mere energy rifles seemed woefully inadequate for protection." "What do you expect us to do about it?" Lee asked. "Protect me," the captain hissed. "When we dock with the station, it'll still be part of the Conflux. As of this moment, we are now part of the Ron Empire. I must negotiate our release as well as to convince the Ron to permit the necessary repairs." "Why would we want to do that?" I asked on behalf of everyone else. "It seems that if you get blown away, that's in our best interest." Quack glared at me and flapped his arms near his side. I hadn't seen that particular mannerism before. I didn't think it was a good one. "Fool," he said coldly. "The Ron will destroy the base after they finish negotiations. They do not wish for any territory outside their current empire and will not suffer the indignity of permitting a lesser race to capture what they once possessed, even if it's discarded." "You mean they're going to kill everyone on the base for an ego boost?" I asked. "They're xenophobes," the professor observed. I glanced in her direction and frowned. "That's more literal than usual," I agreed, "but I don't see how that helps in our current situation." She started to answer, but then it seemed to think better of it, and she shook her head. "Just thinking out loud," she said in an unconvincing way. I decided not to press her for the matter, and she had already thought of something she didn't want Quack to overhear. Or was it something else? "You are a violent and destructive species," Quack interrupted my musings. "For once, perhaps you can put it to good use. I need you to act as a bodyguard as I negotiate our release." "You've negotiated with the Ron before?" I asked. He slapped his mouth shut and then opened it again. "Has any in the Conflux successfully done that?" I asked. He didn't answer the question either. This really did not seem to be a good start. Unfortunately, it didn't get much better with that either. At the moment the klaxon sounded, Quack's reaction was what was most extreme. He retreated until his carapace was almost flush with the wall and looked about wildly. "They have boarded," he wailed. "They are already here. We must make a show of force, or we'll be crushed." That sounded like a really bad idea to me. People who conquer an entire station just so that they don't have to put up a welcome mat probably don't grovel easily. Once again, I was running into that weird tunnel vision that I had noticed before with aliens that I had encountered. They had surprisingly rigid thought process that adapted poorly to new situations. A larger and technologically advanced army isn't going to be impressed by 6 people with cheap guns. A show force wouldn't work in such a situation. Unfortunately, I didn't really have any better plans to offer. The floor vibrated and the sounds of marching feet. Quack dropped to the floor and cowered. No matter how many times I attacked him, and killed him, I had never been able to crack that shell of self-assured arrogance. Now something had yet to enter the corridor had done just that. I looked up in time to see them. There were 9 of them, marching towards us 2 by 2, with one larger specimen standing alone in front. I noticed the wings first, insectoid wings that fluttered along their backs in time with their marching. Armored plates that could cover and protected the retracted wings swung open at the sides. Armor was black as jet. I wasn't entirely sure if I was looking at actual armor or some sort of natural carapace. The run looked almost like a scarab beetle that had been lifted at a 45-degree angle. It had 6 legs, but each pair had a different length. Long legs at the front, shorter legs in the middle, and tiny legs at the rear. Except the rear ones were twice as thick as the others and had a long foot that curled toes similar to a jester's boot. The legs were jointed to bend in the middle like a human knee. Seeing the 6-legged gait was almost hypnotic. Each foot seemed to be a perpetual danger of kicking the leg just behind it, yet it all avoided collision at the last second. Just barely visible to the underside was a large toothy mouth just set before the forelegs. The run stopped before us and, wings still buzzing, spidery limbs unfolded from the cavities where the wings were supposed to retreat. The limbs unfolded and then split to reveal 3-fingered hands. Great. What do we say now? The professor settled the matter for me by stepping up to the quack and smashing the rifle butt into its face. "You insolent wretch!" she screeched. "How dare you insult us with such offerings? These are not worthy of trade." With that, she tossed the blood-streaked rifle butt to the one side and glanced at the lead Ron. "You may do with this one as you wish," she said with an obvious disgust. "We have no more use for him." The Ron was silent for a moment. A rattling, clicking sound emanated from somewhere inside his thorax. The symbiote translated it a moment later. "We are not interested in trade with the Comflux," it said. "That I can understand," she said haughtily. "We asked for a tribute and received insult instead." More clicks and thumps. "And who are you?" it asked. "We are," she declared as she straightened her back to glare at the creature from her full height, though she hardly towered over the Ron. "The human envoy." Oh dear. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 68, written by Semi-Loki. I find that when I'm in situations where I'm clearly not out of my depth and in danger of making an idiot of myself, the best thing to do is remain silent. Just that. Shut your mouth, look serious, watch things spiral out of control, and wait for a moment where you can do something constructive. Given my track record, I don't follow this advice very often. This time I did. The Ron remained silent for a moment and then retracted its arms back into its carapace. The wings slammed shut over its arms, making them appear more like an oversized beetle than ever. The leader made some more of those hollow thumping sounds, and a moment later our symbiote began translating. "I am not familiar with the human envoy," it said. "We do not especially enjoy the company of others," Professor Mordecai said with an offhanded manner. "When we are forced to interact, we prefer to do so outside of our system." The Ron seemed to take strangely long time to process this. "Why are you here?" it said. "Isn't that obvious?" she asked. "We came here to meet with the fair traders as well." "Why are you using the Conflux transportation and not a ship of your own?" Professor Mordecai practically bristled as she shot the Ron an indignant look. "You are suggesting we expose one of our ships to this?" she asked as she waved a hand to the crumpled form of Quack. "The fact that we must pollute ourselves is bad enough. We will not send one of our sacred vessels to such a place." The Ron was silent again. Finally, it began a rapid-fire series of thumps and drumming. The translation lagged a few seconds behind. You may negotiate with the fair traders after we have concluded our own dealings with them, the Ron declared. You are not to interfere with our trades, nor may you participate. She scoffed in response. I seriously doubt you are in need of the same items as we, she said dismissively. Go and settle your business quickly so that we may be off. The Ron didn't reply. Instead, they turned around in an eerie unison and marched back down the corridor. I looked at the professor. She let out an exhausted sigh of relief. I wasn't sure that was going to work, she admitted with a half-mumbled breath. What was that? I asked. She shrugged. I'm an anthropologist, she reminded me. What do you do when you have unfriendly neighbors who throw up big keep-out signs? You tell them you weren't interested in going there anyway, I said with a nod. But human envoy? According to what Volson told us. Here the professor choked for a moment as the name caused her a physical pain to repeat. What she said, she continued after she finally collected herself, was that the only groups who seemed to be powerful enough to give the Ron pause was the envoy and the fair traders. Both of them were really small but vastly powerful. So just in case the Ron were getting any ideas about killing us, just to make things simpler, you left a suggestion that it was a really bad idea. I finished for her, by implying that we might be more than what we appeared. She nodded once more. It's easier to fight what you can see than what you cannot, she said. I shook my head. Quite the bluff, I said. Pretty risky. That's coming from you, she pointed out. Exactly, I said. What if he decided that he didn't buy into the line that someone so powerful would be slumming it with Quacksucker here? She grimaced. I don't think we'd be here arguing about this then, she admitted. If we can believe the captain here, this isn't a tolerant species. I thought maybe if we convinced them that we were stronger and even more xenophobic, they might give us some breathing room. Or blow up the ship remotely, I said. What if the reason they were in a hurry to leave is to get the bigger guns? It doesn't matter. That comment came from an unexpected source. I looked down and Quack was trying to coordinate his feet and lifting his body off the ground. It doesn't matter, he repeated, because our priority is the same either way. We must repair my ship. The sooner we depart the station, the better we are. If her deceit works, then we may as well have time to obtain the necessary parts. If it is unsuccessful, then they may not believe that we pose enough of a threat to immediately terminate. Either way, we have a small window of time to exploit. Jack, I ordered. Hurt him. Jack took a step closer to Quack as he lost his footing. Jason, the professor squealed in protest. He's right. I know that, I admitted. That's what irritates me. I looked at Jack again. We still need him to identify the part to help us obtain it, I told her. I also don't want to carry his heavy rear around the station. Hurt him. But leave it so that we can talk and walk and look over the parts. After that, I really don't care. Jack smiled and advanced to Quack. Jason! The professor protested again. Prof, I said, you're the one trying to present us as a high and mighty human envoy who captured and enslaved a lesser species to ferry us here. Yes, but I'm just helping us maintain the story, I continued. If he looks too healthy, they might think he's our equal. She glared at me. Heather, on the other hand, walked forward and kicked her heel hard down on Quack's back. I heard a cracking sound, and the ship's captain yelped in pain. Heather looked at the professor. The professor met her gaze with a shocked look. Oh, I'm not sure I buy that argument either, Heather admitted, but I've been wanting to do that for a little while now. The professor looked like she wanted to say more, but Quack spoke up again. No, he gasped. The violent human is correct. You must continue this ruse. He then turned his head towards me and fixed me with a glare. His compound eyes couldn't blaze like a human, but he tried. I suffer this indignity because I must, he spat out. Humiliation means nothing. Do what you must, but know that you'll pay for the consequences later. Noted, I told him and waved to Jack to commence with the beatdown. Scheid pushed past us and muttered something about looking for a pipe wrench, which reminded me. Where has the little snake slithered off to? I mused aloud, as if to set off down the corridor towards the control room. The ship seemed to be laid out in a similar to the ship that kidnapped me originally. I touched the spot on the wall as I walked and was not terribly surprised to see the hydroponics bay. On that ship, the control room was not strictly a specific room. The ship could be piloted from any place, surgery, hydroponics, or even from one of the launchers if they was truly desperate. However, even though the ship could, technically speaking, be controlled from anywhere, Quack had preferred to control it from one specific room in his old ship. I guessed that his preferences hadn't changed much this time around, and, sure enough, as I approached the wall where I suspected the control room would be, a synthetic voice warned me that unauthorized personnel only were permitted past this point. I nearly walked away when the voice cut out and changed its tone mid-sentence. "Access granted," the voice blurted out. "Welcome aboard, Captain." The wall opened up before me. I smiled. I suspected this was a parting gift from Dire Blade. After the nanites had wreaked havoc with the navigation, he'd probably sent them out to other areas of the ship to make it easier for us to gain control. I'd never have thought to order him to do so, and Dire was showing initiative again. How could a chimera just abandon a marvelous ship like that? Boggles the mind. I walked into the control room and saw familiar featureless walls and floor, save for the shallow bowl-shaped depressions where Quack's species could sit. No other furniture. Sulthus either didn't need a chair, or Quack didn't care. Wait, why did I even think that there was a choice? I wonder what sort of chairs eels use. Come to think of it, hadn't Quack arrived with a bunch of battletoads before Lee went ninja on them? Strange. For all the high technological advances of the alien species, it amazed me that they hadn't discovered that the appropriate treatment of hemorrhoids was to remove the pain in the rear, not to promote it to captain. As I walked near the walls, lights and panels sprang to existence. It was as if something was projecting an image on the blank wall. Here was information and controls for life support. In another spot, I got a similar projection for engineering. In another, I saw weapons. Weapons! I touched a spot that I hoped corresponded to inventory. If not, I might have just opened fire inside the hangar. Nope, it was inventory. 2 missiles, I saw, some odd designation that didn't tell me anything about how they worked or the potential destructive yield. Might be handy. Energy weapons battery. Empty. Huh. That seemed odd. I was about to walk away when something in the corner of the display caught my eye. I couldn't read the words, not really, and the symbiote didn't work that way, but I could tell that it was a warning light of some sort. I tapped it, and the panel in front of me flashed, and I was now watching a live video feed. It took me a moment to realize what I was looking at. When I did, I smiled. "I've disabled alarms," I shouted through the force field. "Urinating on it won't do any good. You'll have to ring the bell if you want me to bring you your meals." The ball in the far corner of the room didn't stir. I looked around for that high-collared cape that he normally wore. It was nowhere to be found. Where could he have detached it? "Not a bad idea," I went on, "locking yourself in the detention cell. After all, it is meant to keep people from escaping, and it should work the other way around and keep people from entering as well. Very nice idea. Problem is, it can be unlocked from the outside too." I touched the wall, and the force field remained up. "You sabotaged the lock?" I asked. I was actually impressed. I didn't realize the half-wit could pull something that ambitious out of his hat. It still showed a lack of foresight that he just ended up cornering himself with no food or supplies. So yeah, he was still an idiot, but an idiot with surprising depth. "What did you do?" I asked him as I stared at the wall. "Scramble the codes?" "No, that doesn't make sense. You can't reach out and touch the correct codes. You'd be in too much of a hurry." "Oh, wait. I know, you shorted it out." I looked at the wall again, and sure enough, now that I knew what to look for, I could see a scratch along the wall where a tool of some sort had scraped it. I glanced along the floor and saw that the instrument I didn't recognize. I picked it up and looked at it. The object looked like a flathead screwdriver with a flared plastic handle. I brought it closer to the wall and touched it to where the scratch marks were. The tool vibrated once, and I felt a push back on my hand. I held my hand in place, and something went click in the square, and the wall, though bigger than my hand, swung open. A prying tool! Oh, I was keeping that. I pocketed the little tool and glanced inside. A pair of cables dangled free inside the cavity in the wall, and there were 2 sockets in the back of the wall that looked like the same size and shape as the tips of the loose cables. I plugged them back in and touched the wall above the panel, and the force field disappeared. "Ha! Basic cabling rules still worked in alien tech. Who knew? I walked into the direction of the cell and approached the white ball. As I got closer, I could now see that it wasn't truly a ball at all. It was lumpier and more irregular than that, and there were grooves along the surface. Once I was close enough, I could see the grooves for what they were. They were the spaces between his tentacles. He'd curled up into a ball and wrapped his tentacles around himself. "You can come out now," I said. "It turns out that they prefer California rolls to eels." "No answer. Man," I said at last, "you look like that old soccer ball I used to have. I wonder if you can get airborne." I swung my bright foot back and prepared to kick. "Do not damage my person." A muffled voice came from within the depths of the ball. I returned my foot to a normal position. "Unravel and stand up," I said. "They're gone." "We are still in danger," he answered. It wasn't phrased as a question. "Yes, but I don't see how doing this is going to help matters." "Leave me." "Fine," I said with a shrug, but I should probably mention that I saw something on the high shelf that I wanted, and I was looking for a footstool anyway. The tentacles parted slightly, and I saw a reflection in the eyeball deep within the recesses. "I am frightened, and you are mocking me," he said. I looked at him and made sure that he was watching, and then I began undoing my coverall while staring at the hole that led into the eye meaningfully. He got the message and uncurled. "Your species urinates too often with excess volume," he exclaimed. "I wasn't planning on urinating," I told him. "There's a traffic jam in the Lincoln log tunnel, and I was just about to break it up." "I do not understand this reference." "Keep it that way," I advised him. "You do not want to learn. Now stop being useless and get to the control room and help me figure out what's going on." "The Ron have captured us." "Yes," I said testily, "but I need more specific details. Either help me, or I drop the step kids off at the pool with you in the deep end." "My symbiote is still not translating," he said. "However, I'll assist, as I believe you are making threats. Perhaps we should find Captain Quack." "He's busy." "Busy how?" Silthus asked. "Facial reconstruction surgery without anesthetic," I explained. "We talk about it along the way." I waited for him to exit the room, and eventually he complied. Tentacles slapping on the floor, we walked down the corridor to the wall where the hydroponics bay could be found. He opened it and slapped his way inside. He emerged a moment later, brushing off the dirt of his cloak. "My first duty is to the churches to live," he explained lamely as he slung it back around his, neck, I guess you would call it. "I said I needed your help," I explained, "not your excuses for craven cowardice. I'll get moving before I show you exactly why everyone ran from humans during the third wave." His tentacles snapped the floor in a blur as he hurried towards the control room. Why did I get the distinct feeling that I was making a big mistake in letting him out? Saying to myself, I followed him. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 69, written by Sibby Loki. When I finally caught up with him, I found Silthus standing in front of the control room babbling. "Naturally," he declared as I approached, "the captain has only seen fit to give me very limited access, so, really, it would behoove you to make sure that the captain is—" His tentacles fluttered along the wall as he attempted to enter the correct code. "Welcome, Captain," the ship intoned as I approached. The wall opened up and I stepped through. From the corner of my eye, I could see the alien stiffen. I decided to play it cool. "I think we'll be fine," I said. "Now I want to see what is happening outside. Can you give me some sort of live video feed?" The novice priest snapped into the room and flopped his way over to one of the walls. As he approached, the wall lit up in a projection of displays and indicators. His tentacles danced lightly across the display. All the walls in the room flashed once and then disappeared. I was now standing on the platform 30 feet up in the air inside an enormous metal room. The floor, the walls, and the ceiling all seemed to be a continuous piece of metal. I could see no seams in the immediate area. It had been polished until it gleamed. Ships of all shapes and sizes were parked in fairly uniform rows throughout the room. In the rows between the ships were more aliens than I had ever seen before. I felt my mind overload at the sight of so many fantastic-looking species. Some looked almost alien. One alien, for example, looked almost like an oversized tabby cat. I walked between the rows of the ships with a typical feline aloofness until it found what it was looking for. It then stood up on its hind legs and the front paws unfolded a set of fingers. The cat alien opened up the door and set the ship and dropped back down on all fours to enter. Unusual, yes, but I could almost buy that the cat was from an earthly origins. But another alien looked like a fountain of fiber-optic cables, cords of something that I couldn't identify, flowed from the floors upwards to the top. Along the way, it reflected and refracted the light in a blinding display of colors. That one I could only glance at for a moment before I was hopelessly dazzled. But I wasn't even the most fantastical creatures I saw at that time. Some flew through the air, some hovered in their own personal ball of liquid that moved with them as they swam. Some were larger than the majority of ships, others were small enough to fit in my hand. It was too much to take in all at once, so I found myself latching onto something more familiar. The Ron. There were hundreds of them out there. They had split off into groups of 5 to 7 individuals, and they seemed to be roaming between the ships in these little packs, while the ringleader of each group shouted orders. The strangely uniform nature of the group struck me as odd. It was as if each Ron needed a silent entourage before venturing out into public, yet, though they remained silent, the entourage Ron were definitely there for more than just a show, as soon as I discovered. The rebel was an ursid species, like a grizzly bear with long, thin legs and a broader muzzle. The eyes were cherry red and seemed to dart this way and that. Despite a large crowd of fantastical creatures, I found my gaze drifting to this one individual. Something was wrong with him, and I could sense that he was up to something. The bear-like creature flexed the long, tapered claws in and out as it was trying to grasp an invisible handle. All the while, the beady eyes darted to a nearby group of Ron and away again. I glanced in the direction of his gaze seemed to be drawn to and found myself looking at a ship even my inexperienced eyes could tell was run down. It was a cone-shaped and dented patchwork quilt of hull panels along the exterior. They looked like they were a sign of sloppy repair work rather than an aesthetic choice. Char patterns crossed these hastily applied patches, and I saw the residue and visible stains under the various exhaust ports. I decided the ship was too run down for someone to bother with stealing it. It was probably the Bear Thing's ship, which might explain why he seemed to be growing more and more nervous. A party of Runs were walking from ship to ship, using the dockmaster's override to force each ship to open and reveal its cargo. A smuggler, I thought, or a thief. Either way, he did not want them to inspect his cargo. Based upon that, I was fairly certain that he was getting ready to do something stupid in a misguided attempt to forestall that. Unfortunately for me, I wasn't in a very good position to stop it from happening. I had just reached this conclusion when the Ursid made the point moot by going ahead with his stupid idea. 5 Ron were approaching the ship when he threw his claws hands up into the air and let out a whooping call that probably some off-world version of a battle cry. He then dropped back down to all fours and charged directly at another party of Ron inspectors. This party was larger, 7-member rather than 5, but was also closer. He got within 1 foot of them and raised a paw as if planning to swipe down and send them scattering. 5 of the Ron in the group that he charged ignored this attack and kept their eyes focused outwards as they monitored the hangar. 2, however, turned back to meet his attack. As the Ursid's arms descended, claws sprayed, and the 2 Ron extended their wings to allow their arms to unfold. I couldn't even see a weapon. They just pointed their empty hands at the Ursid. There was a flash of green light followed by a spray of yellow. From the corner of my eye I saw a movement up ahead and glanced in the direction of pure reflex. I almost wish that I hadn't. A solid wall of green light flew towards the ceiling. A brown and yellow lump squished to the front of it was all that remained of the Ursid. Somehow, some detached part of me managed to marvel at the idea that they bled a honey-yellow-colored blood. The wall struck the ceiling and a silence dissipated. Even from the ship I could feel the tremor caused by the impact. The green wall of light faded, and I half expected to see, well, something left behind, some trace of evidence. A yellow smear of blood? Something, but no. The wall was clean. As I watched, though, I thought I saw a hint of ash drifting towards the ground. Time to start hyperventilating, I think. Yes, panicking was a good idea. Up until now, my friends and I had been able to counter a fair degree of protection from energy weapons. I found myself being shot by one multiple times. It was an experience I'd gladly repeat. It hurt, yes, but we could survive it. The reason for this, or so I'd been led to believe, was that human neurology was different from the galactic norm, that with most common energy weapons, the disruptor lost most of its effective potency. But this was different. The Ron didn't kill by trying to scramble loose nerve endings. Their weapons used raw, kinetic energy to pulverize the target and then roasted it. Our strange physiology are not going to help us there. Pull a few hundred Gs and ignite us, and we turned into a lightly charred puddle like everyone else. The two Ron who'd fired the energy bolts seemed almost casual as they turned back to the way they were facing. Neither one had been the speaker, I noticed. That Ron had continued to shout orders and attempt to direct traffic around the hangar. It was as if the failed attack by the grisly monster had barely been worth noting. From what I could tell, the Ron speaker didn't even shift tone or level threats, advising others to not try similar attacks. They continued working as if nothing had happened. Yep, panicking good now. I don't see a gun, I muttered. What did he shoot him with? I didn't realize I said it out loud enough for Solthus to hear until he made a fumbling attempt at answering. It is rumored that the Ron carry a personal defense system on them at all times. Solthus stammered. Microscopic force fields projectors carried outside their shell that shield them from attacks and allow for energy assaults. I thought back to the chimeric intelligence armor. Force fields projected from the armor and helped deflect attacks. The Ron seemed to have one that had this idea and created a smaller yet more powerful projectors. Ones that could hurl enemies away, fry them with raw energy, or, as I just witnessed, both. So if they had shot that bear-looking thing with an attack, it may have failed anyway, I asked. Bear? Solthus asked. You're referring to the Mocknull? Oh, most certainly it would have failed. I believe it was eliminated for stepping out of line and not following orders, rather than due to perceived threat. I felt my stomach sink. I no longer had a familiar comfort of my chimeric armor. To feel that way, it wrapped around my fragile body and shielded me from dangers. Even the hull of the ship seemed flimsy in comparison now. I shook myself from my stupor. This wasn't helping. What are the Ron doing? I asked Solthus. They don't seem to be concerned about people going to their ships. I'm merely speculating here, Solthus said at last, but it appears that they are attempting to clear space in the hangar. I believe they are asking crew to move their ships out of the way for something. Now that he said it, I saw too. Other than the party doing their door-to-door inspections, the Ron didn't show much interest in most of the ships. They seemed more focused on a small group of ships that were occupying a place near the middle of the hangar. Curiously, they didn't bother clearing a path from either entrance. Maybe the Ron could teleport the objects? If so, why did it have to be in that particular spot? I decided to shelve that thought one now and moved on to something more immediate. I glanced back in the direction of the patrol that was moving from ship to ship. I don't know why, but the demeanor struck me as lazy or bored, and I got the impression that they weren't putting a lot of effort into these inspections. It was mostly for form's sake. So why had the Monco risked its life trying to distract them from his ship? I chewed my lip and made my decision. Stay here, I ordered Solthus. I'm gonna send someone else here to monitor things. Monitor the area or monitor me, he asked. Yes, I agreed. Now I need you to tell me where I can find some sort of comm that I can call back to the ship. His tentacles spasmed and snapped the floor with a wet, beady sound. You are not thinking of going out there, he stammered. I am, I agreed. If I'm lucky, someone else will go with me. Now, quickly, where are the comms? He told me. I hurried out the door and ran back to the surgery. I was in luck. Everyone else was just standing around there waiting. Even Captain Quack had managed to regain his feet. He seemed shaky, but he was standing. I nodded to them as I arrived. Jack, I said, can you find your way back to the detention area? She answered by way of frowning at me. "Good," I said. "Take Quark there and lock him up." She shot me a suspicious look. I matched her with a blank look of my own, just looking at my security officer to lock up a dangerous prisoner. Nothing more, nothing less, certainly not trying to get an overly eager member of a party to leave the room. I doubt I fooled her, but she didn't see the easy way out of it either. Grabbing Quark by his upper, she half threw him down the corridor ahead of him, and she forced marched him down the hall. I waited until she was out of earshot before we continued. "Professor," I then said, "I need you and Heather in the control room, one to keep an eye on our snake while Lee and I take a look around outside." Lee kept his face neutral, but by the shift in his posture I could tell that he was uncomfortable with something. "But sexist, isn't it?" the professor said at last. "The men go out adventuring while leaving the woman behind." "Oi!" Scheid yelled from inside the surgery as he finally stepped into view. "I'm right cavorting here." I sighed. "This isn't sexism," I said. "I need Lee because I want to get across the room in one particular ship, and I'd rather not be seen doing it. He's the only one here who's had military training, so I figured he would probably be our best shot." Damn it, I saw the trap right there before I opened my mouth. Heather's eye narrowed. "Why does he need you?" she asked. Damn and double damn. I glanced in Lee's direction to see if he would help me out. He seemed to be completely absorbed in studying some invisible speck of dust on the wall. Coward. Okay, I could technically pull rank. Wasn't that why Kirk always went on the way missions, after all? Everything else had played out like Star Trek. I could probably expect similar results. Right, no dice. How about I point out the only one I knew which ship we were looking for, and that even I didn't know what we were looking for on it. I quickly decided to not even bother voicing that, though. It would sound so stupid that even I had to object to it, and there was no point submitting to it before the court. I decided to tell the truth. "There's a something in that ship that someone out there thought was worth dying for," I admitted. "He got killed just by trying to distract the Ron. It didn't work, and any minute now the Ron are going to find out what he was hiding. I just have to know what it is before they do." Heather looked at the professor. The professor shrugged at her way reply. "And you didn't want Jack to know about this because?" Heather prompted as she looked back at me. "Because," I said, "she'd want to go with me, and she scares me more than any of you do. I want her on the ship here, both to help guard in case something goes wrong, and because I think the more people Lee has to sneak across the floor, the greater the risk of discovery." I glanced in Lee's direction as I said this last part, and he nodded confirmation. To my relief, he finally spoke up. "I don't know if I can sneak Jason there," he admitted. "For all we know, the entire room is constantly under surveillance, and the moment we step out of the ship, we'll be surrounded no matter what I do. The less people we risk, the better." Heather wheeled on him. "All the more reason for you to go by yourself," she pointed out to Lee. He nodded again, and I felt the expectation sink a little. "That's true," he admitted, "except sneaking over there is only half the problem. Once we get there, someone still needs to figure out what we're looking for, and what to do what we find. Anyone here think I'm the best man for that job?" "Ah, Lee, I can almost kiss him for that one." All eyes once again pointed squarely at me. "And what do you cavorting plan to do to me?" Scheid asked. I shrugged. "Keep Jack from following," I asked. "Great," he muttered. "I'm getting the suicide mission." "Any other objections?" I asked. There were none. Without bothering to say any farewells, I set off down the hall with Lee hot on my heels. Fortunately, it was in the opposite direction of the detention cells. Although the ship used disappearing sections of wall to form up most of the doors, airlock doors followed the same archaic pattern as NASA itself used. These were the only doors in the entire ship where I saw visible hinges. Surprising on one hand, but really, if it had been thinking clearly at all, I would have expected it. Mechanical doors were clumsy and slow, but they were also extremely reliable. A power blip wouldn't cause one to wink out of existence. In that sense, they were very more secure than the typical conflux openings. However, at the same time, they were also less secure in the sense that if something did happen and you needed to escape the ship quickly, and the door would not open, it was a lot faster to cut away at the hinges on the mechanical door than to cut an opening through the solid wall. Basically, a traditional airlock door was fairly resistant to lethal forms of malfunctioning, so the complex still used them. I couldn't really argue with the logic. I tapped on the wall, and to the immediate right of the airlock, and a section of the wall disappeared to reveal a small compartment set in the wall at chest height. This compartment was only about a foot deep and 2 feet wide. Inside it were 7 blocks of brown plastic that looked like fun-sized chocolate bars. I picked one up and, following the instructions Zolthus had given, pressed it on the sleeve on my left forearm. Something happened, and I felt a block attach itself to my sleeve. I let go, and I tapped it lightly to activate it. "Can you hear me?" I asked, while keeping my voice just barely above a whisper. Lee raised an eyebrow at me and looked like he was about to answer. It wasn't his voice I heard whispering in my ear, though. "I hear you," the professor's melodic voice answered back. I almost jumped in surprise. Her voice was so clear it sounded like she was almost standing right behind me. I looked up at Lee. "Did you hear that?" I asked him. "Hear what?" He replied, pointing at the comm unit in the compartment and then back at his sleeve. He shrugged and grabbed one of his own. "According to Zolthus," I murmured, "these are encrypted tight beam transmissions. Unless the Ron are standing between us and the ship, it should be almost impossible to detect." "I don't think we should underestimate the capabilities of the Ron," I heard Lee's reply from over my shoulder. It was a bit disorienting as he was standing in front of me at the time. He was sub-vocalizing though, so I didn't hear his voice coming from that direction. I grimaced and looked away. "That will take some getting used to," I said. "What?" Heather's voice replied. "What's going on?" "Nothing," I said. "Well then, you better get moving," she warned. "According to Zolthus, Jack has locked up Quack and is heading back." Lee was already yanking open the airlock before I could reply. We both squeezed inside the chamber, and Lee stabbed the button he found inside. The inner door slammed shut, and the outer door almost immediately opened after that. I saw a ramp immediately in front of us, leaning down towards the steel floor of the hangar. "Okay," I said. "Before we do anything, I guess we need to look for cameras and whatever it is the Conflux use. Anyone know what those might look like?" Lee didn't wait for me to finish. He was down the ramp in a flash and on the floor in the hangar. Before I could decide if I was supposed to follow him, though, he was running back up the ramp towards me. He wasn't alone. "Bleep!" the creature gasped as he tossed it inside the airlock with me. It was small, half the size of a normal human. It looked like a pink pot-bellied starfish with yellow growths sticking out of the sides of its uppermost arm. One of the growths opened up and closed as it repeated the explanation. "Gleep!" "What happened here?" Lee demanded of the creature. "Gleep!" it exclaimed. "I don't know, Gleep. I follow orders only." He stepped in front of the doorway as if to block any escape attempts from the Gleep thing might try. "Do you work here?" Lee asked. "Gleep! I was a dock worker, Gleep. No, do not injure me." "Do you know where the sensors of spy beams might be located?" Lee asked suspiciously. "Any way the Ron might be able to watch us?" The growth slammed shut, and curious enough, the growth on the opposite side of the arm opened up. The voice was lower pitched than before. "Gaha!" the voice barked. "The sensors overloaded when the Ron arrived. Gaha! The station is blind." I met Lee's gaze. "Something seems fishy here," I mumbled. Fortunately, the comm picked it up. "Seems a bit too cooperative than well-informed," Lee agreed. "I just grabbed the first guy I saw. I don't like this at all." I asked in my normal voice. "If you are a dock worker, how do you know the station is blind? Isn't that outside your area?" "Gaha! I'm no dock worker," the lower-pitched voice growled. "Bleep!" the higher-pitched voice said. "Please do not antagonize him." I blinked in surprise and then leaned closer. The growths, I realized, looked like columns formed by tube worms. Indeed, I saw that inside each growth was a wormy-looking creature. The one on the right opened its mouth again. "Gaha!" it shouted. "I am Felteth. No dark worker am I." "Gleep," the other one said. "Only I am the dark worker. Gleep. My name is Polteth, and this despicable one is Pirate. Gleep. Oh, the sorrow of it." "Gaha!" Polteth barked. "Sorry is mine alone. Gaha! You'll rejoice in being one of the Felteth." "Gleep. I do not." I held up my hand to form a T before crossing and left my hand and pointing at the right. "Time out," I said. "What's going on here? Why are there two of you, and why the hell are you two fighting like an old married couple?" They told me. The two growths, Pole and Foal, were separate entities that have both bonded to the starfish creature. Teth. Technically speaking, Paul and Fall were both parasites. They lived off the blood of Teth and, in return, completely hijacked his nervous system and used his body as their own personal motorhome. It took two parasites to overwhelm the nervous system and, as such, the hermaphroditic parasites always latched on in pairs and then bonded to each other as well as the host by growing their tendrils throughout the body of the host. The parasites were then mated for life and could use the host as an incubator for new parasitical spore. So really, the answer as to why they fought like an old married couple was because they were, in point of fact, an old married couple. Hold on, I interrupted as Foul Teth gahared some counterpoint to Paul's gleep about how Foul was nothing but a shiftless bum. You two took over some poor creature's mind and now all you do is fight. Gleep, Paul Teth said. Teth swam into our pond hoping to become fused with us. Gaha, Foul Teth agreed. We do it great honor. Gleep, you see, the Micmac are not very intelligent species. Gaha, they are weak-minded fools, Foul Teth seconded. Gleep, and as for us, our bodies lack acceptable ways of manipulating our world. Gleep, we are little more than worms. Gaha, I am no worm. Gaha, Foul Teth is a mighty pirate. Gleep, Paul Teth said warily. We are stranded, occupying one pool in one island on our home planet. Gleep, we'd never get to see the stars if it weren't for the Micmac. Gah, the Micmac would not know how dumb they are without us. Gleep, which is why, on occasion, a brave Micmac, perhaps stricken with a case of wanderlust, will voluntarily swim into our pool and choose to be bonded. Gleep. Together we form the array. Gleep. The bonding process does take some time and is not comfortable for the Micmac. Gleep. But we must choose to face the pain and allow us to grow to become more than himself. Gaha! Foul was mighty and was the first to bond with death. Gleep. A fact that I wish that I had realized before I bonded, Paul Teth sulked. I did not realize I was about to affix myself to the spool. Gleep. Gaha! Gleep. Oh, shut up, Paul Teth said back. No one wants to hear from you. Gleep. We don't like you. Gaha! So, I interrupted, you mean to say that one of you is a dark worker and the other is a pirate? Gaha! Gleep. He's more of a petty thief than a pirate, Paul Teth admitted, a cutpurse with delusions of grandeur. Gleep. I had to get this job to support his thieving. Gaha! I will rule the station one day. Gaha! I will be the pirate king. Gleep. Shut up. Wait, I interrupted again. So why were you two running around the hangar right now? If you work here, you wouldn't have a ship, and I don't see why anyone needs a dock worker right now. Both mouths of the worm slammed shut. They retreated further into their tubes as the Teth starfish stood motionless. I sighed and looked at Lee. I think, I said at last, I may not have been the only one who noticed the Mocknull's ship. I meant it as a whisper, that part, but a habit of a lifetime, however, told me that if I wanted to speak to someone who was standing 3 feet away, I had to speak loud enough to be heard. I saw the question forming on Lee's face. I'd almost forgotten that he hadn't been with me when I had witnessed the Mocknull. The name of the grizzly bear species, according to Sothis, got shot down. Lee never got to ask his question, however, as the Faltech worm extended his head. Gaha, you want to see the smuggler ship too? It asked. Gaha, join my crew and help me lay siege. Gleep, no you don't. Falteth ignored Polteth. Gaha, I know a secret way. Gaha, you follow me and we split the treasure. Gaha, Gaha. Gleep, Polteth shouted. You are not taking them through the service duct that uses my access chit and it gets logged. Gaha, you'll be fired. That builds character. Gleep, what would you know about character, you worthless scoundrel? I winced and looked at Lee. I'm not sure it's worth it, I told him. We may not have a choice, Lee warned me as he nodded out of the airlock. If that's the direction you want us to go anyway. I looked in the direction he was nodding. While I had been arguing with the mad array party of Ron had been busy clearing space in the hangar. A few minutes ago, I hadn't been able to see the smuggler ship from the inside of the airlock, as it had been blocked from view by the other ships. Now those ships had lifted off and were moving, leaving nothing but a half a mile of open floor space separating us from the distinct smuggler ship. Half a mile of open floor, that is, except for a small army of Ron scuttling about. I closed my eyes and counted to 10, then went backwards, then switched to the pig Latin for good measure. Nope, didn't help. You ever tried working for a living? Poltek explained. If it had been a human, I would have called the voice tear-choked then. Gah! Such things are beneath me. Shut up, the both of you, I said. They shut up. Now, I said patiently, you're going to take me to the service dock and you're going to do it silently. Gleep. Gah! Damn, why hadn't I even taken one of the rifles with me? End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 70, written by Seri Loki. Reluctantly, we followed the schizophrenic starfish. He, she, it. Do traditional gender rules even apply when there are 3 minds and 3 bodies in one? He set off at an angle to the smuggler's ship. As if he walked by, Valteth and Polteth argued with each other. Other than a chorus of gleeps and gahas, I couldn't make out much of what was saying. Lee shot me a pained look as we walked. Maybe we should just risk running into the Ron, he suggested. His words echoed at me as we both, and the comm and in my own ears, picked up his voice. It was a weird experience. We lost sight of the cone-shaped smuggler's ship. Earth path led us behind a large cube-shaped ship. The ship itself was speechless black block that seemed to absorb the ambient light. As I stepped near it, the ambient temperature had actually dropped a few degrees. I had heard of a black box before, but this was ridiculous. I was so distracted by the pitch-black ship that I almost collided with our guide, who had stopped before the hangar wall. Fortunately, the constant bickering in itself gave me an ample warning before I stepped on it. Gah! Valtek was shouting, such security measures are nothing for a master thief. He tapped the wall with a starfish limb. Nothing happened. Gleep. Volteth sighed. Do you want me to get my access card out now? Gah! We have no need for such things. Gah! None can stop Volteth from going where Volteth desires. Gah! Gleep. Well, hurry up, Gleep. It's cold standing in the shadow of this thing. Gah! The starfish tapped the wall again. Still, nothing happened. Gah! The starfish kicked the wall this time. Nothing. It tapped the wall once more while its other arm reached down and touched its own belly. A slit appeared along its belly, and the arm slid inside. Death, the starfish-shaped knack, was apparently a marsupial. The arm withdrew from the pouch. The tip of the arm could be a small plastic card. It waved the arm in the wall section as it disappeared to reveal a steel-lined tunnel beyond. Gah! Valteth shouted. I told you that I would be best. Gleep. Amazing. Polteth agreed, with only a gallon of sarcasm dripping from its tips. Teth bundled inside, forcing us to hurry in after. The wall snapped back into existence a mere few heartbeats after Lee's foot cleared the opening. Polteth seemed oblivious to this as it continued along the tunnel, bickering with itself. The tunnel was low, forcing Lee and I to bend double as we jogged along afterwards. It was also extremely wide. 3 normal-sized humans could have stood side by side and stooped over and jogged and never worry about bumping shoulders. The starfish-shaped Mechnac, on the other hand, probably could have stood 5 abreast and balanced another one of each other's shoulders without brushing the ceiling or walls. Which was good, as I didn't like the look of the pipes and cables that I saw jutting out the walls and ceiling at irregular intervals. A long black cable that snaked along the ceiling just side of my head gave off an ominous hum. Gah! Valteth shouted. After we captured the ship, I will use it as my flagship for a new navy. Gleep, Polteth remarked. We, Gleep. Who's we? Ah, my new crew. Gleep, those 2, Polteth asked. The 3 of you are going to capture that ship by yourselves. Gah! In truth, I shall be doing most of the capturing. Gah! I just need those 2 to guard the door to prevent any cowards from running away. Gleep, you're insane, Gleep. You will get us both killed, Gleep. In night before our first spawning. Gah! I would never spawn with a weak specimen such as you. Gah! My brood will be conquerors. Gleep, We've already grown the spores in the host, Gleep. Have you really not been paying attention when we've been discussing this? Gah! Spores? Gah! I'm with child? Gleep, for the last time, yes. Why do you think I've been telling you that this is a terrible time for you to get me fired? Gah! Because you are weak and foolish. Gleep, we need to book a passage back to our home pool before we spawn, Gleep. Has no one told you how this works? Gah! Have no fear, Gah! I'm about to capture a ship, Gah! There is no need to book passage. Gleep. Oh, really? Gleep. Is this going to be just like that time you captured that mail carrier? Gah! Silence! Gah! The pilot was wily foe. Gleep. He told you that he had insufficient postage and you walked off. Gleep. I'd have enough by this point. Can you two keep it down? I asked from behind him. I'd rather not alert the Ron Empire that we are here. Gah! Valteth countered. You expose your ignorance, Gah! Sound cannot travel in space. Gleep, Valteth said. Sorry about that. Gleep, my partner can be a bit trying. Gah! I'm not your partner, Gah! If you wish to join my crew, you must best my two mightiest warriors in combat. Gah! Crew, Gah! Attack this vermin. Don't tempt me, I growled back. Now shut up. Let's try stealth for a change. Gah! Yes, Gah! Valteth is a master of stealth. I shot Lee a look. His teeth were gritted as his face was twisted in an odd expression. Was he, laughing at me? I glared back at the worm-infested starfish as it bounced down the hallway in a hail of mighty gahas. I came to a stop before another blank section of the wall and began smacking the wall with one arm. Again, the other arm reached into a pouch and withdrew the plastic unit. It waved the chit at the wall and caused the door to appear. Yaha! Valteth chortled by congratulating himself. He charged out of the door, forcing Lee and I to follow before we could take our bearings. The wall reappeared behind us. We were locked out of the service corridor once more. I looked around. We were standing between another ship, and this one had watery silver appearance and was shaped like a cross between a teardrop and a clamshell. It hovered a few feet off the ground and made no noise. Wonder if they got Paul Rubens to voice the AI for this, Lee mumbled. What? I asked. Nothing, he replied as he blinked and looked back at me. Which one is the smuggler's ship? I was about to answer when I finally caught sight of the idiotic guide. Take a wild guess, I groaned. Gah! Valteth bellowed as he bolted across the open floor towards the battered cone-shaped ship. The party of 7 Ron was standing before a nearby ship, waiting for the ramp to lower. One turned and watched Valteth run towards the smuggler's ship. Should have killed him, Lee agreed, and my unspoken thought. We stared helplessly at the dark-worker pirate blew any chance of avoiding discovery as he ran towards the ship, drawing as much attention as possible. I never saw a Ron watching him signal the others, but somehow it seemed it must have, as the other 6 in the group turned as a single unit and faced the running starfish. Poltec must have caught a sight of this. Gleep, it screamed. You fool, Gleep! We've been spotted. Gah! Part of my daring plan. I heard Valteth counter as he ran towards the cone-shaped ship, and then, to my surprise, past it. The little alien ran past the ship towards the main gate that led towards the station. He shouted, Gah! All the way. Wordlessly, the Ron stepped away from the ship that they'd been preparing to inspect and followed after the alien. They didn't run, but neither did they move so slowly that they risked losing sight of him. 5 minutes later, and they followed Valteth out of the main gate, leaving Lee and me alone in the smuggler's ship. Did he just provide us with a distraction? I stammered. Lee didn't answer. His eyes widened as he dived for something as he spied on the floor before us. A moment later, he stood up holding a familiar-looking plastic chit. I don't believe it, he murmured. Was this intentional? Did he give us an escape route deliberately? Or was this more of his randomness? No clue, I said. We'd better get to the ship before the Ron get back. Or worse yet, our pirate captain, he agreed. We stepped out of the shadows of the silver ship and walked in the direction of the smuggler's ship. I thought Lee might suggest that we dart from one cover to another like they do in the movies. Instead, he opted for more of a casual stroll that seemed to be aiming for some point just beyond the cone-shaped ship. I fell into step beside him, and together we attempted to feign a nonchalant attitude as we approached the ship. "Jason," he said at last. The words were whispered in a low voice, but thanks to the comm, I could hear them clearly fine. "What do you think the interstellar dock worker might do for a living?" he asked me in a strangely casual manner. "What?" I blurted by the way of an answer before I finally caught his question. "Oh, I don't know. Load and unload cargo, maybe?" "I think so too," he agreed. "Seems like that might be a bit of a problematic if you ask me. Hundreds of different ship designs, different species and different environments. Some may not even be able to leave their ships at all." "I guess so," I admitted. "But what's your point?" He gave me a sharp look. "My point," he said at last, "is that it seems that the dock worker needs to be a reliable and predictable way to gain access to cargo hold, so that he or she doesn't waste an entire day trying to figure out how to ask whatever breathing species that only speaks in bubble fonts how to open the door." "I don't get you." He rolled his eyes. "Just follow me," he ordered, before he suddenly set off in the direction of the cone ship. With a start, I realized that they were practically right on top of it right now. I had been walking side by side with Lee, and as a result, I had been mimicking the casual and meandering gait that he had affected. When I first fell in step beside him, it seemed as if we were going to miss the smuggler vessel by a wide margin. Yet, now that I was paying attention again, I saw that we were gradually drifting closer to our real target, while still having every appearance of intending to walk past it. That was until right now. Lee moved towards the ship with his left arm and shoulder facing forward and his head looking over his left shoulder. His right leg would cross in front of his left before switching back. He did this smoothly and, above all else, silently. His hands were low at his sides and flexing as if trying to locate an invisible rifle, which, in point of fact, they probably were. It was something I'd only seen in movies, a stance that minimized the target were presented while also allowing him to approach the ship while making sure that almost no sound. Movies have nothing on the real thing. It was like a sideways facing walk, one that I could probably approximate with almost zero training, yet when Lee performed it, it seemed more ominous. Maybe it was the way his jaw was set, or perhaps it was the liquid way he moved, or as if his entire body were a well-oiled machine, honed by years of practice in performing the same stance. It didn't matter. One moment my friend Lee was standing next to me. Lee, my so-called first officer and occasional butt of my deranged sense of humor. The next, Lee was gone. In his place was a fast-moving animal stalking its prey. I tried to follow him, but, let's be honest here, I wasn't willing to get too close to him. It took a couple of seconds for him to cover the distance to the ship. By the time I realized he was gone and it was in motion to follow him, he'd already there. He reached into his coveralls and pulled out Poltek's access chit. He waved it at the ship and, to my eternal surprise, there was a click as the large cargo bay door slid open next to him. So that's what he was getting at, a universal key. Dock workers had to have some sort of all-purpose access key to allow them to enter the cargo hold. Was it keyed in and they entered the station, or did all ships open to the same key accessed in the complex? Either way, it was a security nightmare. But then again, it seemed to be fitting with everything that I had learned about the alien psychology. It was very linear and logical, with absolutely no attempt to address how this might be misused, or that someone might come to this problem sideways. Most aliens, it seems, favored a very direct way of thinking. Egads! If humans ever make it off our home planet, we'd be able to conquer most species armed with nothing more than a butter knife. Maybe the quarantine was a good idea after all. A ramp extended from the cargo bay and, in a flash, Lee was up the ramp and pressing his back against one of the walls. I started to follow suit before I realized I had absolutely no damn idea what I was doing. I hung back for a moment and let his expert handle things. "What are you waiting for?" Lee's voice hissed in my ear. "A written invitation?" "Okay, so much for deferring to experts." I darted up the ramp, making much more noise than he did, thank you very much, and pressed myself to the wall next to him. He glanced at me and gave me a disgusted look. It might have been more helpful, he informed me, if you had picked the other wall, so that you can pick out what I can't see and we can present 2 smaller targets instead of 1 big one. Geez, give a guy a break, will you? I pushed off the wall and pressed myself to the wall opposite him. Smooth, he commented dryly. Nice to know that you like to give us shooters we might encounter an easy target by moving straight line. Lee, I hissed back at him, can we do this later? Fine, he said. Just stay there for a moment. I'm going to take a peek inside. He slid along the wall until he reached the lip of the door. Ducking his head around the corner quickly, he flattened himself against the wall once more. I've got good news, and I've got bad news, he admits. Good news is that it looks clear. And the bad news? I asked. The bad news is that it looks clear, he said. If this is a smuggler ship, there should probably be some sort of defensive place. I just can't see it. Suggestions? I asked. We could always just let the Ron go first and trip any booby traps, he suggested. Tempting, I agreed, but there is way too much that I can go wrong with that. Have you tried waving that shit again? The professor's voice broke in so suddenly that I nearly yelped. I had forgotten that they were listening in on us. What? He asked. We can't get close to the door from here, and we're still standing in the ramp, and it's blocking the doors. Yes, the professor asked. If the ship is told to close the door, but can't, what do you think will happen? They'll get an alarm, Lee muttered. They probably have one already, though. They probably know that we're here, just waiting. All that would do would tell them that we now want to close the door. And they'll wonder why, I agreed. Lee paused and considered it. You think that'll draw them down here to see what's going on? He asked. I shrugged. We don't have any guns, I pointed out. All we have is a chit and our own dumb luck. Which one do you want to try first? He didn't answer, not verbally. He did, however, pull the card out and wave it at the wall. Several things happened at once. As the professor had predicted, safety protocols engaged. The ramp lurched and then stopped while the bay doors spasmed. We then grew greeted with an ear-splitting alarm letting us know that something very bad was happening. I clamped my hands over my ears and I saw Lee do the same. I guess that this following proper military form after all, I mused. Over the muffled screech of the alarm I heard something bang open from beyond us, followed by a clump of running feet. The alarm was silenced. Okay, dock workers, a voice snapped from the inside door. I know you're out there, now come out of the doorway and... was the sound he made as Lee suddenly spun his body around at the edge of the door frame and inside. I heard a thud, followed by a clatter, and then a small alien that looked like a miniature gorilla wearing an electric blue wig came flying out the door. It slammed into the ramp and heavily rolled. Lee reappeared holding a strange-looking rifle. 3 in the back, he said, 2 in the middle. He studied the gun for a moment and then rolled around the doorframe once more. I heard the sound of energy weapon discharging, and Lee was back. 3 in the middle, he amended, 1 in the back. I pressed myself against the wall. Sure enough, 4 energy blasts tore through the air between us. I held up a finger, motioning Lee for silence. No, Lee, I screamed. Don't overload the rifle. You'll kill us all. He shot me a weird look. I heard screams from inside, as well as the sound of falling bodies. He shook his head at me and stepped around the doorway once more. More shots fired. Jason, I heard him say over the comm, you might want to come have a look at this. Is it safe? I asked. Kill the German dentist impression and just come in here. I stepped through the doorway and into the cargo bay of the ship. There were 2 of them still awake, and they were lying on the floor face down with their arms spread out. Their guns had been tossed to one side when they had dived for cover, apparently. One of them was a mole nut like the other one that had been killed by the Ron. The others, both awake and scattered about the cargo hold where they had fallen, were all members of the electric blue gorilla species. Lee wasn't looking at them, though. He was looking at something metallic in the middle of the room. I scooted closer for a better look. The thing was a cage, I now saw, old-fashioned iron bars crossing each other in the form of a grid pattern. It was large enough to house a studio apartment easily. It also stank. It felt like I was standing in front of an exhibition at a steady zoo. The mewling white blobs inside didn't do a damn thing to contradict the impression either. I saw 13 of the things, each approximately 3 feet long and shaped like a multi-section tube. They made sounds like injured cats, while horrifying maws on the underside of their heads. A head that was a little more slightly larger bulb at the end of the tube, gaped open and shut. Bright pink faceted eyes looked at us imploringly while a pair of gossamer fairy wings fluttered along their backs. I was confused as to what exactly I was looking at until I looked at the legs. There were 6 of them, and they had a strangely lopsided look to them, the rear set barely keeping the bottom of the creature off the ground, while the longer front set kept the mouth well clear of the ground. I had seen legs so like that before, not so long ago either. "Crap," I hissed. "Larvae. Baby run." I looked over at the aliens lying face down on the floor. The gorilla's face was twisted into something that I thought was a skull. "They're not smugglers," I said to Lee. It wasn't a question, but he shook his head anyway. "Guys," the professor's voice broke in. "You'd better hurry up and get the hell out of there. The run just got back and are headed your way." "Crap." I wasn't sure which one of us said it, but I'm certain that both Lee and I were thinking it. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 71, written by Semi-Loki. There are some situations that look bad, real bad. The reason that you get caught up in these situations may be innocent. They may rely on some really extraordinary coincidences, but in the end, that doesn't matter. If it looks bad enough that no one is going to listen to you spell out those coincidences like why you just happen to be standing next to a cage of enslaved children from a species that views line hopping as a capital offense, which is why I took all 6.5 picoseconds to assess my situation before concluding that a touch of discretion was in order. I legged it, I fled, I did a runner, I skipped out, I shuffled the buffalo, clubbed the monkey with a sack of hammers, and hopped on the moped. Actually, I have no idea about that last one means. My uncle used to say that, but the point still stands. I was gone. It did me no good. 3 Ron were waiting for us out the bottom of the ramp. Yes, us. I don't think Lee bothered with that last half a picosecond before he reached the same conclusion. He tossed the awkward rifle to the side and was right with me as I was pelting down the ramp. When I saw the Ron, I tried to apply brakes. Lee didn't. He accelerated and did a rolling dive over the head of the lead Ron. He hit the ground on the far side and tumbled over heels. He found his feet and was running again. Looked like a good idea to me, so I gave it a try. The results weren't nearly as clean for me. My knees crashed into the face of a Ron with both of us sent tumbling, but I found my feet first, so I count that as a victory. I got to my feet, half limping as I extricated my legs from the tangle of Rons and chanced a quick glance over my shoulder as I accelerated into a run. I was glad I did. I saw 3 sets of wings fluttering and 6 pairs of arms extending from the shelled bodies. The silver teardrop-shaped ship in front of me, I dived behind it and found Lee standing half in and half out of the doorway of an access tunnel. "Get in!" he shouted. My own reply was drowned out by the deafening boom. I was thrown into Lee's arm and we tumbled into the access tunnel. I glanced back in time to see the silver ship lurch to one side, carried by a wave of green energy. It flew upwards and tumbled arc and struck the wall just above us. The wall vibrated with an impact, and I heard a screech of metal on metal. The door shut, and the wall was once more solid between us. Lee said something, but I couldn't hear him over the ringing in my ears, but I could guess. Some variation on the theme of keep running. He took off down the corridor in a stooped, running position, and I was 1 step behind him. The ringing almost began to fade when the tunnel shook through me against the wall. My skin burned where it made contact with the exposed pipe. What was this? A steam pipe? On a space station? I didn't have time to think about it, because, with another deafening boom, the tunnel shook again. Either the Ron was trying to break down the wall to get us, or the space station was built over an interstellar equivalent of a San Andreas fault. I staggered my feet and tried to run again. The tunnel shook a 3rd time, but I managed to stay upright this time. Lee clutched my shoulder for balance, and we stumbled down the corridor. I hadn't really taken note of the point where we had entered the tunnel. I hadn't seemed important at the time, I guess. Fortunately, Lee must have had better instincts than I do, because he stopped in front of a blank section of wall and waved the card. The familiar sight of the midnight black ship greeted me. I ran out into the tunnel and heard another loud explosion. To my surprise, the ship in front of us began to glow green and skidded in our direction. "They're tracking us somehow," I shouted. Lee didn't hear me, or perhaps he didn't think the answer was necessary. He grabbed my shoulder and dragged to one side as the ship crashed into the wall of the tunnel opening. We just barely managed to avoid being crushed. I looked in the direction of Quack's ship and saw 5 Ron approaching us with arms extended. Lee never hesitated. He sprang forward before I could even think of what to do next and swept his legs out for the first Ron from underneath it. It fell and the shot went wild. He punched another Ron in the face and then regretted it. The Ron staggered and seemed surprised, but the exoskeleton must have been harder than it looked, as it didn't even crack. Lee yelped in pain, though, and jumped back shaking his hand. Okay, punching didn't work, but kicking seemed okay. I launched myself forward. I kicked upwards and struck the first one in the underbelly. Its legs spasmed and it staggered away. As I thought, the underside was more sensitive. Lee must have seen it as well because he's kicking upwards as well. Except he didn't one better than me. He aimed for where the legs joined the thorax. The run became very unsteady after that and had difficulty aiming. One run tried anyway. It extended its arm in Lee's direction. I was closer though and seized its arm. It felt brittle in my hands like a dried tree branch. I pushed the arm upwards before it could fire. The seating was bathed in a green light. Good. I brought the arm down with a sharp raised knee at the same time. The arm felt like a cord of wood. Let's see if it broke just as easily. It didn't. The exoskeleton did split, however, and the Ron let out a frantic thumping sound. The other 4 all turned to focus on me. They raised their arms and extended their palms in my direction. Boom! Lee's kick toppled one Ron into the next, and the second hit the third, and none of them had a clear shot to me at that moment. I twisted my arm and still clutched and heard a satisfying crack sound. I ducked down low and used its arm to steer it between me and the 2 remaining shooters. Its thump grew louder, but for a moment, none of them could shoot me. I twisted its arm as far as I could go and slammed a foot into the base while kicking off. Now I heard something break. I lost my grip and fell to the floor on my back, and the Ron staggered backwards into its companions. Its arm held limply at its side. It continued to thump loudly and rapidly. This seemed to confuse the other 4 for some reason. They shuffled around and didn't seem quite to know what way to point their arms and shoot. Lee popped up and grabbed the arm of another one and fell to the ground while twisting its entire body. The Ron toppled and I heard a crunching sound as its own weight twisted the arm one way while Lee twisted the other. Now there was 2 Ron thumping wildly. Oddly enough, it seemed to help the remaining 3 get better organized. Wisely deciding Lee was in more immediate threat, 2 spun to face him with arms extended while a 3rd concentrated on targeting me. I dived for the floor and felt my hair stand on end as something that seemed to be covered in static electricity flew overhead. I rolled. This brought me up close to the Ron's legs. I kicked. It stumbled. Punching didn't seem to work, but I tried anyway. I clamped both my hands together in double-handed fist. I rolled forward into a kneeling position and kicked upwards as hard as I could while swinging my arms around in a pendulum. My aim was good. I struck it right in the mouth. My hands felt damp and sticky as it connected with something soft and moist. But only for a moment. Followed through with the swing, and as quickly as it happened, they were free from the Ron's mouth and out in the open again. The Ron, deciding to follow where the physics told it to go, did a backflip and crashed into the ground on its back. I turned to find Lee and the other Ron. Lee was twisting and dodging like a greased snake. He'd kicked the first one and then the other, but he was never able to disable either one of them. No sooner had he started to take one than the other would take aim at him, forcing him to twist away before he could complete the takedown. The process would then repeat. I was able to throw myself into the fray as well when it suddenly became unnecessary. Both Rons seemed to simultaneously become disoriented, and both decided to press the attack rather than to defend one another. Lee threw himself to one of them and did something that I didn't see. It flipped into a heap. The last Ron standing lowered its arms and seemed to be almost confused. Lee flew at it. Now I saw what he did that made the Ron drop so quickly. He punched it in the throat, through its mouth. The last Ron dropped to the floor, unarmed and outnumbered. We'd still managed to drop 5 of them. I wanted to feel smug, but I didn't. I felt sick, probably because I saw more squads of Ron running our way with arms outstretched. "Go!" I shouted at Lee. Lee, as usual, was way ahead of me. We bolted up the ramp of Quackship and made a beeline for the open airlock door. "Open?" I faltered as, belatedly, I realized something else that was wrong. Ever since we'd put on those comm units, I'd been hearing an echo effects from Lee's comms, and the sound reached me both by normal air and by transmission over the comm channel. I hadn't heard the echo in some time, though. I couldn't recall the last time I heard it, in fact. But I could hear something else, screaming, coming from inside the ship. "Damn it!" I shouted and pushed past Lee, through the airlock and into the ship. Screams echoed down the corridor, both English and someone yelling "Kavoj" at the top of his lungs. I ran along the corridor and nearly tripped over a lump I found before me on the floor. I looked down and I felt my blood run cold. I couldn't see the face, but waves of auburn hair covered the head and let me no doubt who I was looking at. It was Heather, and she wasn't moving. I reached for her, and her hand hit me in the chest and slammed me back against the wall. Lee hit the wall a moment later with a green light skidded past us. "Move!" he shouted. "It's Heather!" I screamed at him. "Madagai is right beyond her," he said. "Now move!" I looked and saw a second body on the floor, not 2 feet past her. Oh, hell. No. This can't be happening. The shot had come from behind us, and I looked back in the direction that we had just come from, and found a line of Ron marching through the airlock. We couldn't go that way. I forced my legs to move. They felt like old rubber. I didn't want to move. I wanted just to drop on the floor between them, to stop it all here. I moved anyway. "Get down!" A familiar voice shouted. Lee and I both dropped. The air above us lit up like a blaster fire, thudded down the corridor and struck the Ron right in the airlock. I looked up. Jack was bleeding from a nasty cut along her forehead, but she was on her feet and her eyes burned with determination. One of Cock's rifles held loosely in her hands. I heard more blaster fire and saw Scheid walking backwards and firing in the direction that we'd come from. "For Kavaj's sake," he shouted, "keep for Kavajing moving." "They're ahead of us," Jack said as he opened fire again. "Can't be Kavajing worse than this way." "What a bet?" Lee asked. He was looking in the direction of the airlock. I looked too. 3 Ron had stepped inside. The 2 on the end held up their palms up and were angled so that they both pointed at the point of foot or so in front of them. Where they were focused, the green wall of energy formed. It filled the corridor and cracked as it touched the sides. But it didn't fly. "Kavoj!" Scheid growled. "They can shield with it as well." The wall seemed to be growing thicker and more dense as we watched. The 3rd Ron raised its arms and added an enormous shield wall that grew ever more dense as we watched. Wait, hadn't Salters said something about personal defense system? Some sort of force field body armor? But if that was true, why had Lee and I been able to drop 5 of them outside? Unless... I looked at the wall behind me and searched for one of the touch plates. I almost didn't see it. I was too hyped up from the fight, but finally I found it and palmed it, and the wall disappeared behind me, and we half stumbled, and half fell into the hydroponics bay. I slammed the door shut. "They're testing us," I shouted to the others. I had shouted because, even though the roar of the energy wall building up outside, suddenly, as if someone had flipped a switch and the noise ceased. "Correct." The voice came into my ear. The comm was working again. The voice lacked inflection and standard, as if it had been synthesized. Judging by the ways Lee's eyes went wide as he heard it too, Jack and Scheid shot us confused looks. "They tapped into our comms," Lee winced. "It might have been more helpful," Lee's voice boomed as the air in front of us, "if you'd picked the other wall so that we could pick out and see with present 2 smaller targets instead of 1 big one." Jack and Scheid stared upwards towards the ceiling, where the voice seemed to originate, so I knew they heard that as well. Those were the words that Lee spoke to me before we entered the slaver's ship, back when we thought that they were still smugglers. They'd been able to listen in the whole time, so much for the idea of security through a tight beam transmission, which meant, oh no. Subject human, the synthesized voice boomed from overhead. Observations, reliance on substandard technology, oblivious to active monitoring protocols used by Ron, failure to detect metaspace wave interference scanning, unaware of a scope of force projection technology. Subjects use solid objects to defend and avoid detection under the belief that a break in line of sight avoids detection. Appears to signify a continued reliance on biological sensory data, permitted to attack a small sacrificial unit with personal defensive activated, relied heavily on hand-to-hand combat. Test ruled inconclusive as humans were able to deal a low-level threat without resorting to weaponry. Combat protocol escalated. Humans responded by seeking defensive positions with solid objects and used inferior technology. Crap. What's going on, Jason? Jack asked. You still don't get it, I asked. This whole thing, letting me see them blow away the guy who cut the line, allowing us to leave the ship and follow the schizo moron through the repair tunnel. Everything. They were watching us to see what we would do. Why? I tried to force a smile. I knew it must have looked ghastly in the way she recoiled from me. Because we lied to them, I said. Conclusion. The voice continued. I felt a tug of wind behind me and wheeled about. The entire wall was gone. Not just the door. The wall. 7 Rons stood abreast in the corridor as their arms inside their shells. At their feet was a white puddle bubbled and glistened. It was probably what remained of the wall. The human are not envoy, the Ron Center concluded. They didn't release their arms. It turned out that they didn't have to. That had been a ruse, a test to see if we would associate weaponry with hands, I suppose. All 7 Ron flashed green, and the light lifted away from their bodies and raced towards us. A crushing weight hit me, and I was flying backwards towards the wall. Then everything went dark. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 72, written by Semi-Loki. Pain. I had thought death meant the end of pain. I felt cheated. I hurt everywhere. The insides of my eyeballs ached. Pain this bad could only mean one thing. I was still alive. Damn it. I opened my eyes and looked around, and I closed them again. Not because I didn't like what I saw. I was just checking to see if everything was actually open. It was a pitch black here. Maybe I really was dead. I cleared my throat. The noise sounded dry and pathetic in the gloom, but I heard it. Jason, a voice called out. It took me a moment to place it. Shied. I didn't recognize it without the present profanity. Shied, I greeted. My voice sounded hoarse and thick. My tongue felt like it had grown 6 times its normal size. I smacked my lips and tried looking around again. I still couldn't see anything. Where are we? I asked. Some sort of dungeon, I think, sighed. A dungeon. At a space station. It's kavojing dark and water is dripping kavojing everywhere, he snarled. I'm kavojing working with what I have. Now that he mentioned it, I heard a steady drip of water splashing in a puddle. The air was humid and left everything damp. I ignored it for a moment and tried to sit up. My muscles protested. I ignored them. Where is everyone else? I asked. Still being healed up, I think, he said. You probably don't remember, but there was a hydroponics bank right behind you. I think when you hit it, it gave you a bit of padding between you and the real wall. You and I were the least badly injured, so they dropped us in here first. They? I asked, and then my recent memories began to solidify. The Run. They didn't kill us. They did kavojing kill us, Shide correct me. Now they've brought us back. I'm not sure why that surprised me. The Conflunks had already demonstrated technology that allowed for some gradients in the definition of dead. Why wouldn't the Run technology allow them even more grey areas? They brought us back, I asked. Why? I don't kavojing know, he growled. The kavojing beetle wasn't very helpful. I wanted to ask more, but I was suddenly blinded by a piercing light, forcing me to shield my eyes with my one arm. I blinked my eyes to clear away the purple spots and peered over the top of my arm to see what happened. It turned out that it was just a door opening. I could now see that I was lying in the floor on a mat made of some material that I didn't recognize. It wasn't comfortable, nor was it uncomfortable. It barely felt it at all. It was as if I was hovering in half an inch above the floor in a dense cloud. I was wearing clothes again, but not the ship-issued coveralls. These clothes were black and seemed to have been spray-painted onto my body. Everything below my neck was covered in one seamless black bodysuit. That might be a problem in a few hours, I thought, but at least for the moment my bladder felt empty. 5 ran into the room. Floating in the air between them was an unconscious figure. Judging by the size, it had to be Lee. Lee's inert body floated into the room, and I saw a disembodied head lift up off the ground. That part startled me until I realized that it was just Shide wearing a similar black form-fitting suit to my own. Until he stepped fully into the light, I could only see his face. "We'll need another mat if you're converging dropping him in here," Shide barked. To my surprise, a blue mat sprang into life to the ground immediately underneath Lee. The floor, I could now see, looked like it was almost polished limestone. Limestone? On a space station? Or were we on a spaceship? Either way, it seemed ridiculous. Why, the floor's made of stone, I wondered aloud. To my surprise, one of the run answered. "We are a subterranean species by nature," it thumped. "That is not true stone, but a mere facsimile modeled to remind us of our tunnels." I looked up at the speaker. It stared back at me. It didn't strike me as threatening. It appeared to be waiting for something. "Yes," I stammered. "Is there something you want?" The silence dragged out for a moment. "My thoughts," it finally said. "You can read them." "No," I said. "I'm not telepathic. What are you going on about?" "You were able to perceive that I desired something," it stated. "Yes," I agreed. "Where are we going with this?" It fell silent again. "Look," I said as I struggled to find my feet. They were wobbly, but it held. "I've been a good prisoner so far," I said. "You've had the door wide open, but you don't see me charging or attacking or demanding you abide by the Geneva Convention here. So maybe if you just told me what is, The others are still being healed," the run interrupted. "Your companion's injuries were severe. If all are brought back to full health, do we have your cooperation?" "Cooperation in what?" I asked, blinking. "Humans are known for deception," the run said. "Deception is tedious, requiring multiple tests to uncover. A waste of time. Inefficient. You value your companions. Their health is the price for an end of the further deception. Any falsehood results in an end of health. Is that understood?" "You want us to tell the truth, and if we don't you'll just kill us," I translated. "Correct," the run said flatly. I sighed. Did they really have a choice? "I will answer your questions truthfully," I said. "Threats aren't needed." It went silent for a moment. "Apologies," it said at last. "We do not permit other species on our craft normally. We are not diplomats." Now I was confused. Something was wrong here. The creature's demeanor was all wrong. I was prepared for a violent, xenophobic, imperialistic species. This alternating threats and humility struck me as wrong. The creature was supposed to be aggressive here. I was a prisoner, but it seemed to be trying to bargain with me. Something it said jogged my memory. "We do not permit other species on our craft normally." That's right. Quark said that they would likely destroy the entire space station after their meeting with the fair traders had concluded. They refused to associate with the conflux and would exterminate everyone on the station to make sure nothing was learned or taken from them. Extreme xenophobes who hated all but their own kind, at least according to the conflux. "Shide," I said at last, "this isn't a dungeon." "What the Kavaj?" he asked. "They're honoring us," I said. "This is probably a guest suite or something." His eyes bulged. "What the Kavaj?" he repeated. I thought he was going to protest at first, but I saw the gears turning in his head. It's dark because they're a burrowing species, he mumbled. They enjoy dark places, but humans live above ground. We like light. The room brightened as he spoke. Apologies, the Ron spoke up again. Now that I could see, the room was actually fairly spacious. The walls and the ceiling were decorated to look like cut rock. I couldn't see the actual source of illumination. It was just brighter somehow. Lee groaned on his mat and rolled over to the one side. Why is he in pain? I asked the Ron. It hesitated again. This hesitation was significant, I realized. They weren't due to reluctance. It was as if I were confused and it was uncertain how to proceed. A second Ron stepped forward and extended a silver rod in Lee's direction. Before I could move to stop it, the rod flashed with a red light. Lee let out a breath and flopped on his back on the mat. I took a moment for they had killed him, but then I saw the chest still rising and falling. No, he wasn't hurt, he was just relaxed. What did you do? I asked. We blocked the neuroreceptors mapped for the brain. The lead Ron answered for the other. The block will dissolve in due time. By then, the discomfort should be minimal. Apologies. Our healing equipment is not calibrated for your species, and we did not factor in the after effects that might cause discomfort. Again, with the apologies, it was certain now. The Ron were trying to be polite, respectful even. They weren't entirely familiar with how to do that. Let's start at the beginning, I suggested. Do you have a name? Name? Yes, I said. What did the Ron call you? Sounders know who is sounding. The Ron replied as if it believed it clarified things. You don't have names, I asked. The Ron was quiet for a moment. Names are unnecessary, it said at last. This was getting nowhere. Did I just call you Ron? I asked. If that is your desire. Fine, I said. I'm Jason. Now, Ron, what is going on? Why are we here? And why are you suddenly being so nice after you tried to kill us? We did kill you, the Ron corrected. However, later evidence suggests that we acted in haste. Reparations are required. I chewed my lip and looked at the hallway beyond them. Can we leave this room? I asked suddenly. The Ron was silent for a moment. No, it answered at last. Your detention is still mandatory. Are we guests or are we prisoners? I asked. More silence. You are detained guests, it replied at last. I was definitely getting nowhere. Fortunately, Side was a pilot and was more used to speaking idiot than I was. He convoking means we're stuck here until we give him what they want, Side replied. Ron remained silent. At least they weren't denying it. What do you want? I asked the Ron. We have interrogated the creature, Quack, it began. Please tell me you weren't gentle about it, I interrupted. The Ron paused for a moment and thumped loudly, and then continued. This creature indicates your species has a unique form of mind reading, it said, one that cannot be blocked or by common tactics. Is this the truth? Mind reading? Oh! I recalled now with an ease at which I and my companions picked up the aliens' body language. Oddly, the aliens appeared oblivious to their own non-verbal cues. That's misleading, I began. Truth or falsehood, the Ron said, demanding. Half-truth, I said. We can't read minds. We're not telepaths. I told you that already. We're just good at, understanding what some people are thinking by, looking at their body. The Ron was silent. That lacks reason, the Ron concluded at last. Suspect a human of using deception. I'm not lying, I declared, as I held up my hands trying to forestall any violence that they might resort to. It's the truth. Humans are just adept at reading body language. Describe body language, the Ron demanded. I really was hoping that it wasn't going to ask that. How do you explain colors to a blind man? I glanced at Ron standing in front of me and desperately trying to think of something. What could I say? I'll try to demonstrate happy, sad, glad, and mad. I really didn't think that was going to work. Frantically, my mind began looking for anything that I could latch onto. I glanced first around the room and then at Shide. Lastly, I looked at the Ron and their stances. That was no help. 4 of them were standing perfectly rigid, with only the Ron in the front adopting a different pose. A slight asymmetrical in its stance, but otherwise no sign of individuality. It was completely useless. Or was it? I looked back at them. The 4 at the back just didn't have similar poses. They were identical. It was as if someone had taken a clone tool and copied the same creature 4 times. Their legs, their bodies, and even the way that they held the mouths were identical. The only variation I saw was for the speaker in front. I found my mind whirling as I struggled to remember some half-forgotten biology lessons from high school. What was it that the teacher had called bees? Then I had it. A superorganism. Suddenly, things began to fall in place. Repeating, the Ron said, describe body language. I'm looking at 5, Ron, I said suddenly. You are like one creature in 5 bodies. When you are going silent, you're, what? Talking to them, distributing the mental workload. Is that why I only see you in groups? Individually, you are not that smart, but when you get together and share, you get smarter. That's why those 4 behind you are standing at attention like that. You've got them doing the heavy lifting while you do the talking. Demonstration is sufficient, the Ron answered without another word, and all 5 retreated from the room and the door closed. Lee slept soundly after that. The door opened 3 more times. When it did, a trio of Ron would enter and deposit the sleeping figure. Unlike earlier encounters, the Ron would neither ask nor answer questions as they dropped somewhat off. The sleeping figure would then be brought into the room, a mat would appear, and they would lower the person to the mat and leave the room. Jack arrived first, then Heather, and finally the Professor was brought in. All 6 of us alive and apparently unharmed. Lee, Jack, Heather, and the Professor all slept soundly. I even tried to wake Lee up, and other than an annoyed groan, I got no response. Waste of your converging time, Shy told me. I couldn't get you to wake up for at least a day. A day? I asked. I know it was dark, but you can't mean that. What did you use to measure the time? Meals. You feel converging hungry? Need to use the facilities? He asked by way of answer. I was about to point out it was a personal question when it dawned on me that the answer to both was a negative. I didn't feel thirsty either. I looked down at the tight-fitting suit. It's like the armor, I said in wonder. It must have recyclers and some sort in it. Except that these work a lot converging better, he said with a snort. I haven't even thought about converging field wheels since I got here. We were getting off topic. So how did you know a day had passed? I asked. It was pitch black in here. Because I still converging need to sleep, he countered. When I got tired of waiting for you to wake up by kicking and prodding, I fell asleep. You didn't wake up until about a clack after I did. Not the most accurate way of gauging time, but I didn't see any way of challenging it. So Shide and I sat around playing rock, paper, scissors for a few hours. The door opened and 5 Ron stepped inside. Another demonstration of your abilities, or we will terminate your ally, the Ron demanded without preamble. My eyes flicked to my friends when I heard a pair of voices coming from the hallway beyond. Gah! Gleep! Gah! My heart sank as I finally caught the Ron's meaning. This isn't the best way of motivating me. I told that as Fal and Polteth were dragged into the room, the starfish-shaped creature seemed to be none of the worse for wear. Unfortunately, Gah! Polteth chortled. My crew is here to save its captain. Gleep! Polteth countered. Shut up, Gleep! They're prisoners too. Gah! I looked at the Ron helplessly. You're making it really difficult for me, I said. Demonstrate, or I shall execute this creature. Be my guest, I said as I waved my hands. That guy is absolutely insane. He's got 2 worms, and both of which have their own mental problems. And it's pregnant, but only 1/2 seems to realize that. Gah! Polteth shouted. We are not spawning, fool. Gleep, Polteth added. Shut up, Gleep. I'm not going into this with you again. Gah! Polteth said in a quieter voice. You mean this wizard speaks truly? Demonstration is adequate, the Ron said as they retreated through the doorway. Wait, I screamed to them. I wasn't done. I'm lying. Come on, kill this thing. Don't leave it here with us. My pleas fell on deaf ears. The door shut, which meant Shide and I could no longer play rock, paper, scissors, as we were too busy slamming the heels of our hands against our ears to drown out the noise of Felteth and Polteth's constant bickering. Lee awoke first, followed by Jack and then the Professor. Heather seemed to be out cold for some reason. The nice thing about Lee and Jack waking up is that they figured out a good way of silencing the bickering Teths. Lee and Jack tossed it across the room and threatened to play rugby with it. That shut it up for a while. "What's going on?" Lee asked finally. "Why, aren't we dead?" I shrugged. "The Run are apparently in need of psychics that can't be blocked," I told him. Lee frowned at that. "And what's that got to do with us?" "Good question," I agreed. "Apparently Quack has been singing our praises, or rather cursing us and trying to set us up as a greater danger, and the Run are curious." "Why?" he asked. "Interrogation," Jack suggested. I shrugged. That was as good an explanation as any. We were interrupted again when the door swished open. I looked over and saw that we were now 9 Run in attendance. Before they could say anything, they pushed someone else into the room with us. As the little blue body tumbled across the false limestone, I found myself growing very confused. It was one of the blue-wigged gorilla creatures. "Okay," I said, at last, as the gorilla thing struggled to stand. "I think you're really starting to reach with finding my friends. I don't know this guy." "Read this one," the Run ordered. "Forget it," the blue gorilla said, strangely squeaky voice. "I've beat the best espers out there. You ain't got nothing on Rapskull. I'm proof against raiders." The creature stood up and threw its chest out and tossing back its head. It walked on the balls of its feet and strolled first in the direction of the Wrong before changing its mind and walking back towards me. I glared at it. "You know," I said sympathetically, "they have this silver rod thing that will help you a lot with your leg. Takes the pain right out." The blue gorilla froze. "What?" it asked. "Your right knee," I said with a nod to indicate its knee. "That must really hurt." The gorilla remained silent, but I saw the nostrils flare. "Interesting. The Run were nice enough to heal us," I went on. "I guess they didn't make the same offer, because if they did, you must have told them that you weren't hurt and rejected such offers, which means that you had some reason that you didn't want them to heal you. Something that you're hiding in your body, maybe. Something shielded well enough that they wouldn't pick it up on a routine scan, but might notice it if they scanned you biologically close enough to heal you." His right hand fluttered towards his hip. He shifted his weight and his hip pointed away from me. "Amateur. Hips are a good hiding place," I confirmed. "Easy to access, and there is enough muscle in the area that no one will notice a slight bulge." His nostrils were wider than an ape's could ever flare. He blared his teeth at me and showed sharp yellowing fangs. "Which makes me wonder," I went on, "what it is that you swallowed." Now his eyes were wide. Terrified, yes, but also shocked and angry. He took a step towards me and dropped to the floor. The Ron stepped forward and scooped him up off the floor, and I never saw them use a weapon. "Your information has proved useful," the lead Ron said. "Deeper scanning has revealed a foreign object grafted to his hip and in his stomach." I nodded, but didn't say anything more. It had been a shot in the dark, and he'd swallowed something. Nothing gave it away. No ticks or personal towels. Just a wild guess based on the fact that the Rapskull had used his own body to hide something from the Run, and seemed to view his immunity to mind-reading as some sort of shield. He had a lot of trust in his body's ability to hide him. Rapskull seemed to naturally evoke us inside for protection. So, if he had anything on him he didn't want the Run to find when he was captured, the first instinct would be to swallow it. Or, so I had gambled. Not that I was proud of winning that particular one. Human abilities to defeat mind-shielding tactics has been successfully demonstrated. The Run leader spoke up. Subjects easily penetrated deception offered by genetically altered Hapnapar. Conclusion is that the humans will be invaluable in upcoming negotiations. "Oh, hell," the professor blurted out. Marika had been silent up until now. Hearing profanity from her, even something as mild as that, nearly threw me off balance. "Prof?" I asked. "I just figured it out," she said. "The Run aren't here to trade with the fair traders. They're here to confront them." I looked back at the Run. The leader thumped quietly but offered no sound to dispute her. confront the fair traders. Why? My eyes fell upon Rapskull, which had the wrong called it a genetically altered Hanapar. Genetically altered. Odd that its biology could foil the Ron scanners when its station's walls couldn't. The only explanation was that the Hanapar had been altered by someone even more advanced than the Ron. The fair traders are the ones who have been enslaving the Ron children, I concluded, and Madakai nodded and the Ron thumped. Assessment is correct, the Ron agreed. The humans will assist with destroying the fair traders or face annihilation. With that, the Ron retreated from the room carrying the limp form of the Hanapar between them. The door slid shut with an ominous click. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 73, written by Semi-Loki. Gah! Shut up, I said. Bleep, shut up, I repeated. We'd been at this for hours. After the Ron had dragged the Hanapar from the room, things had once more settled into a state of anxious waiting. Some of us dealt with it better than others. Gah! Valtez shouted. I've devised an escape plan, my loyal crew. Gah! For this plan, I need one of you to develop telekinetic powers. This was followed by a meaty thud sound. Gleep! She struck us! She... Thud! I didn't bother looking up. It wasn't as if Jack had been subtle with her threats. I heard a groan beside me and saw that Heather was finally awake. Heather, I called out as I knelt down beside her. Don't shout, she mumbled. My head is killing me. Did anyone get the number of the truck that hit me? The Ron healed you, I told her. She snorted. They were the ones that injured me in the first place, she pointed out as she sat up. She yawned and stretched and looked at me questioningly. Where are we? She asked. The Ron ship, I explained. It turns out that the fair traders have been running a child slave ring behind the scenes. They kidnap Ron larvae and whatever they call their infants and use genetically altered conflux to go-betweens. The Ron want us to help them by acting as lie detectors while they threaten the fair traders. She winced. None of this is helping my head feel any better, she commented. She climbed to her feet and I followed her, rolling her shoulders to loosen them up. She looked around the room and seemed to be assessing the situation. She eventually shrugged. In prison again, I see, she concluded. I was a bit taken aback. Not because she was wrong. It seemed everyone's first instinct when they met us was to toss us in the brig. What surprised me was how relaxed she was about it. Heather was the best I could do with the phrase in the question. I'm sure you're on top of things, she said with a yawn. You usually are, and even when you're not, you're good at muddling through. Heather? I repeated. Honestly, I couldn't think of anything else to say. She smacked her lips as if she had a dry throat and continued with her line of thinking. That's one of those things that I've always admired about you, Jason, she went on. You panic constructively. Whenever the world seems to be spinning out of control, you get better. It's like your brain has a higher gear for crisis that none of the rest of us have. I stared at her wide-eyed. In fact, she went on, if you weren't an irresponsible goofball the other 90% of the time, you'd be downright sexy and... I stopped listening. I ran right past her and drummed on the wall where the doorway had opened up earlier. Open the door, I shouted. Something's wrong with one of our people. What, the Kavaj? Scheid asked as the thick voice. He had apparently dozed off earlier, and I had just woken him up by shouting. Hi, Scheid, Heather said. Have you ever thought about expanding your vocabulary? Using the same bit of profanity over and over again kind of makes you sound like a tool. The Kavaj? Scheid stammered. The professor stepped up to Heather and rested her hand on Heather's shoulder. Heather, dear, the professor said soothingly, do you want to sit down for a moment? I'm fine, Prof, Heather said at the same flat voice as before. Heather's eyes continued to dart around the room as if she was cataloguing everything. You're smart and you have large breasts, Heather went on. Did that make things easier for you or harder? I know men listen more to women with big breasts, but do they actually pay attention? Heather, the professor said, voice slightly sharper, I think something's wrong with you. I've been like 8 months since I've gotten laid, Heather agreed, and even then it was pretty bad. I went with a singles bar and went home with the drummer. He was kinda greasy. I got tested for STDs the next week, so I guess he was clean. Heather, the professor repeated. Lee stood up and walked closer. His eyes splitted from Professor Madakai's. They exchanged a helpless look. Hi, Lee, Heather added, voice cheerful. You know, I saw you sneak a peek in my chest when those aliens stripped us. I don't think the professor saw you, so you're probably safe. Lee took a step back. For just a fleeting moment I thought it was prompted by guilt. He shot Heather a look of pure horror and then looked at the professor. His expression was pleading. "What's wrong with her?" he asked. The professor shook her head and kept her eyes on Heather. "Heather," the professor said, "stop it." "He's quite the catch," Heather went on as if she were oblivious. "I can see why you like him. You have a good taste. I used to think Jack had a terrible taste because she had the hots for Jason, but when you get right down to it, he's not so bad. He's kind of nice, although late at night when he thinks no one's watching, he probably fantasizes about all three of us and, Mercifully, the door opened behind me, and the moment cut her off before she could finish that thought. 5 Ron stood silently in the doorway. I backpedaled by reflex. They just stood there as if waiting for me to do something. "Oh, the Beatles are back together!" Heather squealed. "I'll call you John, you Paul, you George, and you Ringo, and you, Pete." "That's probably for the best," I added before recalling where I was. I pointed at Heather. "Something is wrong with her," I said. "You have to fix her." The Ron stared at me silently for a moment. Then the leader, John, stepped into the room and pointed a silver rod at Heather. "Gah!" A shout came from the back of the room. "Now is the chance to strike! Gah! Attack, my crew!" "I've seen more convincing pirates a box of cereal," Heather said cheerfully. "Her brain chemicals are abnormal." The Ron thumped at last. "Earlier attempts to repair the congenital abnormality have caused unintended side effects." It took me a full second to process what he was telling me. "Repair?" I stammered. "You messed with the brain." "Your species is needed to assist in negotiations," the Ron stated. "We require you to operate at full capacity to minimize irregularities and maintain consistency. The specimen was impaired." "Impaired?" I stammered. "She was fine. Look at her now." "I think it's talking about my anxiety disorder," Heather said matter-of-factly. "I wonder what it looked like to them. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain." I don't know what surprised me more, that she probably was right, or they were trying to fix her anxiety disorder, or that Heather actually knew a Cypress Hill song. I decided not to quiz her, lest this turn into a Reefer Madness moment. Besides, I wanted her fixed. "Human neurology is more complicated than biology suggests," John the Ron declared. "Adjustments are being made to regulate this." "Sometimes you just got to adjust," Heather agreed. Her words were slurring together now. "Just like Crystal Keanu," she added with a smile. "He told me it would hurt at first, and it did, but he really wanted it like that, and I knew if I relaxed, didn't clench up so much, it would— Oh my God, what am I saying?" I leaned closer, and John and Ron whispered from the side of my mouth. That was fast. "Oh my God," Heather gasped. "I've never been so embarrassed in my entire life." I leaned back in the direction of John the Ron. "Don't take it personally," I whispered to him. "She said the same thing to me in the company picnic last year. Apparently dressing up as a wizard's hat and a cloak and casting a level 19 spell of shunning on the boss's daughter makes a woman talk all crazy." Heather flashed and she stared daggers at the Ron. I was willing to be a bit more forgiving as they had to put her back together. "The abnormality has been corrected," John the Ron declared. Heather's glare continued to smolder. "The abnormality wouldn't have been there if you hadn't been mucking around inside my skull," she snapped. "We refer to the original abnormality," John the Ron stated. The anger molded off Heather's face and she was replaced by a look of pure shock. "My anxiety disorder?" she asked. "You fixed it, but how? I don't understand. I don't feel any different. I still feel... I waved at her. "Aliens," I said. "Prisoners on a spaceship. Brain surgery without your permission. These are things that are normal to be anxious about." She slouched to one side and shot me a withering look. "Must you make a joke of everything?" she hissed at me. I was about to reply in the affirmative when John the Ron and Paul McRonnie stepped aside and opened their wings. They extended their fold-away arms in a flash and gripped me by the arms. That's when I first started seriously considering screaming in pant-wetting terror. It turned out to not be necessary. They only pushed me to the side so that they could get clear to the doorway. 7 more Ron entered the room between them. They carried, something. At first I thought it was Stalagmite who got into stone decor in the room. It was roughly conical in shape, but the sides were irregular, as if it had been weathered by natural forces. However, if it was stone, it was like none that I'd ever seen before. It had an eerie green color flecked and black, glistening as if it was coated on a thin sheet of oil. The 7 aliens who carried it strode silently into the middle of the room and set down the strange cone. Now, sitting upright, it was almost as tall as I was. The 7 departed, leaving us alone with the original 5 run. The Kavanches! Shide was cut off as the green fleck on the black cone began to glow brightly, as we watched the swam across the surface of the stone like schools of fish chasing one another. Groups of 20 or 30 flecks moving in patterns, chasing another groups as they meandered all over the surface. Faster and faster they swam until they left it off the surface of the rock and swam in the air around it. Still faster they swam, and the flecks of light moved outwards in an ever-expanding sphere. Whenever the edge of the ball touched the wall, the floor, or the sleeping mats, the light swarmed over the surface of the object, before apparently losing interest and rejoining the expanding sphere. Outwards it grew until finally it touched a person. Shide jumped as the flecks of green light ran over his body. He swatted them, but, as if I had half expected, this didn't seem to have any effect on them at all. They engulfed his body for a moment, and then, like everything else they had encountered, they moved on. The ball of light became distorted as it flattened with the floor and ceiling, but the edges continued to expand unhindered. Lee and the professor were engulfed a second later. Then, that annoying teth thing. The light didn't harm Lee or the professor, which was good, but it also left Teth alone, which was less good. The light expanded out and wrapped itself around Jack, who had been standing near the back of the room. It left her alone as well. Finally, it reached where I was and the Ron was standing. For a moment, I was blinded by green lights crawling across my eyes. Then it paused, and I was inside the sphere of light. I glanced at my shoulder and saw the light crossing over the Ron near the door and crashing into the wall on either side of the door. What was going on? I looked back at the cone and saw more flecks dancing along its surface. These flecks, however, were not simply green in color. They were a rainbow of colors swimming furiously across the surface of the cone. As suddenly as it had appeared, the green sphere of light vanished. As it did, all the other flecks leapt off the surface of the cone if interrupted in color. I was blinded once more. I blinked the purple spots away, and I saw that I was in a completely different room. The walls and the ceiling of this room were metallic, but the floor was covered in some sort of dirt covering. Not carpeting, just some sort of texture that seemed to be there to provide extra traction for pedestrians. In the middle of the room sat a low wooden table. No chairs, just a table. The table was perfectly round and, oddest of all, had no legs. It hovered. Setting on top of the table was a miniature version of the cone that the Ron had brought in. I walked up to the table and touched it. The wood was smooth and polished, cool to the touch. Some kind of teleporter, I asked myself. "Turn around, dumbass," Heather said from somewhere in my right. I glanced at her and saw that she was staring back in my direction that I had just come from. I looked back and saw the 5 Rons standing there like 5 insect-themed sculptures. Behind them was an open door that led out into a familiar hallway. Except the door wasn't flush with the wall as it was supposed to be set into. That wall seemed to be another 5 feet or so behind the door. Curious, I approached the door and touched the empty air beside it. My fingers brushed rough stone. Stone I couldn't see. "It's a projection," I exclaimed. "A very convincing projection," the professor agreed. I turned and saw that she was sitting on the table. It held her weight. I walked back to her and pushed down on the table. Again, it felt like wood. I turned around one last time and looked to Ron for help. "What is this?" I asked. The Ron were all silent for a moment, and then John thumped once. No words, just a thumping sound from inside his body. Then the thumping became more frantic, and I heard words forming in my head once more. "Think of it as a hologram combined with force fields," the Ron explained patiently. "The sampler in the room scans the area, and it is mapped out receiver placed elsewhere. Sensory data is replicated and projected on the receiver. Texture, smells, light, sounds, heat, and other data. You can touch objects in the projection room, but cannot move them. You can observe, but cannot interact. Is this sufficient for a human mind-reading phenomenon to take place?" "For what?" I almost asked. Then it hit me. "You mean we're seeing the meeting room where the fair traders are meeting you?" I asked. "Correct," the Ron replied. "You will report to me, and I will relay your information to the negotiators." "What if we need to ask a question for the fair traders to get the negotiator to do something?" I asked. "Can you relay that as well?" "Yes," John agreed. "If this is required to obtain the necessary reading, your instructions will be relayed as well." I was still amazed at the level of realism of what we were seeing, so I simply nodded in agreement at first, before realizing that it probably meant nothing. "We can work with this, I think," I agreed. "How long until the fair traders arrive?" "They are waiting outside the conference room," John replied. "Negotiations have been delayed to allow the humans to familiarize themselves with the projection technology." "You mean they know we are listening in?" the professor asked. I was grateful for her doing that. It spared me from having to ask all the dumb questions. "The Run are aware of your presence," John confirmed. "Not them," the professor snapped. "The fair traders. They know that we have someone watching them." The Run was silent for a moment. I heard more dull thumps. 2 of the Fab Five stepped out of the room and into the hallway. More thumps, and finally John answered. "Run are known to use sampler and projection systems," John answered slowly. "Negotiations are often over long distances to multiple Run clusters who offer feedback and assistance. The fair traders are aware that they are under observation by Run outside the room. They do not know of your presence. It's televised, but they don't know who is watching." Lee translated for the rest of us. I looked at him and nodded. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" I asked him. "That if the Run TV, then they must have an awesome Playboy channel," he answered. Okay, so he was thinking what I was thinking, but judging by the glares I was shooting in our direction by the 3 different sets of eyes, I thought it best not to say that aloud. So I lied. "I was actually thinking," I said quickly, "that if the Run can defeat conflux technology easily enough, then you would think that the fair traders could defeat the scanner the Run use. How do we know that they aren't altering what we are seeing and hearing?" Lee scratched his chin and seemed to consider that. "Good question," he said. "It'd be better if we could get someone in the actual room with them." "And how the Kavoj do you know that that'd be any better?" Shide interrupted. "Maybe this magic Kavojinator, what the Kavoj is Kavojing shows us is what the Kavoj everyone else sees, but they Kavoj that up too." I looked at Lee questioningly. He shrugged. "I think he's trying to say the illusion might be generated right there on the fair traders themselves, and not by altering the transmitted image," he said. "That's what a Kavojing said," Shide shouted. "Open your Kavojing ear holes." "It doesn't matter," Jack spoke up suddenly. We all looked at her. Jack looked oddly nervous being at the center of attention like that. 10 sets of eyes, only half of which were human, turned to look at her. I saw her cheeks darken as she stepped backwards half a pace. She suddenly looked small. Only then did I remember that she was very much a child. "It doesn't matter," she repeated, softer this time. "No one else in the universe seems to use body language like humans do. The Run certainly don't." She shot a glance at the Run. They remained impassive and stoic at her challenge. "So if the fair traders don't know about body language," she went on, "then they won't block it, because they won't know to do it. Which means that we're fine. On the other hand, if they are aware of it but don't know that we're watching, they won't block it because it's a waste of time. The only way we'd be screwed is if they are aware of how important it is and are aware of someone who can read it is watching them. In which case, we'd never know, as their technology trumps even the Run technology. So the way I see it, our odds are 2 out of 3, which is better than what we've been getting lately." "Kids make an excellent point," I said after a brief pause. "She gets her brains from her dad," Lee said proudly. "You're not her real dad," I countered. "Nothing we've done is real smart so far," Lee countered. The score was now 1-love in his favor, and I figured it was my turn to serve, but the Run apparently had enough of this. The John announced. Across the room from us, a section of the wall disappeared. 9 Run marched into the room and headed for the table. Behind them were, I would only gasp. No one else spoke up, as I'm fairly sure that the others were doing much better. The 2 beings that followed the Run into the rooms defied descriptions. Words such as creature or organism were far too mundane and limited to encapsulate what we were seeing. No, the fair traders were living and breathing works of art. They were, by far, the most beautiful things that I'd ever seen in my life. Each fair trader looked as if they'd been cut out of a forest of diamonds. With each step they took, rainbow shafts of light appeared in the air. At first the form seemed almost chaotic, a collage of crystals that flexed and moved. But as I grew more accustomed to their beauty, I began to make out features here and there. Branching crystal shards that sprouted out in front gave off a suggestion of a snout. To either side were sapphire gems that could only be eyes. Crystals seemed to grow and shrink to permit a movement of the 3 legs attached to the tripod of a body that bristled with spikes and growths. 4 long membrane-thin growths gave a suggestion of butterfly wings. It looked like a man crossed with a dragon carved in crystal. As the fair trader entered the room, I heard a musical talking sound, and caused the crystal to resonate in flashes of color played across the crystal of the face of the snout. "We are here," my symbiote translated, "and we greet you, honored Ron." I just gaped, not just in shock but delayed horror. These things, the fair traders, spoke via light. Their bodies were stiff and heavy. They moved slowly and stiffly. When they stopped moving, they were good as statues. I couldn't even see signs of breathing. They had no facial tics to betray them, no inflection in the voice to warn us, and their posture was set by a growth of their crystals. For the first time since we had left Earth, we had found a species that gave off no body language cues at all. "Oh, Kavaj," I heard Shide say from somewhere behind me. "Now what were you saying about our odds?" End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 74, written by Semi-Loki. The pair of crystalline statues took their places at the table. One of the Ron approached the table while the other 8 formed a wedge shape that flared behind it towards the door. There the pattern repeated, then the stance of the Fab Five took in my own room, the wedge shape with 2 standing guard just outside the main door. I was sure that this was significant, but I was also too busy to figure it out at the moment. The fair traders dropped their arms to the sides and froze in place. Light played across their features. A monotone translation arrived a moment later. "Run, noble in mind and deed," the translation said. "You honor us with your presence, and so from your empire, how might we serve you?" "We demand information," the Ron leader thumped. "Of course," one of the fair traders finished the response. "Information is one of the commodities in which we deal." "We demand the location of our missing generation," the Ron leader stated. "I do not understand the reference," the fair trader lied. I was sure it was a lie. As to why, I couldn't say. Gut feeding, maybe. "Pay attention," I thought to myself. "They'll have a tell somewhere. They always do." I wasn't sure if I was being realistic or just trying to convince myself. All I knew was that, for the moment, our very lives hinged on the idea that the Ron thought that we might be useful in this negotiation. I didn't want to disappoint them. "The third in line of maturity," the Ron supplied. "They would reach full growth in another 23 cycles. Because of their absence, there is a break in the line of succession, which would cause irreparable damage to the population control." "This is a pity," the fair trader finished. "I wish you a swift resolution to this problem. However, the fair traders do not have information to share. I apologize." Again, I got a nagging feeling that he was lying. Maybe I was just extrapolating because the Ron believed the fair traders were guilty. But I didn't think so. Had I found a tell after all? The Ron leader that stood at the table, I mentally dubbed him Epstein to keep with the theme, extended an arm and waved it over the table. A moment later, an image burst into life above the table, a 3-dimensional still of the cargo hold of the smuggler ship Lee and I entered just before being captured by the Ron. The Hanapah and the other crew members were missing now. Instead, the image showed 5 Rons surrounded the cage welded with the center of the room. The mewling larvae were scattered, blindly seeking out rescue from their own kind. Several of the bars had been melted to form a hole in the side. One of the Ron adults was reaching inside the hole to retrieve one of the larvae. This image was taken less than a revolution ago in this very station. The Ron leader, "Sorry," Epstein said, informed them. "Ah, then you have found them," the fair trader flashed. "Congratulations are in order." "This is a very small sampling," Epstein warned. "It is insufficient to completely ward off the threat of population collapse. We require the coordinates to the others." "I do not have such information," the fair trader declared. Again, I had a nagging sense that he was lying. Something felt off about the flat, monotone response. I glanced over my shoulder at John and Ron. "Have them," I instructed, "ask about Rapskull." "Do you have information?" John the Ron asked, and I shook my head. "No," I told him. "This isn't an exact process. We have to learn about someone. Sometimes we have to force them to react and pick up a pattern." I thought John was going to ask more questions. To my surprise, it was Epstein who spoke up next. "What about the genetically altered Hanapar identified as Rapskull?" Epstein asked. "Do you know anything about this individual?" "We trade in much broader information," the reply from the fair traders. Again, although the tone was flat, I felt a tingle of a hunch that they didn't like the question. It upset them. "Tell them," I instructed, "that Rapskull admitted that he was working for them." "That is incorrect," John said. "Rapskull has admitted to no such affiliation." I rolled my eyes in annoyance. "Yes," I agreed, "but they don't know that. Just say it, okay?" Again, I was met with silence. "Rapskull," Epstein said from his position near the table, "tells us that he works for you." I was certain now. The fair traders were not happy. "A falsehood from a thief," the fair trader said dismissively. "It is to be expected." "How did they know he was a thief?" Heather blurted out. "Didn't they just say that they didn't know him?" "How are you aware of his occupation as a thief?" Epstein asked. The fair trader realized his mistake. I could tell he was caught off guard, but how did I know that? Was I really seeing something? Just guessing? It was infuriating. "It is presumed with his species," the fair trader declared. "Besides, you told us that he was with those who stole your missing generation." "No such statement was made," Epstein said. "You are making a false statement." "I was incorrect," the fair trader countered. "I was under the impression you asked about him after showing the captured generation because he was in proximity." "I merely inquired if you were aware of the name," Epstein pointed out. "You made the deduction yourself." "Why is the fair trader giving false information?" John asked me suddenly. I looked at the Ron and shrugged. "He's nervous," I said. "He wasn't expecting you to ask that question." Suggestions for continued interrogation. "Can you," Lee spoke up, "get them to keep asking about Rapskull and the other Hanapar, like how did they get the technology to evade detection while entering your empire, or who genetically altered them?" I expected the stony silence this time. I spun around to face the fair traders so that I could catch their reaction this time. "Technology in excess of a Hanapar's current development has been employed," Epstein said. "Do you know how they obtained the technology, or how Rapskull became genetically altered to evade telepathy?" "We sell technology to many," the fair trader said. "We cannot be held responsible for how it is employed. Some third party may be involved." "Maybe?" Lee asked as in all behalf. We didn't get a chance to offer up any further comment as the other fair trader began flashing his knights. "We were under the impression that you wished to discuss business," the fair trader said. "You have been inquiring after the quasi-matter pulse regulator in previous negotiations. Perhaps we should resume negotiations for that. I believe you offered 150,000 units of Ritium to alloy. This seems like a reasonable transaction now." "They're trying to distract you," the professor warned. "Don't let it happen. They'll act insulted next and try to walk out." "We are not interested in the regulator at this time," Epstein declared with barely a pause. "We require the location of the missing generation, as well as full disclosure as to your involvement in the affair." The second fair trader took a step away from the table. "Then it appears our negotiations are at an end," he declared. "You demand from us information we do not have, and offer in exchange nothing but baseless accusations." "Your assessment is accurate," John the Ron replied. "It's a little disorienting hearing the same flat Ron voice come from two different locations, having two different conversations. Unfortunately, this made keeping track of the two conversations a little challenging. It took me half a heartbeat to realize that John, for example, was referring to the professor's statement and not the fair traders. "Yes," I agree. "Pretty typical deflection tactics." I kept my eyes focused on the two crystalline fair traders. I could sense that my friends were starting to pick up the mood of the aliens as well. So it wasn't just me. They did have a tell, something that we were all unconsciously processing, but none of us had, "The legs," Jack blurted out. "They aren't reflecting." That's when I finally clicked in place. Of course, I thought, as I mentally kicked myself. I'd been focusing so intently on the faces that I hadn't been half paying attention to anything else. The fair traders reflected light constantly. The colors flashed throughout their bodies in a weird shimmering pulses. Beautiful on one hand, but also a bit eerie. It was if 1,000 tiny muscles were constantly vibrating the crystals to provide a private art show, which I suppose may actually be the case. Maybe the body light was just there for aesthetics. The same couldn't be said about the crystals forming the face and the dorsal spines. The crystals in the head and along the neck refracted the light in patterns meant for communication. These were moved with deliberation. The smaller patterns that they played elsewhere on their body, those seemed to be controlled through a less conscious means. When the fair traders were content, vivid rainbows played across their body in waves. However, now that we had them all riled up, the color shifted patterns and being isolated to the head and neck. The rest of the body was normal, translucent crystal. Slowly, more color began to seep into the rest of the body. They were struggling to regain control. The fair traders stepped back to the table. I couldn't let them leave, now that we were starting to make headway. I went for a Hail Mary pass. Tell them that you are analyzing the flight data from the smuggler ship and that you will use this to determine where they were taking the children, I ordered John. Smuggler ships do not contain flight data, Ron protested. Such a feat would have been our first approach if it were possible. Lie, Lee snapped. Make something up. Tell them that you're able to reconstruct data from radiation patterns or computer updates. It doesn't matter, I said, picking up the thread. When you are dependent on someone else, you run a risk that someone might make a mistake, that they will ruin you, no matter how careful you are on your end. If we make them believe that there was a screw-up in this area that they do not control, then... We are required to inform you, Lee interrupted by Epstein's voice, that your statements will be compared to any relevant data retrieved when the flight data from the smuggler ship is analyzed and the location of the missing generation is extrapolated. Both fair traders lost all color. You are fortunate, one of them said at last, faint color returning to its face and dorsal spines. Smugglers generally do not track flight data. Efforts were made to obfuscate, Epstein agreed. However, these methods were substandard. Even when navigational adjustments are not logged, they do leave recognizable after images within the synthetic intelligence system. By extrapolating course corrections as well as radioactive debris upon the hull, we can reconstruct a route. Nice job, he said with a nod of approval. You all have a knack for this. Additional pods have been recruited to supplement cognitive abilities, John said cryptically. I ignored the comment. Can we, I asked slowly, project an image of conflux territory above the table in there, some sort of map that we can divide into quadrants, then slowly highlight each quadrant in turn? The professor smiled. I get it, she said. Clever Hans. I nodded, and Lee cocked an eyebrow at me. Clever Hans? He asked. A horse, I said, as I watched the projected image on the other room. A dark shape swam into existence, hovering over the feet of the table. It looked like an irregular shape of stars dotted on its surface. The run were quick. I had to give them that. Early 20th century, I went on as we watched the map of the conflux space from the air. The owner claimed the horse could perform arithmetic, and the audience would give the horse a math problem, and the horse would beat his hooves against the ground, however many times it took to get the answer. Nice, Lee agreed, but what does that have to do with this? Because the horse couldn't do math. The professor explained for him. What the horse was doing was stomping his hooves until he saw the owner tense up. Whenever the owner saw that the horse was about to get the answer right, he'd tense up in anticipation. Lee blinked and looked out at the map taking shape. The owner didn't know he was doing this, he asked. The professor shook her head. No, she admitted. He thought the horse was able to do something it clearly couldn't. You wish us to rotate through the quadrants and wait for the fair traders to deplete the color when they land on the right one, John the Ron supplied. Uh-oh. We'd been so excited to make headway into reading the fair traders that all of us had forgotten that there was someone else in the room. Someone who, put to a fine point on it, had threatened our continued existence if we could not perform the useful service for them. A service which we had to make that fine point even finer and ever so much more self-inflicted backstabby, just spilled the beans on how to accomplish this. I winced and slowly turned around to face the Ron. I half expected to see them with their arms outstretched and bearing weapons. John remained as rigid as ever. He seemed to be studying the tableau playing out in the other room as well. I said at last, I guess that's essentially it. I guess you don't need us for this part. Incorrect, John said simply. It takes considerable resources to mimic human abilities. However, we lack the sophistication and experience to make good use of these abilities. I took a step backwards. You mean to say you now understand we cannot actually read minds, that it is just a trick? You know now that the trick and can do the trick, I asked, but want us to keep doing it for you because we're better at it than you are. John did not reply at once. We have years of recorded data of Ron Fair Trader interactions. Despite many recordings and analysis, we did not notice this refraction by the fair traders before now. We are now analyzing all data and finally evidence of historic deception as well. We do not consider your ability as a simple trick. It was an oddly long-winded speech from the Ron. I'm still not completely sure why John even bothered. I think, from the Ron perspective, they thought that we were saying that we had fulfilled our end of the bargain by teaching them how to read the fair traders. The Ron, in turn, wanted us to stay because they didn't think that they were good enough to pull it off. Still, considering our general reception in the universe, I found it oddly touching. Okay, yes, they had threatened to kill us if we didn't cooperate, but they were also dealing with a bunch of kidnapped children. A lapse in manners was forgivable. Plus, and this was a big thing, they seemed to be trying. We hadn't been threatened in a long time, and whenever we asked a question, we were answered rather than met with more hostility. Weirder still, now that we'd accidentally made our services less mysterious, they delivered us a clumsy compliment. You know, the Ron were almost pleasant company. Almost. We still hadn't been let out of the room, but I had to remind myself that it was a baby steps in the right direction. I nodded and returned my attention to the hovering map of the Conflux territory. Think we stalled long enough, I said. I hoped it was true. The fair traders had regained a bit of color, which had made things easier for us. Hopefully. We're extrapolating the data now, Epstein declared. This is a live feed of the reconstruction. The grid appeared over the map, dividing it into 4 equal squares. One square lit up with a brilliant white light, shifting to the next quadrant, then the third. One of the fair traders, the talkative one, lost color. Without me having to give instructions to do so, the other 3 quadrants disappeared and the map zoomed in to the remaining one. A new grid appeared and the process repeated. Fascinating, the talkative fair trader said, but this appears as if it might be a lengthy process. Perhaps we should return after you have completed the analysis. Do not leave, the Epstein commanded. Our time is precious and you still have not requested a trade for anything, the fair trader protested. Please advise as to a reason to command their continued presence, John asked. Tell him that, I stammered out before faltering. I was drawing a blank. Tell him that they are being detained under suspicion of being a participant in kidnapping, Jack suggested, and that they will be released if shown that they were not involved. You are being detained, Epstein offered, under suspicion of involvement of the kidnapping of the missing generation. You do not have the legal authority to do such a thing. Another quadrant had been cleared as they argued, and the map zoomed in once more. A new grid appeared. You will be released once we can prove your statements to be factual, Epstein said. However, we cannot permit you a chance to escape before the conclusion of this investigation. You accuse me still. The fair trader's voice sounded flat in the translation, but the darker colors swirling it suggested anger to me. Where's the source of the suspicion? The statements of a disreputable smuggler. Fair traders may not be detained under penalty of Your smuggler associates have confessed to your involvement and that you supplied them with the means of evading detection, Epstein interrupted. Until your innocence is proven, I am acting well within my authority. We are not in Ron space, the fair trader interrupted. You have no authority here. 2 more levels of zoomed had happened in the argument. They were now only a handful of stars on the map, and the fair traders were alternating between dark colors that boiled with emotion and no color at all. Even though I didn't know the emotions which color corresponded to, I had a suspicion that the fair traders would bolt if their Ron could narrow it down much further. They're going to do a runner, Lee stated as if reading my mind. That was apparently the cue. Both fair traders stepped away from the table without another word, diverting their gazes from the floating map. They marched slowly towards the door. If their physiology permitted a more hasty retreat, I'm sure that they would have employed it then. I sighed. Sorry, I said as I turned and shot Ron a helpless look. We tried. You have narrowed down the potential search area, John informed. We will begin the search in the systems with the habitable planets first. I was surprised. You are not disappointed, I asked. Results have improved the probability of discovery of the lost generation, John replied. This is a more favorable status than before your partnership. We will be arriving at our destination within 2 sleep periods. I had been smiling up until I finally passed the meaning of that last sentence. Wait, I squeaked. You're taking us with you? We have already departed the station. John clarified. We believe that if we permit the fair traders too large of a lead in time, they may choose to terminate the lost generation. Haste is required. Are we guests or are we prisoners? Lee asked. Good thing, too, as I was still fumbling for words. John must have been having similar problems because, without answering, he and the other Ron spun in place and marched out the room. The wall slid shut, sealing us in. The moment later, the lights flashed and the projected image of the other room and the space station vanished. We were once again alone in our ersatz cabin of a room. Well, the professor spoke up at last, there may be a silver lining in all of this. As one, we all slowly turned to face her. I mean, she stammered, the Ron were in such a hurry to leave, they probably, didn't stop to blow up the station as they left, so, we sort of saved all those innocent people. No one answered. We lapsed into an awkward silence that was only broken by Scheid muttering a half-hearted kavoj before storming off to the corner of the room. Lee looked at the closed door and flipped it off. I hope they can see us, he snarled, because I'm doing this as hard as I can. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 75. Written by Semi-Loki. I looked for a place to sit down. There were lots of choices there. The room was huge and, even with 7 people and 2 aliens sharing one body, I had my pick of dark corners to lurk in. I decided I didn't want to sit down after all. I wanted to pace. Gah! Shut up, I snapped. Gleep, you too, I shouted without looking. Gah! Faltath said. I'm impressed with you, my crew. Gah! Our skill with which you deceived our captors was extraordinary. Gah! I almost believed it myself. Gleep, Faltath said. Shut up, Gleep. They were telling the truth. Gah! Nonsense. Gah! Visual telepathy is madness. Gah! You underestimate my loyal and clever crew. Gleep, they are not your crew. Gleep, they don't even like you. Gleep, I don't like you either. Gah! You'll sing my praises once our spawn crew my vessel and aid me in the conquest of the galaxy. Gleep, we are with child? I couldn't take it anymore. I whirled upon the 2.5 alien creatures and chambered my leg ready for a kick. I needn't have bothered. Jack was there first and she slammed both fists into the twin mouths of Teth. Blag! From Humph! Then blessed silence. I sighed in relief. I didn't last long. I felt someone tap my shoulder. I was sure I wouldn't like what I see when I turned around. I did it anyway. I was right. I didn't like it. Heather was staring at me with puffy eyes. I've made an absolute arse out of myself, she stated. Yep, didn't like it. No one thinks any less of you, I tried to assure her. You weren't right in your mind. You don't understand, she said, shaking her head from side to side. I'm not like you. I can't just make an ass of myself and walk away from it. We really need to work on a morale-boosting initiative with my crew. I made a mental note to take this up at the next staff meeting. You'll be okay, I told her. We've been through too much to let a few of the cuff remarks sever it. But what if my brain is still just jumbled, she said. They toyed with my head. You can't understand what that's like. How can I trust myself knowing that they could alter who I am so easily? Damn it. I was not ready to discuss existentialism through involuntary neurosurgery right now. I opened my mouth to say something clever I hoped. Don't say anything stupid, Jason. It's the wrong time. I do understand how you feel, I protested. Millions of my brain cells starved to death due to a lack of blood back there on the sphere when I saw you naked for the first time. Yep, something like that, Jason. Don't say that. I braced myself for a slap I deserved to be slapped. I wanted to slap myself. Instead, she looked hurt and turned away. Slapping would have been better. Wait, I stammered. That's not what I meant. I was trying to say... She didn't let me finish. She never even turned to face me again. What the hell had I been thinking? What the hell were you thinking? Lee asked. I blinked. Is there an echo in here? I asked. What? Never mind, I sighed, and I don't know what I was thinking. I'm not sure that I was. He reached over and squeezed my shoulder. Oddly enough, I barely faltered through the skin-tight run suit I wore. You are an idiot, Jason, he advised me. Don't forget that. I felt as if a small mountain had settled on my head. I really had made an ass of myself then. Just as we were the only thing to do, consult a professional. I glanced around and found Scheid standing next to the missing door. He was altering, kicking the door, was shouting obscenities. Well, obscenity. Scheid apparently thought of one profanity work there was no need to branch out. Scheid, I said as I walked up to him, could I have a word with you? Not converging now, he snapped as he glanced over his shoulder at me. I'm being poetic. He returned his focus to the door. Until your great converging grandchildren are born with a converging impacted anus, he screamed. Then, in a calmer voice, he turned to face me. Now, what seems to be in your mind? He asked politely. I think I just really screwed up with Heather, I admitted. That's converging, putting it lightly, he agreed. Have you converging been sitting on your brains as of late? I panicked, I said. I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. That was the first thing, he asked. What would you have said if you're so smart? I demanded. I'd have told her that it didn't matter what the head convergers do to her. It doesn't change anything. He said, she doesn't just live in her head, she lives in our hearts as well, and a part that they never touched. It was the second time in the past 5 minutes I wish someone had just slapped me instead. I had thought that I was a terrible human being before, but at least I could take comfort in the fact that Scheid was the worst one that I'd ever be. Now, even that comfort had been taken away from me. I stumbled towards the wall and slid down. Jack joined me a moment later. Hi, Jack, I said without looking up. You're going to tell me that I'm an idiot as well. Would it help? She asked. No, I admitted. Then why bother? She asked. Seems you already know it. Why did I say that? I asked. Jack didn't answer for a moment. Jason, she said at last, in all of our hopping across the universe, have we ever met a species that didn't have some sort of tell? Jack, I said with a sigh, I'd love to talk this out with another time, but because that's your tell, she went on, ignoring me. When you're about to freak out, when things are at their worst, you start cracking completely inappropriate jokes. You mock the things that scare you the most, daring them to strike. My spine stiffened. I'd be scared too, she continued, not just because Heather, but of all of us. How do we know that they didn't tinker with all of our skulls while we were out? Make us a little more compliant and willing to help them out? We sure were eager to make friends with them, weren't we? What happened to the good old-fashioned paranoia? Each one of her questions hit like it had been filled with a nail gun and point-blank range. I wanted to cringe away from each one. So what do? I asked. Do? She asked and shook her head. Jason, you screwed up big time. Heather doesn't use humor to belittle her fears. You mocked her fears, and she thinks you're mocking her for having them. But I wasn't, I protested. I was just, being stupid. She smiled at me. I know, Jack agreed, which is why I'm over here talking to you. I was worried about the Ron tinkering with our heads as well, up until you opened your mouth and proved to me that you're still the same thoughtless goofball who still can't help but shove both feet down his throat. If the Ron were going to tinker with anything, that would be my pick. With that, she got up and walked away. I groaned. No real reason, just felt like groaning. I sat there for a few moments in silence before the professor joined me. Yes, I said, I know I'm an idiot, but, do we know what the Ron think of a typical day-night cycle? She interrupted. Her question was so completely derailed my train of thought that it flipped over 3 times, killed the conductor, and plunged over a ravine to land on top of an orphanage for abandoned thoughts. Huh? I asked cleverly. They said that we were better at our first destination in 2 sleep cycles, she reminded me, but we don't know how long those are. So far, the ship travel has been placed over weeks or months. If the Ron only sleep once a month, we could be traveling in this room for a very long time. I added it to my ever-growing list of concerns, none of which, I might add, that I seem to have any ability to do anything about. No armor, no weapons, and we didn't even have a diet to call upon for help. Yep, pretty much helpless. No armor. That reminded me. Does anyone feel particularly hungry? I asked aloud. The only voices that were in assent started a sentence with either gleep or a gaha, and really, I didn't particularly care if they starved to death. It'd be one less irritation for me to deal with. Still, it more or less confirmed a suspicion I'd been harboring. We've been here for hours, I said, or days, yet no one seems to be hungry or thirsty, or even particularly sleepy, it seems. Lee shrugged. So these suits recycle, like the armor, he agreed. I guessed as much. Yes, I said, but even with the armor we had to take in food and water. Not much, but some. We're living creatures. Shouldn't we be taking in more than we put back out? Lee frowned and glanced at the professor for confirmation, and she nodded in agreement. Jason is right, she said. Even if these suits were perfectly efficient at recycling, not something I'm willing to admit is possible, but hypothetically, we should still need to replenish something. I nodded. I mean, don't we lose a lot of water by exhaling it, I said. Even if it is recycling all of our sweat and urine, what we breathe out is lost, right? The professor smiled at me. Someone paid attention in biology class, she said approvingly. Not really, I just read June and thought the still suits were badass, but I wasn't going to admit that to her, though. So, where is this coming from? I asked. To my surprise, it was Heather who spoke up. It's sort of humid in here, Heather pointed out. Maybe the suits can collect water from the air. I frowned, but nodded anyway. Possible, I agreed. Certainly a more encouraging possibility than the suit just keeps us from noticing that we're dehydrating. But what about food? She shrugged. If we can absorb the ambient water, why not other materials as well, she asked. Maybe they have a nutritional aerosol. I reflexively sniffed the air for any hint of atomized pot roast. The air smelled normal. Still, it was an interesting idea. I opened my mouth to ask another question. No, Heather interrupted. I'm still mad at you. With that, she turned away from me, and I looked at the professor helplessly. The professor gave me a sympathetic smile. At least, the professor said in a low voice, she's mad at you rather than scared. She'll forgive you, don't worry. You really think so? I asked hopefully. She shrugged. No, she admitted, but she might come around. After all, we're all sort of stuck with each other. Great, I said. Lack of viable alternatives come to my rescue once again. The professor patted my shoulder and walked away. I didn't see anything constructive I could do for the moment, so I decided to see if I could fall asleep. I was back on Direblade once more. Oddly, I was still wearing the Ron full bodysuit, but that was okay. I was back in the cafeteria on Dire, and I was sitting across from someone who wasn't mad at me. Well, maybe. I wasn't expecting you, I confessed. Summer smiled at me. She looked good, less gaunt than I remembered. Her hair was fuller too. It had been brushed out long to her shoulders with a fetching way. Of course, I wasn't so sure about the golden skin with the tattoo lines. You are never the same person twice, she replied. Why would you think your subconscious would be any different? You're my subconscious now, I laughed, and here I thought you were some sort of anti-abdicated doomsday program. Summer shook her head. It doesn't work like that, she said. You know that. The abdicators have been around for millennia. If a scrap of code could kill them, then why hasn't it been tried already? They seem to war amongst themselves, after all. Humans invent tactical newts to do our cutting more efficiently. Why would abdicators be any different? So, what? You mean to tell me this was all a ruse? No, she admitted, and then shrugged. Maybe. I'm not really sure. I'm not sure the super sentient really understood it. I just know that I'm still changing and evolving inside you. I sighed. Great, I said. So, just to be clear, the ultimate weapon against the abdicators is a bit of a mental code lodged in the dormant psi centers of my brain. I don't know how to access it, I don't know how to deploy it, and I might not even work. And now I find out that it's still changing, so what it does tomorrow may be different than what it does today. That sound about right? Summer stood up and stretched her arms. She was wearing a light blue shift. When she sat, it was rumpled and shapeless, but as it stretched over her arms and her head and yawned, it now clung to her body in a tantalizing ways, offering hints at a well-formed body beneath. She dropped her arms and looked me square in the eyes. Wake up, human, she said in a flat monotone. My eyes sprang open. 5 Rons stood in the room with us. I didn't know if the one before me was John the Ron or not, as they all looked identical to me. Still, for convenience sake, and because I was too lazy to think of a new name, I decided the Fab Five was back in the room with us. What? I asked as I rubbed my eyes with the back of my hand. Have we arrived already? No, John the Ron declared stiffly. We believe our sleep cycles differ from your own. We're barely 1/10 of the way to our first destination. Ah, I said with a solemn nod. We have come for another matter, John went on. Does your ability to read the thoughts of others require sentience? What? I asked as I tried to stifle a second yawn. Are you asking if we are sentient? Because that's sort of an insulting question. We refer to sentience on the part of the recipient, John the Ron clarified. Does your ability extend to beings that cannot converse, also lack self-awareness? Animals, I asked. You're wanting to know if we're good with animals? Yes, John confirmed. We have domesticated some species on our home planet, the professor supplied as she settled up next to me. Domesticated, John asked. The word does not seem to translate. Please expand on this. We raise them, the professor said after some hesitation. From birth in some cases. We keep them for food and sometimes for companionship. We also breed them to promote desirable traits or suppress undesirable ones. John fell silent. I didn't blame the professor for being hesitant in dropping that bombshell. The Ron seemed to be tolerating us reasonably well, but it was anyone's guess how they might interpret that one. Would they consider us enslavers, eugenics, or just lazy carnivores? I held my breath as John silently mulled that over. Your species is comfortable with non-sentient beasts, John finally declared, and your ability to read mental and emotional states crosses species barriers, even in the absence of sentience. Sort of, I agreed, but it's not as easy as we can question them to get answers. Understood, John replied. Despite limiting factors, there are a strong probability that you can still provide assistance in this matter. John stepped back a few paces. He and the other Ron now stood in a formation on the other side of the doorway, forming a corridor of insectoid bodies. Their wings flapped open and each one extended their arms. Follow, John ordered. Humans are requested to attend an urgent matter in the husbandries. Wait, what? I stammered. 3 of the Ron soldiers extended their arms outward and pointed a palm at each human. The 4th extended a single palm in the direction of Pol Valteth. Only John kept his arms pointed away from us. Follow, he repeated and stepped in the direction of the hallway. I looked at the others helplessly. They shot me the same look back. I took a step in the direction of the hallway, and from behind me someone reached forward and grabbed my hand and squeezed. I looked back down and saw a black-gloved hand. I glanced back and saw the hand belonged to Heather. Not off the hook, she warned. I'm just too scared to look for other alternatives at the moment. I nodded once and squeezed back. Together, we walked between the line of guards. Their palms tracked us as we moved. Behind me, I heard booted feet following. A sideways glance showed me that the other guards were pointing their points behind us, so the others were following. I took a deep breath and stepped outside the room. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 76, written by Semi Loki. Stepping outside our room did a little to change the scenery. The hallway was just a wider and narrower version of the room that we were in, dark with false rock lining the walls. I saw no other doors or openings, just another box-like room. The Ron motioned for us to walk to the left. I took a step in that direction, and the hallway was suddenly larger in that direction. The walls didn't melt or shift. This was no sign of movement or stirring in the air. It was as if I blinked my eyes and realized the far end of the hallway was further along than I thought. I took another step. Nothing happened. I walked hand in hand with Heather towards the wall. I jumped again. One moment it was there and the next it was gone. It seemed to be set off by proximity. Whenever we got close to the 12 feet so away from the wall, it would leap again. I stole a glance over my shoulder, half expected to see that far wall was leaping along after us as well, and that the opening in our room was be covered. But no, it was still there. What was surprising, however, was that I was now slightly higher up than the top of the door frame. I looked forward once more and let go of Heather's hand. I thought I saw her shoot me a confused look, but I ignored it for a moment. I closed my eyes and focused on my sense of balance. People use visual cues for balance more than they realized. Tourist traps, ones like feature key phrases like Ripley's or Gravity in their name in particular, make good money off of this fact. Screw with the lines of perception a bit, and it can be difficult for people to tell the difference between a flat surface and an incline. So, just remove the visual cues and go with your body tells you, right? Unfortunately, your brain relies on visual cues for a reason. The body's natural systems are sloppy. Try running down a flight of stairs blindfolded, and if you don't believe me, Proprioception is great and all, but it is an unreliable system, so why bother? Because sometimes a subpar system can tell you something a good system can't. It's all a matter of paying attention to where things fall apart. I didn't feel an extra strain on my legs while walking, no sense of pushing my body uphill. So, the slope, if it wasn't there, was a gradual one. All I had to do was, "Jason!" Lee snapped from behind me. "Watch yourself!" Wait for someone to complain. My eyes snapped open and I was leaning far too back. I straightened myself and looked at Heather's hand again. "It's a burrow," I told her, "or rather, it's laid out like one. We're climbing." She glanced over her shoulder and must have seen the sinking door as well. "A tunnel on a ship," she agreed, and then, with a grimace, added, "A good place to get lost." "Why do you say that?" I asked. "Think about it," she said. "Think about how just about every building that you've ever been inside in your life is organized. Each floor is almost an exact copy of the floor below it." I shrugged. "It makes designing things easier," I said. "Yes," she agreed. "Repetition is a lot more efficient, but the point is we expect there to be a pattern. I don't necessarily think about it, but you expect it. Ever gotten lost when driving?" I shrugged again. "Everyone does," I admitted. "Everyone does," she agreed and nodded. "And how did you figure out where you were?" "I just drove until I hit a main road and, "Oh, right," she said. "How did you know that the road would hit a main road?" It was my turn to nod. I saw it now. If you saw it from the beginning, then congratulations for thinking clearer than a guy who was half scared out of his mind while being marched at gunpoint to do the Dr. Dolittle bit of an unknown alien animal. Be sure to tell Mommy how clever you are. As for the rest of us, she was essentially talking about the lines of sight. Surface creatures like, say, humans love them. We especially love predictable lines of sight. Clear paths where we could see the way ahead of us. When we are out driving, we'll take a wrong turn while driving home from work. We don't instantly have to pull out our GPS or resort to cannibalism or something. No, you just have to pick the road that you were going approximately in the direction you needed to go. Why? Because we expect it to keep going that way, and sooner or later, we'll see something we recognize and latch onto. Tunnels, on the other hand, don't have lines of sight. You could be 6 inches away from your destination and never see it if you were in another tunnel. Circling around and around trying to guess which tunnel leads where, there is no way to predict where it might twist or turn. Worse yet, it was 3-dimensional. This is a problem because we tend to plot things in 2 dimensions. Even in buildings, we lay them out in nice, even levels. Length and width is all we really focus on when locating ourselves, as an elevator or stairs are the only places where height really comes into play. Even then, we like to reduce that predictability system. Winding and twisting tunnels that go up and down and around with no distinguishing features to remark upon is pretty close to the worst-case scenario for our species' sense of direction. The worst-case scenario, for those that are curious, is trapped underground in a system of winding, unremarkable tunnels that is rapidly filling with the piranha-infested waters. I glanced over my shoulder at the Ron marching behind us. "I wonder how they navigate the system," I asked aloud. "Aha! My loyal crew is plotting to escape you even as we speak," Valteth shouted from behind me. "Damn it," I snapped. "I really was hoping that they could shoot him." "Gleep," was the reply. "You must forgive him, Gleep. Pregnancy hormones are driving him crazy." "Gah! We are with child?" I closed my eyes and counted to 100, and then counted back down to 1 again, in French. I don't even speak French. "Shut up," I suggested. I didn't bother turning around as I have the weird medical condition where my leg will occasionally spasm, causing me to kick annoying people in the crotch. Very odd condition, and I plan to see a doctor about it one day. Maybe when I'm 90. In the meantime, I hoped pointing my leg away from the target of my frustrations might curb my Pavlovian response. "Gah! My crew is right. Gah! We must keep silent about our plans of escape," Valteth replied. "Gleep, this is not the reason he demands your silence." "Gah! Silence, Craven Witch! Gah! You do not think I shall spare you because you carry my spawn." "Gleep, we are with child?" I was wrong about the worst-case scenario for humans. I was starting to envy the drowned and devoured spelunkers right about then. At that moment, the entire Amazon basin had somehow magically transported itself a few thousand light years to the interior of the ship, I'd have met the oncoming flood wearing nothing but a barbecue sauce and a smile. My fists clenched and Heather snorted as she attempted, and failed spectacularly, I might add, to stifle a laugh. I raised an eyebrow at her. "Something funny?" I asked, through gritted teeth. "Just watching your face," she said. "You finally met someone obnoxious as you. It's just nice to see the shoe on the other foot for once." That hurt. "I'm nowhere near that bad," I protested. "I mean, I joke around a bit, but those things are insane. Up until I met Teths, I thought an idiot I met in a liquor store who told me that he was BFFs with Cthulhu and needed to stock up on PBRs was the biggest nutjob that I'd ever had the misfortune to encounter, but—" "How do you know where you're going?" I heard Jack say from behind us. She said it louder than necessary, not exactly interrupting me, but it derailed my thoughts enough that the effect was the same. I looked back and saw she was speaking directly to John the Run. Once again, my security officer shows more common sense than I have. I really need to work on that. I seem to get distracted easily and forget that we are being observed. "We walk with intention to our destination," John replied. He kept his palm aimed at my back, but his tone was, as always, perfectly flat. "Yes," Jack said, "but how do you know when to turn? How do you keep from getting lost? Are there chemical markers or something outside our visual spectrum that you can see?" John paused. For some reason, whenever we asked a question, the Ron seemed to require some deep thinking before answering. "Evidence suggests that our visual spectrum is more limited than your own," the Ron answered, "and we do not use chemical markers." "Then how do you know that you're in the right tunnel?" "We are always in the right tunnel," John answered after a much briefer pause. "It cannot be otherwise." Jack fell silent, probably in confusion. I know I was confused anyway. The professor, however, seemed eager enough to continue the fruitless line of questioning. "Does the tunnel branch out from the other tunnels?" she asked. "It may," John said. "We do not know yet. So how do you know which path to choose?" "It does not matter. Both will take us to our destination. In time, yes." "How many tunnels do you have on the ship?" "One currently," John answered. "More may be in place when needed." "So the tunnels don't remain in place?" she asked. "They're, adaptive?" One more and the Ron fell silent, and we spoke again after a long time. "When we desire to go from one part of our ship to another," he said at last, "we go with intention. The way will be provided. The way is not always consistent." "So the tunnels change every time you set out?" she asked. "But it doesn't matter what choices you make, as the tunnels will grow and change to allow you to get to your destination." "Yes." She was silent for a moment. "What if you're in a hurry?" she asked. "We run." She sighed in exasperation. "Burrowing species," I reminded her. "Having ever-changing tunnels probably gives them a psychological comfort. It will make the ship seem less confined, as they are always blazing new paths. It satisfies their need to create new tunnels. It also means that any enemy who enters the ship can be sent running in circles. It also makes interrogation useless if any of them are captured," Jack added. "I mean, they can't tell you how to get anywhere from where something is relative to anything else." "Yes," John said. I saw everyone steal a glance in his direction. "Which Kavaching one was he agreeing with?" Shide asked. "All of them, I think," I said. "I think he's trying to answer our questions, but doesn't have a good frame of reference." "Yes," John agreed. Again, we all looked at him. "Gah!" Valtez shouted. "Our capture of the ship is complicated by the treacherous devils. Gah! Behold my crew's subtle technique of learning their weaknesses." "Shut up," I shouted. "Gleep! I was not talking." "I hate them." "All right," the professor said, ignoring the exchange between me and the Teths. "So, if I step outside the room and say, for example, the control room, then the ship will create a semi-random tunnel for me to take me there." "No," John corrected her. "You're not authorized. The ship will not provide you access save to where you have been given permission to be." "Which is our cell currently?" she asked. "Correct." "So," I said, "if we can go anywhere you don't allow, and you have some sort of personal defense system against attack, why are you pointing weapons at us? What can we really do?" "Our weaponry is ready for your defense." John replied. The purpose was not for intimidation. We are extending defenses and not offering threats. It took me a moment to digest this. You mean your personal force field, or whatever you call it, I asked, is surrounding me? Yes, John replied. We felt it best to attune them to your biomorphology before we encountered the Hunter-Seekers. Hunter-Seekers? I asked. John fell silent. The words translated correctly, he said at last. Okay, I can see the confusion if you are overly logical sort. No, I said, I was seeking more information. What is a hunter-seeker? One that hunts and seeks, John replied. Frustrating, isn't it? I was about to ask a question in a different way, possibly even going so far as to speculate on the legitimacy of certain aspects of his ancestry, as well as to how closely related his parents might be, or if his grandmother accepted payment for services rendered. Fortunately, it didn't come to that. John was apparently just doing the deep thinking again and continued speaking without additional four-letter word prompting from the likes of me. Hunter-seekers, he went on, are tools we employ in search operations. They may be biological, synthetic, or a mixture of the two. Even Ron, who are tasked exclusively with searching-related activities, may be designated a hunter-seeker. I blinked as I absorbed that thought. The tunnel suddenly split in front of us. I aimed for the right-hand tunnel, and the Ron followed my lead without comment. So, I said after another pregnant pause, this one of my own deep-thinking spell, you are saying that a hunter-seeker is a sort of like a job description. Yes, John agreed. However, when Ron or other sentient life forms are employed as such, the designation is seldom appropriate, as the being rarely stays completely hunter-seeker oriented at all times. The designation is generally reserved for specialized organisms or constructs. I nodded in understanding. You're saying that if you created a robot that would only hunt for specific and did nothing else, say, fly a ship, you would call it a hunter-seeker. Correct, John said. However, retrieval duties are often implied as well. Biologicals are employed when conditions are not favorable for fully synthetic creations. You are to see the genetically engineered hunter-seeker beast that proved problematic. Beast? I asked. The word translated. No, I interrupted. I mean, why do you call them beasts? The hunter-seekers are genetic amalgams of two different predatory species that have been engineered for maximum sensory receptiveness. Combined with a natural hunting instinct, the biological implementation of hunter-seekers have proven to be highly effective. However, a problem has arisen in balancing the docility with aggression. Blunting aggressive behaviors has negatively impacted the hunting ability. The latest specimen, batch 1701, shows promise, but directing its aggressiveness away from us has met with limited success. It has been suggested that human tactics may be more effective at taming batch 1701 hunter-gatherer biologicals. For Ron, it was a long speech. While informative, it left me almost as confused as before. They wanted us to tame a genetically engineered predator. How? Domestication isn't exactly an overnight process. I wanted to voice these concerns, but when the wall ahead of us jumped forward once more, I could now see the door. We were there. Reluctantly, Heather and I led everyone inside. Once inside, though, it took everything I had inside of me to keep from fleeing the room once more. The room was even larger than the one we had just left. Other than that, it may as well have been the same room. False stone walls gave the room a cavernous feel. But I wasn't looking at the walls. I was looking at the snarling monsters prowling the far side of the room. There were 6 of them, each beast, and looking at them, there really were only appropriate description for them, was 8 feet long and covered from neck to tail in sinewy muscle. They were dark green in color with tiger stripes. In fact, they looked like a battle cat from the old Masters of the Universe cartoons. Long, lanky, and sharp curving teeth, the ears were set low on the sides of their heads and folded like a Chinese fan. Each leg ended in a 6-toed foot, 4 in front and 2 in the back. Retractable claws clicked and the stone floor as they paced. The maw of the beast was too broad to be a canine, but too long to be a cat. It was like a strange mixture of a panther and a coyote. The eyes The eyes were the worst part, deep ruby red with yellow irises that tracked everything. The panther coyote paced restlessly on the far side of the room. There was no obvious barrier separating us, but I knew there must be one there all the same. The creature glanced at us, bared their fangs, but came no closer. They turned away from the invisible line in the room that only they could see. There was something unnerving about being menaced by an animal. With a good enough reason, any person in the world can turn on you and then turn killer. 5 minutes alone with foul and pale death would turn Mother Teresa into Norman Bates. But the point is that even the most deranged and bloodthirsty person will kill you for a reason. A psychotic reason, perhaps, but a reason all the same. Where there is a reason, there is always hope for offer a reason of your own in its place. Reason not to kill you, hopefully. Animals may kill you just because it seems like a slightly less bad idea than letting you live. There is no reasoning. They don't feel pity for you or remorse. They don't kill because they enjoy it. They just do it because it is what they do. As I looked at the eyes of those alien cats, I felt my old instincts kick in. Flee into the forest, they shouted. I also realized that if I did that, I would brand myself a prey forever. So I forced myself to take a step forward, then another. The cat-coyote things flexed their claws and snarled deeper. The snarl was weirdly high-pitched with a touch of gurgle to it. Was I making them nervous? Some large cats on Earth would panic if people walked towards them. Prey flees. It does not flee and was not prey. Were these things similar? What do you feed them? I asked over my shoulder without breaking eye contact with the monsters. We have a vat of grown meat substitute that, get some and bring it to me, I said. It is not their feeding time. Don't argue. Just get it, I all but shouted. Jason, Heather said in a low voice as she stepped up next to me. What are you thinking? Well, I replied without looking at her. I was thinking about something I once heard about dogs. If you want to win a dog's love, get it to associate you with food. You bring it every meal. Once the dog associates you with food, it'll do whatever it can to keep you safe and happy with it. She sighed. Yes, she said, I've heard the same thing. You know what else I've heard? Don't feed the bears. Getting some animals to associate you with food is a really bad idea. I laughed. It was a strange laugh, almost hysterical. You think that's a bad idea? I asked. Then you'll love this one. Before she or anyone with a tiny bit of sense could stop me, I marched forward. The cat-coyote things watched me as I approached. They didn't advance, but they didn't shy away either. I stepped up to the invisible line that only they could see. As I suspected, I could step over it easily. Let's hear it from Ron Technology. One-way invisible doors. I was now in the pen with the beasts. I only had a moment to ridicule myself for my own stupidity before all 6 of the creatures leapt upon me en masse. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 77, written by Semi-Loki. Either the Ron suit was much more efficient with waste recycling than I realized, or I was extremely confident in the shielding technology. There is no other explanation for why the lower half of my underwear, if I was wearing any, that is, didn't instantly turn brown. I was hit almost at the same instant as 6 different places. Oddly, the impacts didn't hurt, but physics is physics, and the combined mass of the hunter-seekers was, easily several times my own. I went down with them on top of me, and I felt impacts of animals and the floor striking my back, but none of it really hurt. There was pressure, but no pain. Once on my back, however, I wasted little time getting the monsters off of me. I managed to pull my knees up to my chest and kicked outwards, my feet making contact with one hunter-seeker. It had a mass on its side, yes, but, as I already said, physics don't like to be ignored. It spun away from me with a yelp. That left 5. 2 chowing down on each arm and a 5th going for my throat. The teeth of the one at the top seemed to be slip as if making contact with an icy surface. I yanked my arm free from its jaws of the 2 hunter-seekers on the side and cuffed the one that was on top of me with a fist. It too yelped. The 4 hunter-seekers were still jockeying for position to pin me down, the weight and the numbers on their side, but I had an advantage in that they couldn't hurt me directly. I scrambled to my knees so that I could push, shove, and punch as needed. One of them made a noise that was halfway between a bark and a growl. Just like that, I found my arms swinging free. All 6 of them had backed off and were now studying me with their unblinking ruby eyes. The alpha had called them off. I had half expected it. The way they coordinated their attack suggested that they were pack animals. Or, at least, I was hoping that they were pack animals. The attack wasn't going so well and the alpha wanted them to regroup. So they did have a leader. But which one was the leader? Thanks to the Ron force fields, I was dealing out a lot more damage than I was taking in. However, that didn't exactly get me out of the woods. They couldn't hurt me, yes, but they could exhaust me. They could take turns attacking me until I was too tired to move. This was a real threat as I was very deliberately trying not to injure them. The hunter-seekers fanned out on either side of me. Clever. They were trying to get behind me. I stood up as I let them do it. I braced myself this time and managed to remain standing when I felt the impact. I reached around behind me and grabbed the scruff of the fur along the back of the neck and hurled it to one side. The hunter-seeker fell away and a second leaped for me. I delivered a backhand strike to its muzzle mid-leap. That one fell down too. They backed up again and sent fleeting glances at one hunter-seeker in particular. This one was ever so slightly larger than its brothers. The stripe patterns on his face crossed over his eyes, giving a faint suggestion of a domino mask. He made another bark growl that the others spaced themselves out evenly and began to advance while emitting a low growl. The masked hunter-seeker stood his ground, though. That was the alpha, then. I charged him. I heard jaws snapping behind me. I ignored them for a moment. The alpha barely had time to recoil before I was upon him. I clapped my hands down on the top and bottom of his muzzle, forcing his mouth closed. There, just for a fleeting moment, I stood there staring him down. It was hard to tell, but I think I surprised him. For a brief moment, he was almost helpless. His primary weapon had been effectively disabled. His secondary weapon, the claws, still worked, but by holding his head in place, he couldn't rear back enough to free them out, where his own weight trapped them on the floor. Now, truthfully, as my hands were busy keeping his muzzle shut, I was just as powerless as he was in the situation. But he didn't know that. As far as he knew, I could deliver a killing blow at any time. Naturally, that's when the rest of the pack caught up with me, and I was knocked free of the alpha. I spent a few precious seconds extracting myself. There was no real skill or art to the process. I pushed, shoved, punched, and kicked until the green bodies that swarmed over me broke apart enough for me to surface. There were cries that sounded pained this time. I wasn't as careful about not hurting them this time. I couldn't be. They were all over me, and I didn't have time to aim for non-sensitive spots. There was a bark growl, and a blanket of green bodies broke apart, leaving me out in the open again. The masked hunter-seeker stood before me, snarling. I glared back at him, but kept my mouth shut. I tried my best to keep my face neutral as I locked eyes with him and stared some more. I kept staring. He broke his gaze first. It was a small victory. Most animals on Earth cannot beat a human when it comes to a staring contest. They just don't have the attention spans like humans do. This is a bit of a mixed bag when it comes to certain animals, as many species use eye contact as a form of asserting dominance. The mixed bag part comes in that some animals feel that if you don't play with a dominance game, you had better be able to back it up. A dog or a cat may flinch away from a steel-eyed stare. A bear will just shatter your bones, crush your skull, and rip your liver out, and only later wonder if perhaps you were just bluffing. Like most small victories, this one didn't last. The pack pounced once more at me. This time, without waiting for the go-ahead from the alpha, I swung and punched and did what I could to knock them away while keeping to my feet. I was sweating now, and I could feel myself growing tired. I stayed in there anyway. There was a bark growl. The pack continued to attack me. Another bark growl. 2 broke off. 3 others continued attack. The alpha now pounced in, but rather than attacking, he tore into one of his brothers. All 3 broke away from me, and the alpha was the unlucky hunter-seeker as he pounced on and snapped at each other. They slapped each other with their paws, but kept their claws sheathed. After a brief scuffle, Junior Hunter-Seeker backed away and lifted its head to stare at the ceiling, leaving its throat bared to the alpha. The alpha swiped a claw across the throat but did not break the skin. The alpha had reasserted dominance. I had humiliated him twice in short order, and some of the more opportunistic pack members had seen an opening to advance themselves within the pack. The Alpha had settled things for a moment, but even I could tell this position remained uneasy. The bark growled again and faced me alone. Ha! What do you know? Quack was right. He had told me before that Earth animals were more ferocious than most known species in the universe. It was a part that made aliens think Earth of a hell world. If these creatures had been tigers, coyotes, or even feral dogs, I would have been neck-deep in cold crap without water wings. They would keep piling on aggression upon the enemy, namely me, and worry about social hierarchy later. But there I'd spent barely 5 minutes wrestling with them, and this was a ready descent amongst the ranks. They should have pressed the attack if they could, fled if they could not, but most animals adopt this strategy for one reason. It works. Even if they fight a stronger foe and are forced to scatter, surviving the fight is the most important thing. Saving face is only concern for when you are away from danger. Fighting amongst themselves made them weaker, and now I had forced the Alpha into doing something very, very stupid. He advanced upon me. I knelt upon the floor to bring my head to eye level of his own. He bared his teeth and took a step closer. He watched me fling aside the entire pack without injury. Facing me one-on-one was not what he had wanted to do. He took another step closer. This brought him within my reach. I moved fast. He tried to snap at my hands as they encircled his muzzle, but his teeth bounced harmlessly off my fingers. Once more, I snapped his jaw shut. I held his mouth closed with my left hand and yanked upwards. Hiss was forced to lift his head. His bare throat came into view, and I raked my fingernails across it. I let go of him and took a step backwards. The shock that crossed the Alpha's face needed no interpretation. I had forced him into submission pose, and he was now unsure how to proceed. "Quick," someone from the side said. "Converging feeder before it realizes what you've done." I shoved a ball into my hands. He was standing next to the invisible wall. I took the ball and looked inside. Reddish slabs of something that looked almost like steak were piled high in the bowl. I grabbed one and tossed it at the Alpha. Well, former Alpha. Another hunter-seeker sprang forward to eat it, and I stepped between them and snarled. It backed off. I heard a growl behind me, but turned to see the former Alpha growling. I passed the ball back to Shide and shouted, "Bad!" The noise startled the hunter-seeker, and it stopped growling. Once more, I forced it to adopt a submissive pose. I didn't feed it this time, though. The former Alpha was definitely confused. Fortunately, one of the others got the hint. Another hunter-seeker, this one with a light grey blaze between its eyes, stepped forward and offered me its throat freely. I swiped at it with my fingers and took the bowl back from Shide. I fed this one too. Another hunter-seeker submitted, followed by a third. Half the pack had now accepted me as the Alpha, while the former Alpha and two others still hesitated. I handed the meat back to Shide and stepped through the barrier. "Nobody feeds them," I added John as I approached him. "From now on, we do all the feeding for you." "The beast has been tamed?" John asked. "No," I said. "They've yielded for the moment because it gets them food. They'll fight amongst themselves now to sort out who is right and who is wrong. This is going to take some time." "Still," John said, "you appear to have made some progress. The hunter-seekers appear to be already more tolerant of your company than our own." "Probably because the Ron just walked in, dumped food, and left them again. The animals were confused. They didn't have a leader, not really. The masked hunter-seeker had tried, but he couldn't lead the hunt for them. He didn't bring in the kills. Food was delivered impersonally. I didn't voice any of these thoughts, however. We need full access to this room," I told John. "We are going to have to come back here over and over again, fight with the hunter-seekers if necessary, get them to accept us as their leaders." "What will this do?" John the Run asked. "It'll Kavajing make them want to work with you," Shide snapped. "If you are Kavajing going to Kavajing use Kavajing attack dogs, then Kavajing listen to the Kavajers who will keep them from Kavajing you." John was silent. "That did not translate," Ron admitted. "Here either," I confirmed, "but I think my friend is trying to tell you is that you will get the hunter-seekers you like, but only if you defer to our expertise." John fell into silence again. "The passage has been arranged," he stated at last. "There is no need to name your destination. The ship will only allow you to pass from here to your chambers. You are free to come and go as you please. The ship will alert us when you are moving in this direction, and escorts will be arranged to provide protection upon your arrival. Is that acceptable?" Does it say anything about my mental state that I briefly contemplated kissing the ugly Ron's face? The biggest problem with being on the Ron ship was so far had been the boredom. No books, no TV, no internet access meant that I'd been practically climbing the walls off on since we were captured. Training the attack things was at least a distraction. Fine, I said while feigning disinterest. We'll be returning to our chambers now. When the beasts are hungry again, we will return. As you say, John agreed. The force field must have still been in play, as Heather punch didn't hurt either. Idiot, she shrieked. You could have gotten yourself killed. Unlikely, Lee said. He must have been paying attention when someone else was speaking, for once. But you're still an idiot. What if you had given them an idea that humans were toys to play with? I shrugged. I was winging it, I admitted. You nearly kavodged it up, Shai told me. My uncle used to raise hounds for hunting. You did just about every kavodging thing wrong. Fortunately, these kavodgers are much brighter than dogs. Smarter, I asked. You think they're smarter than dogs? He grunted by the way of reply. The Ron were now leading us out of the room and into the randomized tunnel that would lead us back to our cells. A dog, Shide said at last, is just a wolf we've converging bred to think like a man, except it can't converging to it because it's still a wolf at heart. These beasties tried to learn your weakness. They tried strategy. They were bad at it, but they tried. They also learned and then communicated. They're converging smarter than dogs, and that's good for us. Smart thing can be tricked. You just have to make it think that it's being smart. A dumb converger, though. He just keeps plugging away at being dumb because it's all he knows. Like you, he added helpfully, and I flipped him the bird. They did seem to learn rather quickly, the professor added. The trick with getting them to bare their throats, you only had to do it twice before the others caught on. I found myself chewing my lip. She was right. The hunter-seekers were smart. All it took was 5 minutes to establish that I couldn't be hurt and that I wanted them to submit. They agreed because I promised them food, which, in the animal world, was a defining feature of a leader. We walked through the tunnels in silence after that. We took a few turns down branching corridors, but I ignored them. It didn't matter which way we walked. We found ourselves back in our familiar room, and Ron parted ways with us without comment. We had a brief discussion about the training of the hunter-seekers. I was not terribly surprised that everyone was pretty much in agreement to let Shide be in charge of that task. His experience with the hunting dogs and, not whatever the hunter-seekers were, but he was as close to an expert that we had. What did surprise me was when he voiced his intention to continue the program following the pattern I established. I think Jason Kavodging may have had the right of it, he admitted. Establishing ourselves as big dogs, get them to accept us as leaders of the pack. Everyone nodded along with his suggestion, save the Teths, who gleeped anger hard. I thought about suggesting we use Teth as an attack dummy, but decided teaching the hunter-seekers that people were made out of food may be a wise precedent to establish. The others sat down to discuss the goals and strategy. I looked for a quiet corner out of the way to sit down and let the shakes take over. I slid down the wall and closed my eyes. But my nightmares that night involve a half-ton of fanged fury clawing out my throat. I hope not. I tried to push the images away and hoped my adrenaline levels would drop down to something sublethal in the next few minutes. I allowed myself to fade a little, not enough to drift off to sleep, but enough until the discussion taking place about the best training practices for alien predators softened into a blur of background noise. I could no longer make out distinct words. All I was aware of was the darkness behind my eyelids and the cold stone beneath me. Darkness and stone, stone and darkness. It was simple. It was good. I could deal with simple and good. Stone and darkness. Darkness and stone. I don't know how long I sat like that, but after a while I noticed the rock was warmer and softer than I remembered. I was also lying on my side somehow. I felt a hand stroking my hair. I opened my eyes. My head was on someone's lap. I rolled my eyes up and saw Heather's face. She smiled at me. It's okay, she said. Just take your time. The words came unbidden to my mouth. You're being nice to me again, I blurted out. She rolled her eyes. Jason, she said warily. A little advice. Just shut up and go with it. You'll be happier in the long run. I took her advice. I closed my eyes and laid there on the cold stone floor with my head cradled in her lap. I felt the tension of the day melting away with each stroke of her hand. with every touch the angry hornet's buzz of anxieties. A sound that I had tuned out for some time and almost forgotten was there grew fainter. I wanted to sigh and curl up into a ball in her lap, to stay there until the whole thing was over. It was almost intoxicating. I wanted it to never end, to be there for forever. "The hunter-seekers are ready for you," I heard John the Ron declare. I opened my eyes and found 4 sets of shocked faces staring at the Ron soldiers in the room with us. "What?" I asked as I sat up. Tearing myself from the comfort of Heather's lap was one of the hardest decisions I had ever made in my life. But still, this needed to be addressed. "It's been barely an hour," I protested. "The hunter-seekers are still developing," John explained. "They have yet to reach full maturity. We placed them in a growth accelerator, and they require additional raw materials to supplement the gain in mass." I stood up now. "You mean those creatures I was wrestling with are babies?" I stammered. "And you just forced them to grow big faster. How old are they really?" "Batch 1701 is created prior to your arrival on the starbase," John answered. "They are approximately 5 days old." I did a quick conversion. A Ron day seemed to work out to be around 10 Earth days, roughly. So that means that they were just 2 months old. "They're babies," I repeated. The Ron did not deny it. Instead, they pointed their palms at us once more and indicated that we were into the hallway. Once again, I barely paid attention to the tunnel we crossed. The trip this time was shorter, and within a few minutes we were back in the kennels. I could tell with a glance that John had told the truth. The hunter-killers were bigger. Each hunter-seeker was taller and bulkier now. Before, their shoulders had been just below the level of my waist. Now their shoulders were firmly above my waistline and crossed with ever denser musculature. The green coat of their fur had also deepened and taken a richer hue. The wary expressions they eyed us with, however, remained exactly the same. Unspoken agreement, Scheid went in first. The masked one stepped forward as Scheid entered. Apparently, while we were gone, the masked one had reasserted his dominance of the others. "Down," Scheid said. The hunter-seeker ignored him and tried to pounce. Scheid must have been studying them as I got my rear handed to me earlier in the day. He had a better sense of their timing and had twisted to the side as the unmasked hunter leapt. It hit an invisible barrier instead of Scheid. Its body jerked like it was being electrocuted, and it slid down the unseen wall. "No!" Scheid said in a stern voice. For the next minute or so, it was more of the same. The masked hunter-seeker would attempt to challenge Scheid, and Scheid would scold him. At no point did he ever strike the hunter-seeker. Later on, I would ask him about it, as I had tossed and cuffed more than one of them during my scuffle. "That's all right," he assured me. "I'm sure that when they play, they do more to each other than your cavorting love taps ever could. Still, it's a bad idea to give them the habit of wrestling with us like that. I need them to learn to follow what I say without having to hurt them." It made sense. However, at the time, all I could do was wince as Scheid pirouetted away from the leaping animal over and over again. I kept thinking it would have been much faster if Scheid had just stepped into the pen instead of me the first time. After a few minutes of dodging the masked hunter-seeker, Scheid called out, "I need this cavorting BC isolated from the rest." I didn't know what he expected me to do about it, but as it turned out, it wasn't indicated at me. We never saw it happen, but all at once the hunter-seeker leapt and struck another invisible wall that was immediately in front of him. Bounced off in surprise, he backed up and hit another wall, and an invisible box surrounding him on all sides. He barked, snarled, and slashed at the walls. Nothing happened save his paw twitched as if it had been shocked. "Good enough," Scheid said, as he turned to focus on the others. He didn't say anything, he just waited to see what they would do. Finally, one lifted its head just slightly. It didn't really fully present its throat, just a hint of submission. Scheid rewarded it with a chunk of meat. The second submitted more eagerly and thoroughly for a moment later. The third and fourth followed. Now, just 2 refused to back down. The masked leader, and one with the darker stripes than the others. Stripes separated himself from the others and eyed Scheid with suspicion. He did not, however, attack. Mask, on the other hand, tore at his cage with impotent rage. 4 animals were fed, and Scheid stepped out of the waited. He held the food bowl in his hands and kept it in view of the others. He didn't say anything. Finally, Stripes stepped forward. He did not submit, but he kept his claws sheathed. He waited. Scheid kept him waiting for a moment more before tossing a very small chunk of meat inside. He then turned his back to them and walked away. Any converging step towards accepting us as their leader is a good one. he told me as he passed. We left the kennels and went back to our room again. The run retrieved us again 6 hours later. The hunter-seekers were, unbelievably, even larger. The fur had deepened in color once more, making it hard to distinguish the black stripes from the dark green fur. They moved more cat-like than before now as well. As we entered the room, 6 furry heads turned to watch us. The masked one bristled and growl-barked at us. Scheid pointed at him. "Isolate," he ordered. I frowned at the comment. They were bigger now, and the masked one had not gotten to eat after the last induced growth spurt. He looked thinner than the others. His muscles, while still enormous, were less pronounced, and I thought I saw a hint of bone pressing against his chest wall. Enough of a hint, in fact, for me to confirm something that I had felt whilst wrestling with ammonia. Hunter-seekers did not have ribs. Instead, their chest cavities were protected by overlapping plates of bones. The things were like armored tanks under their skin and muscle. The former alpha lashed out in the invisible cage. 4 of the remaining 5 immediately lifted their heads to Scheid and presented their throats. Stripes followed suit a moment later when Scheid began tossing out slabs of meat. Then there was one. The problem was, would this masked one calm down before it starved to death? For some odd reason, I felt a strange kinship with the masked hunter-seeker. He was just trying to be a good leader, and the others were willing to roll over and surrender for the sake of a free meal. He did not trust us and wanted to challenge us. Just because we came bearing gifts was not enough to win his trust. He wanted to keep trying to tear us apart until he found out if he could hurt us, or if we could hurt him. I found my feet moving before I was aware of what I was thinking about doing it. I approached the invisible pen and the kennel and stepped through the semi-permeable membrane the run had constructed. The masked hunter glared at me with red, angry eyes. "Can you hold him still for a moment?" I asked aloud. By way of answer, the hunter-seeker jerked as if someone had grabbed it. He glanced down at his feet with wide eyes. I saw him pull his legs with an unsuccessful attempt to make them budge. It was as if he had been glued to the floor. I entered his smaller pen and snarled at me with a trilling rumble. It was as if there was a Spanish and demonstrating how to roll his R's. I ignored this and reached out a hand. He tried to snap at it. I kept it out of his reach, but kept a steady movement towards the top of his head. Hand outstretched and palm down, he tried to follow the movement and bite my hand. But he was having trouble getting into position. Finally, he decided to ignore the hand and return the gaze at me. He snarled. I stroked his head. I tried to do it like Heather had done to me, slow and with a light touch. The first time he tried to whip around and bite me. I pulled my hand away, but soon he looked away from it. I put it back. After a few more false starts, he finally got the hint that I wasn't trying to hurt him. He glared at me and tried to snarl at me. His heart wasn't in it, though. Slowly, over several long moments, I got him to relax under my touch. I found out that rubbing my hands over his fan ears seemed to be especially soothing. He closed his eyes and pressed his head against my palm of my hand. I stroked and spoke softly to him. His body seemed to shrink slightly as he relaxed. "Let him go," I said too softly to the run. His feet on the isolation pen. The masked hunter-seeker jerked suddenly and his eyes snapped open. He must have felt whatever it was that held him let go. His dark red eyes sought out my own and narrowed. For a moment, I thought that he would attack me anyway, now that he had a choice. He decided not to. "Here," Scheid said to me. I turned around and found him extending a bowl out to me. "You may as well feed him." I nodded and took the bowl from him. I selected a large chunk and held it out to the masked hunter-seeker. He took it from me and retreated a few steps. He glared at me suspiciously, as if he feared that I might take his meat from him. I stood my ground and watched him back. He looked away and settled down to chew. "So, are you going to name him?" someone asked from beside me. I looked over and then, after failing to make eye contact, adjusted my gaze downwards slightly. When had Jack come up like that? "Pardon?" I asked. "Your friend," she said, and nodded to the masked hunter-seeker. "Got a name for him yet?" "I was thinking Bandit," I admitted, and then felt stupid for saying it. It was just an idea because of the mask, but it really is." "It's no dumber than anyone else's," she said with a shrug. "Lee named his Spot." "Spot?" I asked as I turned around. Everyone save Jack and myself was sitting on the floor next to a hunter-seeker. Lee stood next to, Spot, and was scratching the animal's chin. It seemed like that. The professor sat in front of the one with the light blaze on the chest and talked to it softly as it chewed. Heather and Scheid were in the corner with two more, then seemed to be trying to teach them to sit. Lastly, behind Jack, I saw the one with the dark stripe standing there patiently and pretending not to notice the food ball I still carried. I handed it to Jack. "They paired off with us?" I asked. She shrugged. "Seems like," she agreed. She tore a chunk out of the ball and tossed it to a hunter-seeker. "What about you?" I asked. "Did you name him?" Jack's hand froze halfway to the ball. "You did," I said with a grin. "What's his name? Tiger, Stripe, Kitty?" "Her name is Jade," Jack said with a sniff. "You really need to pay more attention sometimes." "What?" I shot a quick glance under Hunter-Seeker's belly. "Well, I'll be." Jack was right. There was no external equipment. Exactly. But now that I looked at it, I saw a pouch that seemed to exist right above where the relevant bit of the anatomy should be. Males and females both, it seemed, had a small pouch between their legs. The females, I now saw, had a much larger pouch further up their bellies. How about that? Marsupials! A thought suddenly struck me. Jack must have seen something in my expression. "What's wrong, Jason?" she asked. "Bandit never submitted to us," I admitted. "He's the only one who is still suspicious." She patted my shoulder. "Sounds like a good matchup for you then," she informed me. I have no idea how I was supposed to take that comment. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 78, written by Semi-Logi. I was in the tunnels alone this time. My weary feet dragged across the false stone floor. Even then my footfalls made no sound. The strange rack suit that Ron had given me moved with an eerie silence. The others were asleep, and it was my turn to train the Wampus cats. Lee came up with that name, by the way. Even when he explained it to me, I still didn't understand it. But we couldn't keep calling them hunter-seekers either, so I didn't argue either. The training schedule was grueling. The Wampuses, Wampai, were growing insanely fast. Whenever we left the room, they were loaded into a growth accelerator and brought back out for us again. The accelerator, apparently, took care of the cat's needs to sleep. It did nothing for human physiology, however. Still, we didn't argue too much with the schedule, as it was a break from the monotony as well as listening to a certain someone who gleeped and guffawed way too much. The tunnel to get to the kennel seemed longer than usual today. I was fairly certain I had passed the same split 5 times, not that I could tell one split from another. Still, I kept John's words at heart that it did not matter which way I went. I would arrive when the ship permitted me to do so. Until then, all I could do was move forward. The wall ahead of me leapt up again. Finally, a door appeared. It wasn't too sure if I should feel dread or relief now that I had arrived. The door slid open, and I expected to see the usual 3 or 5 Ron escorts waiting inside. Instead, there were more than 20 Ron in attendance. The room itself had been enlarged by some arcane measures I didn't even pretend to fathom. On the far end of the room was the familiar sight of the Wampus cats lounging. 4 of them were lying flat upon the ground, with the long tails sweeping the stone as the cats waited. The other 2, Bandit and Jade as it turned out, were pacing the perimeter of the invisible wall. They looked less agitated than before. They were methodical this time as they tested the wall for weaknesses. Intelligent and patient, I thought. They were also, as I half expected, much larger. The top of the bandit's head was now level with my nose. He was still the largest member of the pack, but not by much. As the door opened, he and Jade swung their massive heads in my direction. Their entire demeanor changed in an instant. They eagerly sprang from the point of the wall closest to the door and let out a chirping sound. We had learned to associate the sound with a sort of greeting. I waved as I approached. "Hi, Bandit," I said to Inspirian. "Let me get dinner for you." As Scheid was the primary trainer, we tried to speak to them exclusively in Spherian to keep commands consistent. The lounging cat sprang up to their feet and sounded with the word dinner and scrambled to where Bandit and Jade waited for me. They pushed and shoved in an attempt to get closer to me, and I heard a chorus of chirps and snuffling sounds. Wampus cats have a very keen sense of smell. When they are angry, excited, or even really happy, they sniff the air a lot. I wasn't sure if they were now sniffing because they were looking for food that I promised, or because they were happy to catch my scent again. Probably a mix of both. I saw one of the Rons separate themselves from the group and approach me. I deliberately ignored him and stepped up to the wall and stuck my arm through it. 6 furry heads the size of beach balls bounced off one another in their eagerness to nuzzle up against it. "Human Jason," the Ron behind me said, "we wish to speak with you." "I guessed as much," I told him, "but it's a bad idea to give the cats the impression that I'm ignoring them. If I don't, at the very least, greet them, they'll get upset because they don't know if they are going to get fed. By greeting them, they at least know that I'm aware that they are here and are hungry. They will be a bit less impatient, as there is at least some promise of food." The Ron was silent for a moment, as if thinking about my words. I ignored him and scratched Jade behind the ear. She closed her eyes and sniffed my arm. I smiled at her. "You must acknowledge them before acknowledging others," the Ron eventually said. "Otherwise, they'll feel distress." "Yes," I confirmed. The Ron seemed to be trying to compile notes on how we got the cats to behave. They asked questions about what we saw or responded to, and how we knew what to look for. To their credit, the Ron tried hard to understand. I even got one of the Ron to attempt to pet the professor's cat, Nyota, as she was the calmest out of the pack. The cat tolerated the touch, but it was plain to see that the Ron's touch was not as enjoyable. The Ron just did not grasp the subtleties of touch. They approached it as if a mechanical thing. They didn't understand the idea that it was a type of communication in and of itself. "Why is there distress if they are not acknowledged?" he asked. "They have always been fed. Why would they presume that they would not be?" I sighed. The Ron mentally could be trying at times. "They're animals," I reminded him. "They are dimly aware of the past and have even worse understanding of the future. Most what they know is right now. To them, hunger is a major crisis. They can't hunt in here, and they can't open the gate and get out to where you keep the food. They are completely dependent upon us, and the idea of that we might not feed them is terrifying. So they need to know that nothing has changed, that food is coming. They don't necessarily need instant gratification, so long as they know that they will be rewarded with food. But they have to have that promise every time." "We understand," Ron said after the briefest pauses. "Lack of sentience limits the animal's comprehension of standard procedure. A simplified system of immediate rewards and gains must be implemented. See, I wasn't sure that they were completely understood. Your insight has proved invaluable with Batch 1701, the Ron continued. This promised to be the most successful implementation of organic hunter-seekers. Prior failures with this batch appears to be related to unintentional distress caused by Ron who did not fully understand communication tactics." Yes, I said with a nod. "They can't talk. It's all non-verbal communication, and you have to learn what signs to look for. A skill in which humans are naturally adept," the Ron pointed out. "Such attempts are more difficult for our kind. A demonstration of success of your training is desired at this time." I withdrew my hand from the chirping cats. "A demonstration?" I asked. "You mean you want me to perform tricks?" "To prove that you have adequate control over them before we land," the Ron corrected. "Land?" I asked. "You mean we've arrived?" "Incorrect," the Ron replied. "We have only entered the first of many systems we intend to search. Planetary approach will continue at subluminal speeds. However, prior to releasing organic hunter-seekers on the planet's surface, we require evidence that human handlers will have adequate control over them." "That seems like you intend for us to be with them," I pointed out. "You want us to help you search for the missing generation." Ron fell silent. "Apologies," it said at last. "Your assistance was presumed. We felt you understood your role in this arrangement. We have erred in communicating. If you wish to remain on board the ship, we can attempt to control the animals using whatever instructions you provide." I shot a nervous glance at the Wampus cats, who were now even showing signs of impatience. "I don't think that'll work," I admitted. "Getting them to trust the 6 of us has been a bit of a challenge. I am not sure that we can get them to trust a Ron handler anytime soon." The Ron fell silent for a moment. "We had hoped you to employ the biologicals on the first planet," the Ron admitted. "However, if you're unwilling to serve as handlers and cannot teach a Ron to be capable handlers, we will use other means. The kidnapped generation is a Ron problem, and you are not required to assist." "I didn't say we wouldn't help," I protested. "Damn it! I don't approve of kidnapping, but we don't know the first thing about who we're looking for, what are we looking for, or where we're going. You can't just send them in blind." "You require a debriefing?" the Ron asked. It was an actual question. "Yes, damn it," I shouted. "Tell us what you expect of us, or better yet, ask for once." The Ron was silent. "Ron," the Ron said at last, always acting as one. There is never a need to ask for assistance. Assistance is given. Duty is assigned and understood by need. You are outsiders, and our rules over ourselves do not apply. We are not diplomats, and we have presumed much of you. We did not mean to offer insult. I was a bit taken aback by the statement. It's all right, I said at last. It was just difficult for us to work with you if you don't give us a clue as to what you want. But humans have always met or exceeded expectations, the Ron said. We did not realize we were not adequately communicating our desires. I frowned. Fine, I said. Then I ask again. Are we guests, or are we prisoners aboard the ship? Your current status is undetermined, the Ron admitted. You are not prisoners, as we have no reason to be at war with you. The relationship with your species has been non-existent until recent developments, and this exchange has been beneficial for us. You are not guests, as we are in need of your services. You are not Ron, so you cannot be a member of the Empire. Your status is new. Great, I muttered. We're consultants. The term is unknown, the Ron admitted, but does your situation conform to the definition of this word? Yes, I said with a sigh. A consultant is someone you hire who is not part of your business but provides a service, usually due to expert knowledge they bring on a specific topic. The Ron was quiet for a moment. We like this word, it finally concluded. We consult with you and you exchange your knowledge for something that we can provide. Yes, you are a consultant. We appreciate the gift of this word and will make it of our own. I had no clue as to what the hell that meant, so I just nodded. If you are still willing to assist with the search and rescue of our missing generation, the Ron went on, we would still like you to provide proof that you can control these animals. I thought about it, and I shrugged. We're still learning, I admitted, and I can't promise total control. Perfection is not expected, the Ron said. It is sufficient to know that you can control them adequately to provide more help than a hindrance to our task. All right, I said. Do I have your trust? Yes. Step with me through this field, I said at last, and turn off your personal defenses. The Ron did not offer any resistance at all. It simply followed me into the containment area where the Wampus cats waited. I could tell that they were not happy about having to wait to be fed. I held out a hand to calm them. Once we were inside, I looked for Bandit. He stalked closer, with his head lowered and his fangs bared. His ruby eyes were filled with suspicion as they locked on the Ron. I wasn't surprised. Bandit had become friendly to us, me especially, but he had never exactly submitted either. Worse yet, when the pack was in doubt, they tended to follow his lead. He was still the dominant cat, and if I had any hope of succeeding, to gain his cooperation. Bandit, I said in a calm voice. Friend. Bandit stopped mid-step. He shot me a look before returning his gaze to the Ron. He kept his fangs bared, as his gaze was still suspicious, but he didn't attack. Bandit, I said again. Down. Stand down. He sat down on his haunches and closed his lips. He looked angry. He did not trust the Ron, but he was listening to me for the moment. I looked at the Ron. Can you extend an arm for me? I asked. The Ron complied immediately without questioning me. The wings of his carapace flipped open, and the two stick-like arms unfolded, and the compartments hidden inside. I pointed at the Ron. Bandit! Detain! The Wampus cat became a green blur. One moment he was sitting, and if not calm, at least restrained. The next he was beside me, shoving the immense bulk between me and the Ron. The Ron's right arm held captive between its two massive jaws. The Wampus let out a low growl, but did not move otherwise. I am uninjured, the Ron declared. The hunter-seekers not harmed me. No, I agreed, but I only told him to hold you. Do you have your personal defense system off? Yes, the Ron agreed. The teeth hold fast but do not break the exoskeleton. How does the animal know how to do this? I shrug. He bites down until he feels resistance and then locks his jaw, I think, I admitted. I'm not really sure. Scheid taught them by lowering the strength of the field a little each session until they could bite down without hurting him. I cannot remove my arm, the Ron declared. The animal tightened its hold when I attempted it. I'd stop unless you want your arm injured, I informed the Ron. He'll let go when I give the order. Which is, release, I said, and Spherian. Bandit spit the Ron out. The Ron studied his arm for a moment and inspecting for injuries. He then pointed a finger at me and said, in perfect Spherian, Detain! Bandit narrowed his eyes at the Ron and growled. It does not obey the commands from others, the Ron declared. Sorry, I said. It's just that you haven't. It cannot be used against us even if the code phrases are discovered by enemy forces, the Ron went on. We are most impressed. I was taken back for once. Well, yes, I said at last. We only trust me because I feed him. He doesn't know you, and he's not going to listen to you. What if I were to project an image of a human? Can you get it to smell right? I asked. It would prove to be difficult, as the components that determine your odor are subject to change. It admitted. We could mimic an instance of you, but the odor would likely be static and not reflect shifts in mood. Then I wouldn't try it, I said. Bandit can be a bit touchy if he thinks you're trying to trick him. We are encouraged, the Ron said. Would you provide additional demonstrations of control? I nodded. Neota, Spot, Drool. I shouted, go right. Bandit, Jade, and the main go left. The cat scattered. I pointed to where I wanted them to go. I feigned confidence, but I could see problems as the cat's temperaments were affected by the response time. Drool, for example, the cat claimed by Shide, was a brute, not quite as tall as Bandit, but more muscular. But Drool was clumsier and, well, not as mentally agile as the others, where the other cat sprang lightly and twisted and gyrated through the air in nimbleness and grace that would be an envy of any ballet dancer. Drool moved like a sledgehammer. If something was between him and his target, he got bowled over. The opposite was true for the runt of the litter, Neota. She was small, good-natured, and friendly. She was also extremely quick. She was in her position almost before I pointed it. Heather's cat, Nemain, had a greyish blaze upon her chest. She was slow to respond, not because she didn't understand either. It was a small token gesture to let me know that she hadn't fully accepted us as pack leaders. Between her and Bandit, I half expected the coup any day now. Spot and Jade, however, eagerly went to where I directed. Jade watched me to see what I might command them to do next. Spot eyed the Ron like it was lunch. To me, I shouted. All 6 cats leapt in my direction, other than a bit of jostling and Drool colliding roughly with his litter mates. This was more smoothly. No surprise. It was a simpler command. Sit, I commanded. Jade and Spot sat instantly. Neota had to scurry out of the way as Drool sat without looking, but she too found a spot to sit a moment later. Nemain eyed me for a moment before slowly sitting. Her eyes narrowed to slits as she did so, but she obeyed. Only after all the others had assumed the sitting position did Bandit lower himself down. Even then, it was more of a low squat than a proper sitting pose. He still seemed ready to pounce. I'd better feed them, I commented evenly. I really hoped I wasn't actually sweating as much as it felt like I was. I walked towards the barrier and found a Ron approaching with a food bowl. I accepted it with a quick thanks. Seizing the large slab of meat, I spun around and tossed it at them. None of them moved. Good. Jade, I said. She stepped forward and took the hunk of meat. The others waited. I tossed another slab and said Nemain's name. She took the reward. I fed Drool, Spot, Neota next. Bandit, I left for last as a subtle reminder that I was in charge and not him. He didn't so much as growl in protest. He was just waited. So, feeling a little guilty of my power play, I grabbed 2 slabs of meat and tossed them at his feet. Go on, Bandit, I said. You earned it. He pounced on them and eagerly ate. I shook my head. I really think that growth acceleration sessions aren't helping them, commented dryly. They're always starving when they come out, and it's hard to get an accurate gauge on how strong they bite or claw when they keep getting bigger each time we see them. It has already been decided to allow them to reach full maturity without acceleration. The Ron next told me and answered, Our concerns overlap your own. Thank you, I said with a sigh. Maybe now the cats would be on a normal sleep cycle. Your demonstration is appreciated, the Ron added. Could you now demonstrate their ability to track? I was afraid of this part. I stilled for a time by tossing a few more slices of meat. Each cat looked at me and looked appropriately hungry and got a second or third helpings. When the bowl was empty, I left and I had stalled long enough. They've been captive here since we arrived, I reminded the Ron. We haven't really had a good way to train them with tracking. The Ron was quiet. An attempt would be appreciated, it said at last. Oh well, here goes nothing. Fine, I said, with a shrug. We'll give it a good old college try. Have you got something you want or like to track on a person or a thing? The Ron opened its wings and one arm extended holding an odd green crystal. There is a twin of this crystal on the ship. the Ron explained. As I looked at the crystal from him, the ship's tunnel protocol had been overridden. There was now many tunnels on the ship going many different directions. Have the hunter-seekers locate the other crystal. I took the crystal and hesitated. What should I do? Should I just admit that I couldn't do it, that the one thing the Wampus cats were bred for, tracking, was something I had no idea how to get them to do? The Ron were looking at me with all the patience and a bunch of statues. I took the crystal over to Bandit. He was just finishing eating a shot of me suspicious look. I knelt down beside him and scratched behind his ears. He flattened them and sniffed me. "Hey boy," I said, "you did a good job today. Good boy." He rubbed his muzzle against my arm. I let him. "Okay," I said, "now I need you to do something for me, okay? I know it's a big one, and we've never gone over this before, but I need you to try to do this." I held the crystal up to his nose. His nostrils flared, and he shifted his muzzle to smell at once for me. I moved it back close to his nose. "Come on, boy," I said. "You're smart. I know you can do this. I want you to go find me one of these. Find this." He sniffed the crystal and looked at me. I moved the crystal around, and he tracked it with his nose and his eyes. So far, so good. I pointed at the open doorway on the far side of the room. "Now," I said, "out there. Find me this." He whipped his head around and looked at the door. He returned his gaze to me, then the crystal. He sniffed, and then he looked at the door and sniffed. Suddenly, he was on his feet and stalking to where the barrier had been before. He hesitated and then tested the air with his paw. It met no resistance. He took a step forward, then another. Then the other cats turned and eyed him. He had their attention. He walked a few paces beyond the barrier and then looked back at me. To my disappointment, he went no further. He just lay down on his stomach and waited. I closed my eyes and sighed. Typical. He was just happy to be out of the barrier. I stood up, dusted off my knees, and turned to walk towards the run. I caught something out of the corner of my eye. Bandit was watching me. I looked back at him. He was still laying flat on the ground, but I could see the restless again. He wanted something. Something was wrong. What? I just fed him. He shouldn't be hungry. His tail swished. I took a step in his direction. His tail swished faster. Anticipation? Wait. No. It couldn't be. I walked closer and scarcely daring to believe what I was seeing. He watched me approach, growing more excited as I came. His nostrils flared and his eyes danced. I could see it now. The thrill of the hunt was upon him, and he was raring to go. But there was just one problem. He wanted his slow-moving leader to come with him. Hesitantly, I stood beside him. I stroked his thick green fur. It was smooth and silky to the touch. I could see that his chest expanding and contracting. He was breathing heavily already. Still, I hesitated. Was I wrong? Cautiously, I swung my leg over the enormous back. He was so broad, and shoulders I feared my legs would be unable to reach. They did. Barely. No more than I'd stepped over him, though, then he was surging onto his feet once more. I was forced to clutch a double handful of fur around his neck and yank to stabilize myself. If it hurt him, he gave no indication. Bandit stood up and waited for as I squirmed into position. I inched my bottom down until I was now standing with a waist where he was narrower. I gripped hard with my knees. Then I lowered myself down until I was flush against his back. "Go!" I ordered. With that, the room and the tunnel beyond became nothing but a blur of movement. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 79, written by Semi-Loki. Describing a sensation as flying is so overused that it is practically meaningless. When someone is driving fast, it's like flying. When someone is running, they are flying. When someone knows all the answers to a test, they fly through it. For a single ability that human beings lack, we seem to show a constraint in comparing everything else to it. Despite the overuse of the term, I really can't think of a better way of describing the sensation of clutching the hair on the nape of the neck of a wampus cat in a death grip as I pelted down the corridor. It was the closest I had ever felt to being able to fly. Exhilarating, yes, but also terrifying as hell. I was laying down on my stomach like a Superman anyway, but unlike with a horse, a wampus's cat's head wasn't even with his shoulders, meaning that the view wasn't really obstructed. I could see the tunnels blurring past me just fine in all the stomach-churning glory. As Bandit ran, his muscles pulsed under me like a wave, flexing first near the shoulders and down along his back before terminating in an explosive power in the rear legs. The air whistled past my ears, but I could still make out the sound of a claw clacking against the stone. Despite that, I shot a glance behind me and saw 5 Wimpus following us. I looked forward again and held in tighter. I felt as if I might slide off at any moment. At one point, Bandit looked to turn too fast and actually raced up the side of the wall. I squawked in protest as the change in lateral acceleration nearly flung me off Bandit's spine. Somehow, the enormous cat altered its stride and jostled me back into position. After that, he was more cautious about his speed while going around a turn. I felt as if I might slide off his back at any moment. The wave of motion threatened to carry me away. I clung even tighter with my elbows and my knees, but still, I had a sense of sliding. We would need saddles if we planned to ride these creatures. Still, despite the terror, it also felt amazing. I could feel every twitch of muscle, every movement, every change in position. It was as if the cat and I were one, as if it were my own legs surging beneath me as we hurled himself down the corridor. Yet at the same time, I was highly aware of how easily I could be dislodged with a false step. Down one tunnel and up the other, I could feel Bandit's heart thumping beneath me. I felt the expansion and contraction of his lungs through my legs, but, oddly, the rhythm had scarcely changed from when I'd first climbed on his back. I got the distinct impression that he had tapped just the barest fraction of his considerable strength. As if to confirm this, I chanced another look over my shoulder. Nyota and Spot were immediately behind me, with Jade and Neiman following close behind. Drool brought up the rear and apparently decided that it was not what he should be doing after all. Snarling with annoyance, Drool bounded to one side and struck the wall, claw snapping as he scrambled for purchase. He accelerated along the wall at an angle until he was putting aside a nimble Nemain. She barely spared him a sideways glance. She did veer to the side slightly, however, to avoid being trampled. Drool, continuing building up speed along the curve of the wall, was now running at a 45-degree angle and still accelerating. He was running almost parallel to the ground when he finally overtook Nyota, and with a leap he bounced off the wall and hit the ground running right behind Bandit's tail. Did I say Drool was a clumsy one? Holy crap, I hope Bandit wasn't getting any ideas about running along the ceiling. Drool met my gaze for a moment and seemed to be considering overtaking Bandit as well. Maybe he thought that while Bandit was encumbered with a passenger, he would be too preoccupied to adequately defend himself from attack. I waited until his muscles tensed and watched his eyes flick to the tunnel wall. He coiled up and readied himself to spring. "Hold, Drool!" I shouted. Startled, he froze for half a heartbeat and broke his stride just for a moment. That brief loss of speed, however, was all it took. The 4 pack members behind him swerved around him and bounced off the sides of the tunnel on either side. Once more, Drool found himself bringing up the rear. I heard a frustrated snarl, but he made no other attempts to overtake the others. Satisfied that Drool wouldn't try anything stupid or lethal to a certain fragile bipedal member of the mad dash across the alien spacecraft, I turned my gaze forward and saw that there was a floating orb in the tunnel ahead of us. The orb was about 1 foot in diameter and bright orange in color. It hovered in the exact center of the tunnel. It was also moving at surprising speed. The tunnel ahead of us split and branched off. The orb took a right-hand tunnel and, without hesitating, Bandit gave chase. Those sneaky run bastards! They gave us a moving target. The orb accelerated, forcing Bandit to do likewise, lest he lose sight of it. This was bad. My grip on the cat was precarious as it was, and here he was stomping on the accelerator. I would have tightened my grip, but I had practically shoving my fingernails through the palms of my hand as it was. If I could see my knuckles, I'm sure that they would be bone white. He turned down another corridor, and the orb pulled ahead for a moment or two. Bandit was faster on the straightaway, but whenever the path curved, he was forced to slow down, and the orb managed to pull slightly ahead. Any gains the cat made during the long stretches of the straight tunnels were almost instantly lost as soon as the path curved. We weren't losing ground, but we weren't gaining. This was my fault, I realized. Bandit could run faster, would run faster in fact, but Drool was right. I really was restricting his movements. Drool The image of the massive body hurling itself to the side in a tunnel to overtake the others sprang to mind. What the hell? Just because Bandit was struggling to prevent me from becoming a greasy smear on the walls didn't mean that we were lost. I had 5 other cats. I forced one hand to let go, my fingers tingling as the blood was finally allowed to return to them. Still, I almost said screw it and put my hands back where it was. My grip on Bandit was now uneven, and as each bounce seemed a new threat to break my feeble hold that I restrained. Ignoring the danger, I pointed a finger at the orb and looked over my shoulder. "Detain!" I shouted. That was all the instruction they needed. 5 green shapes spread towards the walls and ricocheted off. They landed immediately in front of Bandit and piled on the speed. Unburdened, they caught up with the orb with ease, and soon 2 cats were pouncing upon it. The cats, Nyota and Nemain, as it turned out, were flung aside by an unseen force field and shoved towards the walls. The cats barely managed to twist their bodies around to absorb the impact with their legs. A force field. Ron was fighting dirty now. "Drool!" I shouted. "Take him down!" The big cat flew forward with his massive jaws spread wide, wider than any terrestrial cat could possibly manage without unhinging its jaw. When we had first started training the Wampus cats with our little detain trick, we kept running into a problem that Drool's interpretation of the command. While the others were content to bite down and hold someone in place, Drool tried to use his massive bulk to pin them to the ground. Fortunately for us, during that time we were still relying heavily on the Ron's personal defense systems. It hurt when Drool lay down on top of us, but we could still breathe. Try as we might to curb this behavior, Drool never seemed to get past the idea that detain and stomp into the dirt were synonyms. So rather than retrain him, we encouraged it. We taught the other cats how to detain, and taught Drool his own special command. The cat leapt and his jaws sank into the force field. It tried to repel him, but the cat wrapped its paws around the orb as well. The hold was slippery, but it lasted long enough for the cat to kick off with its hind legs and bring its weight to bear on top of the little floating ball. I have no idea what the maximum lift capacity of the ball was supposed to be, but apparently it was a bit shy of 3/4 of a ton. The ball came crashing down around with a crunch. Drool continued to try and lock the jaws around the orb. Force field was still active, however, and his teeth kept sliding off. The previous order to detain was apparently fresh in the minds of the other cats, as they were soon pouncing on Drool's captive. By the time I arrived, there were 5 cats pawing and biting at the orange sphere. It seemed to be trying to hover away from all, but no matter which way it pulled, there was a mountain of cat blocking its escape. Bandit came to a gentle stop, and the Wampus pal and I slid down off his back. I caught a glimpse of the orb, but saw no signs of the crystal that we were seeking. I had been assuming that it was inside, but what if it all this time was chasing a food delivery? I looked at Bandit. He stared back. No, I thought. If it were food, he probably wouldn't be standing there waiting for the next order. He'd be tearing into it as well. Nyota, Jade Spot, Lynae Hill, I shouted. The 4 cats backed away and looked at me expectantly. Drool continued to chew on the force field. The ball pulled towards an opening now offered by the missing cats. Drool dropped one paw over it and forced it to the ground once more. As it landed, the ball rolled slightly, and for the briefest of moments I saw a sphere was not featureless. Something was on the underside. "Stop, Drool," I ordered the cat as I approached. The Wampus stopped chewing and looked up at me. I reached for his toy. He bared his teeth at me. "Drool," I said, warning tone of voice. His snarl faded and he looked decency to look sheepish. I reached the ball again. He let it go. It was like being kicked by an elf sculpture. However, much more force I put in seemed to be reflected back at me, while my hand slid over the surface without making contact with anything. I slid my hand along the surface of the force field until I felt a break in the field. There was a divot along the bottom. Looking at my fingers around the edge, I rotated the ball under Drool's massive paw until the divot was facing up. I now saw the imperfection on the sphere, as well as the resulting gap that was actually caused by a socket with a very familiar shape. I slapped my hands on my hips before looking for my pockets. The suit didn't have any. What had I done with the crystal? Where had it gone? Had I dropped it? Bandit's head brushed against me, and it was gentle nudge from him put it neatly sent me stumbling. "Hey!" I said. Now that he had my attention, he lowered his face and shoved his nose against my chest. He sniffed, and I looked down to where he was sniffing and saw a bulge just below my throat. What the hell? I grabbed the collar of my suit and pulled. It stretched, and I dug in with 2 fingers and pulled out a fragment of the crystal the Ron had given me. When had I put it inside my suit? More importantly, when had I realized that it was possible to pull the collar away from the skin like that? In retrospect, I really hadn't been paying attention to what my hands were doing when Bandit had laid down on the floor and signaled for me to ride him. Not that most people would blame me, I'm sure. "Hey, thanks," I amended and scratched his chin. His ruby eyes slid closed and choked at once. I knelt beside Drool once more and shoved the crystal fragment into the ball. Nothing seemed to happen. Drool, however, must have noticed something as he shoved me aside with his head and bit down on the ball, making a crunching sound. The force field was off. Drool chewed on the ball for a few seconds. The material buckled and crackled under his attentions. Soon it fractured. "That's enough," I told the cat and plucked the ball away from him. His bark snarled in annoyance, but didn't stop me. The orb no longer tried to float away from me. It was completely deactivated. Finding the crack Drool had made in the surface, I wedged my gloved fingers inside and pried. The cracks widened and popped, and the orb broke open, and inside I saw a mirror image of the crystal fragment that I had a moment before. "We are most impressed," a Ron voice thumped out from somewhere behind me. I wheeled around and found that there was a tunnel in the wall behind me. It hadn't been there before. The tunnel was short enough that only a single Ron could fit inside. Beyond the tunnel, however, a much larger room. Inside this room, many more Ron crowded around in groups of 5 to 9 individuals. "You were watching," I said. It was not a question. The Ron acted as if it was. "Yes," it agreed. "We wish to witness you ride on the animals." "How did you know Bandit would let me ride him?" I asked. "Forgiveness," the Ron said. "We have not been entirely forthcoming with you. The growth acceleration was not only alteration we performed while the hunter-seekers were isolated from you." I frowned as another memory was sparked, one of Heather spilling her guts in the room with no regard for how her words might affect those around her. "You messed with their heads," I said. I felt my hands clench into fist. "Forgiveness," the Ron repeated. "We were aware of limited timescale we were permitted you for training. We primarily strengthened their associations you and yourself were building. We reinforced training and added a few suggestions of our own." "Suggestions? Like allowing themselves to be ridden?" I asked, hands still clenched. "We believe that you would object if you were informed," the Ron explained. "Tardiness cannot be tolerated. We must find the missing generation before they are destroyed. As your own locomotive speed is limited, we felt it would be most expedient to lend the hunter-seekers greater speed to you." "But," I objected, "you should not have messed with their heads. They're living creatures." The Ron was silent for a moment. "They are a genetic composite of many species," the Ron said at last. "Their brains have been altered many times prior to your arrival. At no point in their lifespan have they not been subjected to Ron influences. We thought you understood this." I did understand this. I had known it all along, but it felt different now. Before, they'd been a tool used by the Ron, but now... "You have no right," I said in a lower voice. "Forgiveness," the Ron said. "Perhaps our understanding is different from your own. Would this knowledge prove similarly troubling to your companions?" "Oh yeah," I said as I pictured Heather's own horror at the idea of having her head tinkered with. "They will be furious." "Then we beg of you not to share this knowledge," the Ron said. "We do not wish to distress you. The Ron have met many species during our existence. Yours has been the most, complementary with our own. We do not wish to damage our relationship." "Complementary?" I said with a snort of laughter. "Is that what you call it?" "Yes," the Ron agreed. "Humans have many abilities that the Ron lack. Where humans are strong, Ron are weak. Where humans are weak, the Ron are strong." The Ron fell silent again. I wasn't sure how to respond. "For example," it said at last, "you object to our continued alterations with the hunter-seekers. Although we do not see a problem with this, humans clearly do. As such, out of respect for our human allies, all further mental and genetic augmentations of Batch 1701 will be ceased." "Genetic?" I asked, latching onto one key phrase. "What do you mean by genetic augmentation?" "We've said too much," the Ron added quickly and retreated a step. Why was he acting so funny? He'd already admitted to mucking around with the cat's grey matter. Why would he suddenly act like an idea of genetic tinkering would piss me off even more? Unless... Oh, hell, I said, and mounting horror struck me. I didn't want to believe it. I wanted to deny it, but deep down I knew that it was true. Perhaps I half suspected it all along. You didn't, I shouted. Behind me I heard the cats stirring as they picked up on my agitation. Low growls echoed in the tunnel behind me. They did that a lot lately. Pick up on emotional states. Our great, big, empathic cats. You mixed in human DNA, didn't you? I accused. I didn't really need an answer, though. I didn't need to resort to the subtle body language cues to read the guilt on the Ron's face. We merely wished to make them more responsive to you, the Ron explained feebly, to enhance their bond as well as their mental faculties. Oh, for frick's sakes, I said as I looked away and eyed the giant cats behind me. They were all studying the lone Ron in front of us. They knew that he had upset me and were now waiting for an order to strike. I should have not been so tempting. I stroked Bandit's head and touched his shoulder. He took the hint and lay down so that I could mount up. Was the test satisfactory? I asked the Ron without looking up. Exceedingly so, the Ron admitted. We have a full confidence that the humans and hunter-seekers will provide invaluable aid once we reach Planet Fall. Good, I said with a nod. I'm taking them back now. We shall provide you access to the route back to the husbandry room. No, I said in a voice more sharp than I intended. The Ron recoiled, so I tried again in a more normal voice. No, I repeated, not to the kennels. What is your intention? There were exactly 6 individuals that the Ron could have used for genetic sampling, 6 humans who accounted for a total of their experience with the species. Tonight, they are staying with family, I said, and then, without giving them time to respond, I gently squeezed my knees into Bandit's side. He took the hint. Once more, we were off and running. The wind stung my eyes, causing them to tear up as we ran. At least, that's what I told myself. End of chapter. The Fourth Wave, Chapter 80, written by Semi-Loki. The arrival of the cats in our room was met with almost universal approval. There was a gleam of objection and a gahav speculating that they were part of some intricate mission-y plan. But other than that, everyone seemed happy to see the cats. There were a couple jealous looks upon seeing me riding one, but that was to be expected. If anyone suspected I might have ulterior motives for bringing the cats to our room, they gave no hint of it. Upon entering the room, the cats bounded over to their favorite human and chirped happily. There was much petting and cooing as the cats nuzzled in kind. Would you like for us to keep the tunnels open for now? Ron's voice thumped on behind me. I turned around and found the trio of Ron standing still in the doorway. Yes, please, I said, forcing myself to remain polite. I think the others will want to let the hunter-seekers run around a bit. And get a chance to ride them, I mentally added. Then Ron stepped back into the hallway and made as if to leave. Wait, I said before I could depart. There is something else we need from you. The Ron stepped back into the room and waited patiently. I glanced around the room. Who to ask? Is anyone here a decent artist? Gleep. Anyone else? I asked. Gah! I sighed. We need to design a saddle for the Wumpus cats, I explained loudly. Can anyone give me some ideas on how to do this? Gleep. This was getting ridiculous. Polteth, I said testily, I don't really think this is something that you can help us with this particular task. Gleep. Polteth said as it stopped closer and dug into the front pouch of its body. If you would permit me. Now what? The starfish creature pulled out a small disc and touched the top lightly. Instantly, a column of light sprang in from the top and, well, it unfolded itself. An image took shape in the play of the light. It started out with a translucent, but soon looked almost solid enough to touch. I just stood there flabbergasted at what I saw. The object that Polteth showed me looked like a tree, but the tree unlike any that I'd ever seen before. The bark had a strange scale pattern on it, and the leaves were shaped like a flame tips and a silvery gleam to them. But stranger still was the way that the tree grew. It curled upwards and was almost perfectly spherical at the subtle differences in the leaf coloring, as well as a hint of branches gave off a suggestion that I was looking at a green branch shrouded in clouds. Further enhancing this image was that around the equator of the knot was a flat band of leaves that fanned out like a ring of Saturn. An unseen breeze fluttered, and the leaves giving an impression of movement, like I was seeing it slowly rotate before me. "Gleep," Bolteth said. "This was my entry into the year's Pangeridium Art Exposition. Gleep, not one of my better works. Gleep, I only placed third." The image shifted. This time I saw a ring of miniature islands, each with their own mountain and tiny ecosystem. One was a desert, another a wintry tundra, the third appeared to be tropical. There were at least a dozen of these arranged like a wheel. From the top of their mountains flowed a mighty river that carved its way through the flat part of the islands, only to cascade off to the end in an enormous waterfall. A waterfall that would land on a mountain top, the island just below, and start the process again. I looked at the bottom of the wheel and half expected to see the islands upside down. But no, that's not what happened. The islands were still upright, and the island was a harsh desert where the water was baked into a trickle and rose upwards in a cloud to the island just above, where the trickle of water ran down the mountain into a flooded and steepy marshland. The climates grew colder and drier until they reached the snowy tundra at the top of the wheel. I found myself wanting to follow the line of water around once more. "Gah!" Bolteth said. "I placed second." I just stared at them for a long minute, trying to comprehend what I was seeing. You're artists?" I asked at last. "Gleep, one or both of us generally placed within the top 5 every year," Bolteth admitted. "But," I protested, "since I've been in the conflux, I've seen no examples of art anywhere. I didn't even think the conflux species understood art." "Gah! You judge all by a small specimen?" Bolteth asked. I didn't know what to say to that. "Gleep, you are correct," Bolteth added. "Gleep, few species show the appreciation for art. Gleep, much of the universe seems unreceptive." "Gah!" Bolteth said. "We are dark workers for pay. Gah! We are artists for love." Had I completely misjudged the annoying things? Yes, they gleeped and gahard, and one of them was completely delusional about being a pirate, but the art was also incredible. It was alive and beautiful and made me want more. To sit in front and drink it in, I couldn't understand how such an amazing feat could come from such an unimpressive creature. It would have been kinder if I had asked someone with chimera-powered armor to punch me in the stomach until I puked out my intestines. I could practically hear those last words spoken in Quack's rusty voice. What the hell was wrong with me? When had I developed this hatred for all things alien? Yeah, okay, so the first batch of aliens I'd run into pretty much had been jerks. Well, no, not all of them. Wilson had been a friend. Her death was still a sore spot, and one more reason that I owed that jerk Quack a mother of all beatdowns. But that didn't mean that they were all bad, right? Silthus wasn't bad. Stupid, yes. Misguided and naive, sure. But he seemed harmless enough. Even the super sentients had tried, in its own fashion, to play nice with us. Hell, half of the people who had tried to kill me since this whole fiasco began had at least some human DNA. Most of the aliens I'd met had committed no crime more offensive than just being a bit different. Heck, I even sort of liked Ron up until my head started to throb. Seriously, Jason, what the hell? They told you up front the Wampus Cats were genetically engineered tools, a tool designed to go where machines might fail. We had known that before we went in and didn't bat an eye. Now I was upset because they were trying to make the tool better. What the hell did I expect? That if a batch didn't work out, they'd send them to a Shady Oaks home for kitties. They'd kill them off and try again. Why wouldn't they? The cats were lab-grown animals. They didn't have a life outside the lab. They had no home to return to and no family to call their own. Not, at least, until some stupid bipedals decided to turn them into pets. So what did the Ron do? Did they abandon the tool? No. They made it sharper, smarter, better than ever. They refined it for the purposes and added just a touch of humanity to make it easier for us to control them. I still sat poorly with me, but I understood it. The Run, in their own fashion, were trying to shape the cats into the best tool for the job that they could. We'd made the problem worse by training the cats to obey humans, not their designers. Humans. Why? Because we were bored. We were lonely. We were also in a hurry. It also was so much faster to get them to respond to us than to train the Run to the art of handling at the same time as training the Wampus cats to the art of being handled. We inserted ourselves right in the middle of the Run and made it easier for us. Damn it. I didn't like it. It didn't sit easy with me, but I could understand it in a way. I still felt like a betrayal in a way, but less of one now. The Run had tried so hard to understand us that it made it easy to forget how vast a gulf between us really was. How had they put it? Where the Run were weak, humans were strong, and vice versa. Something like that. The Run hadn't understood, hadn't realized that the idea of being tinkered with a genetic level was a bit more sore spot with the Chimera playing their games with our genome. Or that screwing with our heads was doubly horrifying. Most of all, they hadn't understood the power of emotional bonds. The Wampus cats weren't just tools to us anymore. We named them. They were our friends. More than that now, I suspect, thanks to some genetic splicing. The Run were alien. I had to live with that. Probably still a good idea not to tell the others, though. Judged you by your size, did I asked. Gleep, and artists on your planet very dull, Polteth asked in confusion. Not generally, I said, but I think this applies anyway. I'm sorry we've been rough on you, Pol and Falteth. It's just, hard being away from everyone and everything that we know. Gah! Falteth shouted. We know that well. I guess they did. Damn it, I really needed to work on this whole not being an interstellar jerk thing. I looked at the Ron who was still patiently waiting. If the Teths design a saddle for you, do you think you can construct one for us? Yes, the Ron agreed immediately. The tone was neutral, like always, but it was a fast response, so he didn't have to think about it either. He must have been confident in the construction process. Gah! Falteth shouted. We cannot draw on nothing. Gah! We need tools. Leap, Falteth agreed. Something to sculpt would be better than drawing. I'll take you to the rendering room, the Ron announced. Thank you, I said, before the Teths could leave. Gleep, Falteth said. Our thanks is ours, Gleep. If we go too long without doing something artistic, we can become quite peculiar. Gah! Falteth agreed. I start to think I'm a famous pirate. I couldn't help but smile at that one. So you're not a pirate king after all? Gleep, Polteth interjected. Of course not, Gleep. I'm just a pirate king. I'm not sure if I said anything else after that, or even when the Teths and Ron left the room. I really didn't pay much attention to anything until my ribs started to ache from laughing. It was a long laugh, a good laugh, one that had been waiting for a long time to be heard. Jason, I looked up and I'd been laying on the mat using the bandit as an extremely large pillow. He didn't seem to mind, though, and had been about 9/10 asleep himself. Now he was awake and we were both looking at Jack. We're back, she said. A touch unnecessarily, I felt. Else how could she have been having this conversation? I nodded at her anyway. I set aside the little disc that Polteth had lent me. Not at all with my tastes, but a lot of their art was surprisingly good. Polteth had showed me how to identify which piece was done by which artist, but I really didn't need to look at the label most of the time. Their styles were different. Polteth favored the subtlety and tranquil themes. Falteth's pieces were generally more vibrant and bolder expression. In the collection, I also found 1 or 2 pieces where the two Teths had collaborated. Those pieces defied expression. How did it go? I asked, more to say something than anything else. Good, she said. Jade really enjoyed stretching her legs. I nodded again. It had been 3 days since I had brought the Wampus cats to the room. Well, 3 of our sleep periods anyway. 3 days of our playing with our oversized pets, as Pol and Falteth would scurry off to make some sort of embellishments on a design none of us had yet to see. 5 Ron entered the room. I scrambled to my feet and pushed past Jack to approach them. How long until we reach the planet? I asked the lead Ron. "We've been orbiting the planet for some time," the Ron explained after only a brief pause. "We have been scanning the surface for probable sites where the missing generation may be held captive." "Oh," I said. It made a certain amount of sense. Planets were huge, and search parties, and no matter how fast they moved, would still be slower than scanning everything from orbit. First rule out 99% of the planet that isn't what you are looking for before wasting time on the other 1%. "The purpose of this visit is to upgrade your equipment," the Ron went on. "Our medical scanners indicate that your species is not well suited to long-term survival on the planet's surface without some sort of artificial assistance." I did not like the sound of that. "What do you mean we're not suited for long-term survival?" I asked. "Is the atmosphere poisonous?" "To your species, no," the Ron admitted. "To the Ron, there are several compounds in the air which would make respiration difficult. As for your species, the most problematic issue is one of temperature. All other variables seem to be well within your tolerances." "Temperature? Oh, by artificial assistance, he meant that we'd die if we'd been down there naked. Well, that same could be said about most of Earth's surfaces." I relaxed a little. Just a little. "Too hot or too cold?" I asked. "Very cold," the Ron replied. "Well below what is survivable for a Ron. We believe that this, as well as the atmosphere, might be reason enough for us to use the holding area for the missing generation. The environment would complicate escape attempts. The extreme cold also means ice would reduce the effectiveness of synthetic hunter-seekers, making search attempts suboptimal." "But you think a living creature might be better against the cold?" I finished for him. "Great. A frozen wasteland. This just gets better and better." "Will the Wampus, the hunter-seekers, will they be right in the cold?" I asked. "Their physiology has been artificially augmented," the Ron explained patiently. "Their biology naturally hardened to the extreme conditions currently, but we have also implanted small devices in their bodies to proof them against even the more extreme situations." "The hunter-seekers are cyborgs?" I asked. This was a new development. "The term does not translate," the Ron replied. Partially mechanical and partially organic. Their augmentations are minor," the Ron answered. "They could be removed easily without disturbing the hunter-seeker or significantly altering the general effectiveness. These augmentations serve minor auxiliary roles." "Like what?" I asked, feeling genuinely curious about this bit of news. "Thermal regulation," the Ron answered. "Minor alterations to speed of healing from injuries, tracking modules to help us locate them if they are lost, and a sleep module." "Sleep module?" "It permits remotely disabling the animal if it becomes hostile or non-responsive," the Ron answered. "It does not harm the hunter-seeker. It is just located in the brain and could possibly fall within the realm of prior objective of mental adjustment. If you object to this module, it can be removed." "No," I said quickly. "No, it's all right. I believe that I was overreacting before. I apologize. It's just that hunter-seekers are special to us now. They are our friends, and the idea of someone doing something that might harm our friends angers us." The Ron was silent for a moment. "You wish to protect your allies," the Ron concluded. "This is a good survival strategy. Ron allies are few, but it is our duty to serve as protector for them as well. We understand your distress now and wish to avoid future distress. Please note your allies have not been harmed by us, and the sleep module is there to avoid harm." "Yes," I said with a nod. "It makes sense to me. If the cats, I meant the hunter-seekers, become seriously injured, they might not understand that we are trying to help them, and might try to fight us. That could get a lot of people hurt. Ron and human. It would be nice to know that we can knock them out in an emergency." "This meets with your approval." "Yes," I agreed. "We do something similar on Earth with sedatives that we can fire from a gun, but it's not an exact thing. Too little and you get to make an animal mad. Too much and it can kill it. Your way seems more elegant." The Ron did not reply at once. I thought the deep thought again. But when it finally answered, I wondered if it had even been paying attention. "Look down with your chin and press your chest and the raise of your head once more," the Ron instructed. I bobbed my head as directed, and was pleasantly surprised when the fabric of the collar erupted upwards and engulfed my head in a tight-fitting helmet. The transparent strip over my eyes allowed me to see unobstructed. I felt the material shrink and wrap around my ears. I thought that it might muffle sounds, but no, everything sounded normal. "Good," the Ron said flatly. "Repeat the move." I bobbed my head again, and the helmet retracted. "Very slick," I said with approval. The Ron fell silent. "Is the texture?" "Forget it," I interrupted. "It's a figure of speech. The phrase does not, Please forget it," I begged. "Is your species capable of voluntary memory deletion?" I counted to 10 in my head. "Forget it means that I do not want to explain it," I explained testily. "A figure of speech is a colorful way of expressing an idea. Very slick means very nice. Human communication appears to rely heavily on implied content," the Ron said critically. "However, we do appreciate your attempt to rectify our confusion." The Ron glanced at my chest. "The suit will greatly limit heat loss," the Ron explained, "particularly when the head is covered up. However, you cannot leave the head cover on at all times." "Why not?" I asked. "Well, on board the ship, your nutritional and water loss can be addressed by supplements injected into the atmosphere or by coating the surfaces of the room," the Ron explained. "The suit is designed to absorb these supplements and add them back into your bloodstream. However, outside the ship, these losses cannot be addressed, and you will have to resort to traditional means of supplementation." "Meaning we'll have to eat and drink again," I said. "Yes," the Ron agreed. "The more you are forced to use your personal reserves, the faster they will be depleted. So, the harder I push myself, the more I'll need to eat and drink," I translated. "The need to replenish heat will also put demands on your body," the Ron stated. "The suit merely recycles nutrition, water, and heat. It'll only store the total loss, not prevent it entirely." I wasn't too surprised. We had already guessed much of this. I just wasn't sure where the Ron was going with all of this. "Your point is, you'll need extra equipment," the Ron said. "The suit alone is not enough. We will supply you with additional heating and amino acid converters." "What is an amino acid converter?" I asked. "The amino acid makes up the local biomass of the planet and is not entirely the same as those ones from your planet," the Ron explained. "If you place organic matter from this or any other planet into converter, it will extract the amino acids you can use and rearrange them to the ones you cannot. A complete set of amino acids will be provided regardless of the original matter." "So," I said, "anything organic I find locally can be turned into food." "Yes," the Ron said. "It also acts as a sanitizer, so you can purify water with it if necessary." "That is pretty nice," I said with a smile. "You approve?" the Ron asked. "Yeah," I said. "This helps a lot. Anything else?" "What else do you require?" I thought about it. "You got anything for snow blindness?" I asked. Ron, as it turned out, were not overly familiar with dealing with ice and snow. Anything colder than 50 degrees caused their bodies to start to shut down, which meant that I had to explain some of the properties of ice, like how slippery it could be or the way light refracted off of it and could be blinding. The Ron just stared at me for a few moments. "The suits and the extra equipment will be ready for you when you land," the Ron said and turned to leave. "And," I asked, "when do we do that?" "We are entering the atmosphere of the planet at this very moment," the Ron replied. End of chapter. And that, my friends, concludes this dose of science fiction fun. I hope that you enjoyed. And if you did, please don't forget to support the author from the link down below. But if you want to support this channel, there are links as well down below for you to help with. But the easiest way would be to share this video. And if you are so inclined, subscribe as well. I will see you all in the next episode, and I hope that you all have a fantastic time until then. Cheers.